Hi, everybody, wherever you may be. Oh, Nick. Happy Saturday. Today is August the 1st, 2020. This is Telethon number 2 for J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden. We'll start with prayer, and then we will start the show because prayer precedes everything. So today's Jesus Calling. It's a book by Sarah Young. You can find this at Barnes & Noble. You can get it on Amazon. Lots of places have it. You can also get it on your app store, whether Google Play or over at the Apple App Store. Yeah, either one. $12 if you get it online. All right, so today's reading for August the 1st, book by Sarah Young, Jesus Calling. All right. Nothing can separate you from my love. Let this divine assurance trickle through your mind and into your heart and soul. Whenever you start to feel fearful or anxious, repeat this unconditional promise. Nothing can separate me from your love, Jesus. Most of mankind's misery stems from feeling unloved. In the midst of adverse circumstances, people tend to feel that love has been withdrawn and they have been forsaken. This feeling of abandonment is often worse than adversity itself. Be assured that I never abandon any of my children, not even temporarily. I will never leave you or forsake you. My presence watches over you continually. I have engraved you on the palms of my hands. And that's true. That's on the cross. Let me reread that last sentence. I have engraved you on the palms of my hands. Okay, scripture verses for this. Romans 8:38-39. Paul writes, For I am convinced that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor demons, nor the present, nor the future, nor any powers, neither height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. And then we go to Joshua 1:5. Love this verse. No one will be able to stand up against you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will never leave you or forsake you. Finally, Isaiah 49, verse 15 and 16. Can a mother forget the baby at her breast and have no compassion on the child she has born? Though she may forget, I will not forget you. See, I have engraved you on the palms of my hands. Your walls are ever before me. All right, that is Jesus Calling today, August 1, book by Sarah Young. Get that at your local bookstore or buy the app. The app's really affordable, $12. You can get it, and it's cool. It's a new reading every day. Let's pray. Dear God, we come to you today knowing that everything comes from you. That is good. Nothing, Lord, comes to you, or comes from you, I should say. Nothing, Lord, comes from you that is evil. Lord, I ask that you station your angels around this broadcast today. Lord, that you protect it from those who would try and say a perverse message, cause distractions, cause trouble. Lord, I would ask that you would impair upon their hearts a feeling of integrity to do the right thing. And before people type things on the screen, Lord, that they think carefully about what they're saying. Because, God, we want to make you happy. And we're counting on you lifting up us up out of that mire and mess that can happen when you have a group of angry people and a sheriff and his family that are putting up with it. God, please lift up the Chody family. Please bless their lives. Please encourage them and watch over them. No one deserves to be attacked in a vile way. No one. And the things that have happened to their family, the people doing them would never tolerate something like that ever happening to them. Please, Lord, intervene. Please, Lord, protect them. God, I ask you, please watch over Carrie and Mary today as they do the heavy lifting from the moderator side. Please help them to have wisdom. And God, I lift up most of all JJ and Zach. Lord, we may not be the place that they get funded, but we'll try and we'll be faithful. Lord, please fund them soon so that they don't have to worry about this any longer. We thank you for the abundant blessings you've already given. Lord, thank you. You have not forsaken us. God, please help us. Please help them. In Jesus' name, amen. Thanks for praying with me, everybody. Telethon2 starts in just a moment.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance, somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, and happy Saturday, wherever you may be, from coast to coast, sea to shot to sea. It is 8:42 Pacific. That's 11:42 in the east, and here we come. Count them, four big LivePD guests coming on today's show, and they are going to take your questions live. How's that for cool? 4 different guys, 4 different departments. Wow. Plus, we have Stan Smith and Canine Rocco coming for America's Top Dog. Folks, both shows from A&E Network coming together to help raise money for Deputy J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden on a Saturday, the 1st of August. Get ready! It is literally wall-to-wall LivePD and America's Top Dog today. We'll talk about that in a moment. We are ready to go. Looking for that goal of $20,000, and then they are funded. Hi, everybody. Happy Saturday. Yay, Saturday. I always think of Saturday as cartoon day, right? Hey, cartoons run. Nope, not so much anymore. Hey, how are you today? I got a little thing on the screen. We got to pull that off because there's so much on there. It almost looks like a bumper stickered car. Okay, today's guests, you see it in yellow there, these are all Eastern time, okay? Lieutenant Luera, Mark Luera from Williamson County, Texas, comes in here at noon today, which is about 15 minutes away. Then Captain Bill Burt from Missoula County, Montana joins us. He was just involved in a crazy thing, man. I mean, he was working on the job, tore his rotator cuff, popped his bicep tendon. I've done that one. I've never torn my rotator cuff. And then he was in a rafting accident. I think it was last weekend. So, I mean, he's been through an awful lot lately. He's got a lot to share, I'm sure. Then Craig Sroka and his family. Now, they've got like a sporting event today, right? And they're going to go take the kids to a little place to have some fun. And they're still going to join us at 2 p.m. East. Him and his family, just like they did on LivePD. That's at 2 p.m. Then we're going to take an hour to catch our breath. And then Stan Smith with Canine Rocco, who were amazing on America's Top Dog. They're going to have dog training tricks. Yeah, little tips you can use. Stan's going to share those with you, and he's very excited. He just told me on my phone, hit me up with a message, said, we are so excited. So that's coming up at 4 p.m. East. And then Lieutenant Eric Murphy coming to the rescue from Nye County, Nevada at 5 p.m. East. That's pretty cool. That's a big lineup. Folks, the reason they're here is because we really want you to know, we want you to give money. That's why they come. They're coming here because they just want you to give money. That's the whole point. Because if you do, these guys get funded. Okay? Right there, that is Deputies Camden and Johnson in order from left to right. Deputy Camden is a little guy, a little boy, little baby. I'm sorry, little baby. And JJ's got 2 kids. Okay, so both of these guys have kids. Both of these guys are good men. They work hard, and we're not going to get into the case of what this was about, what happened, that incident. I don't know. I wasn't there. And the newspapers and the media can say what they think, but they weren't there, right? So we're not going to get into what happened. We just believe that people have the right to be defended in court. So that's why we're doing this. And some wonderful people got together and they put it together. They put this whole fundraiser together on GoFundMe. That would be a person that goes by the handle of Blue Blooded, as well as Jesse Sturnett and Christine Peterson. Those 3 people got together in June, put together this fundraiser, and holy cow, it took off. Like $11,000 in a little over 2 weeks. That's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So that's what happened. And then all of a sudden, the giving stopped. It's right about the beginning of July. So we came in without thinking about it. Literally just woke up one morning. Well, what am I going to do today? Oh, this is going on. And then I talked with Zach's mom and heard the fear in her heart and her mind. And I was like, man, I got to help. There's nothing, there's no other issue. There's no other way for me to respond but to help. Sorry, a little tired. There's no other alternative. That's the word. So the point is, these guys need help. And they have a union that's supposed to take care of that for them. And the union just, nope, it's totally political, right? So here are these 2 guys on a deputy's salary. They're supposed to have legal protection if something like this happens on the job, and they bailed on them. That sent this person named Blue Blooded along with Jesse and Christine to say, how can we help? And their way of doing so was to set up a fundraiser, network, promote it, share it, keep sharing it, and over $11,000 in about 2 weeks. And this was about 2.5 weeks after the George Floyd murder, which is an awful thing that we don't condone here. None of us condone it. Okay? A little too much compression. Sorry, that's better. All right. Hear the difference? One little, look, I'll tell you, look. Yeah. So we'll talk like this. It's normal. Now I talk like this and just, I can hear it. Anyway, I'm geeky that way. All right. So that was just after George Floyd. And they're able to get $11,000. I was like, what? Who does that? That's amazing. And then the giving stopped. So that's why we're here. We came to help. And we may not be the answer that gives them all the money, but every dollar does help. So I want to encourage you, please, 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, 100, whatever you can give. We had someone that gave $1,000. In fact, I think it's been twice that's been given. Folks, give what you can, please. That's why these people are coming on, not just for your entertainment. They're coming on to try and bring people here to the channel so that those people will give. And that means you too. I swear I wasn't going to do that today, but I talked too much with my hands. Sorry. The page to send your GoFundMe to, simple. Google it or Yahoo it. Yahoo's still around. You can still do that. Or, do what I do. Use Firefox. I do. And just type in GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. If you want to do it longhand, want to do it shorthand, make sure and just say GoFundMe in your Yahoo search, right? And then just type in Defense Wilco Deputies. That's all. Make sure you put the S on Deputies and you're loaded. Hey, Jill Bamai in the house from Glamping. Hi, Jill. That's the link. Lots of Rockstar today. All right, so that is the link. If you want the easiest way to possibly do it, just click on that link right there. You can just click on it. You can push on it. It'll take you right there. We'll say goodbye for now, and then you just go over to GoFundMe and donate. Now, currently the guys are at $16,600, $3,400 to go. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so that's a lot of money still. $3,400 is a lot of money, and you may think, well, that's too much. I can't give anything. Yes, you can. $5. $5 makes a difference, because if a lot of people gave $5, we would be out of here quickly. Wouldn't that be cool? Seriously, don't think that just a $5 donation doesn't make a difference. It does. Or a $10 donation. Or don't think, well, gee, I see all these people who've given, because see, it tells you, you kind of scroll up and you can see all what people have given. It might say their name or it'll say anonymous, right? But what's amazing is you'll see all these folks and you'll go, wow, they gave 100. I don't have 100. Oh, and gee, they gave 50. And that person gave 20. And you only have 5. Doesn't matter. That 5 is just as important as that 100. It is. Please don't misunderstand the difference. They are exactly the same. So please give. That's why we're here. Not just to entertain and give y'all guests and stuff, but to give. Please, please, please give. Whatever you can. GoFundMe. If you can't give any money right now, now keep in mind, first of the month, most people get paid right now. This is a perfect time to give, but if you can't for some reason, all right, share it. Share the GoFundMe link on your social media and with your family and friends, and you're on your way to helping these guys get their money, okay? All right, so we're going to be meeting with Lieutenant Mark Luera from Williamson County, Texas. That's these guys' lieutenant. And he'll be joining us here in about, 8 minutes. I'm going to put a wonderful little thing on the screen here for you to watch in just a few moments. I hope you like. It's always inspiring to me, and I like to start this program out with that, because I honestly think if you really focus in on it, right? I mean, lots of people like to converse and type and stuff during stuff like this, and that's okay. I understand. But if you take a moment to actually focus in on it and think, yeah, how does that apply to me? You will truly be amazed. So I don't want to start out wrong. So please, if you'll indulge me, if you would please watch this. This is Admiral McRaven. Started yesterday out with it. We started and ended telethon number 1 with this. So let's get Admiral McRaven on a wonderful speech that he gave, that if it doesn't leave you either in tears or maybe, I don't know, inspired, maybe you don't have a pulse. Enjoy. Here's Admiral McRaven talking about ways to be successful in life.
What starts here changes the world. I have a few suggestions that may help you on your way to a better world. And while these lessons were learned during my time in the military, I can assure you that it matters not whether you ever served a day in uniform. It matters not your gender, your ethnic or religious background, your orientation, or your social status. Our struggles in this world are similar, and the lessons to overcome those struggles and to move forward, changing ourselves and changing the world around us, will apply equally to all. So here are the 10 lessons I learned from basic SEAL training that hopefully will be of value to you as you move forward in life. Every morning in SEAL training, my instructors, who at the time were all Vietnam veterans, would show up in my barracks room, and the first thing they'd do was inspect my bed. If you did it right, the corners would be square, the covers would be pulled tight, the pillow centered just under the headboard, and the extra blanket folded neatly at the foot of the rack. It was a simple task, mundane at best, but every morning we were required to make our bed to perfection. It seemed a little ridiculous at the time, particularly in light of the fact that we were aspiring to be real warriors, tough, battle-hardened SEALs. But the wisdom of this simple act has been proven to me many times over. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task, and another, and another. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made, that you made. And a made bed gives you encouragement that tomorrow will be better. So if you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. During SEAL training, the students are all broken down into boat crews. Each crew is 7 students, 3 on each side of a small rubber boat, and 1 coxswain to help guide the dinghy. Every day, your boat crew forms up on the beach and is instructed to get through the surf zone and paddle several miles down the coast. In the winter, the surf off San Diego can get to be 8 to 10 feet high, and it is exceedingly difficult to paddle through the plunging surf unless everyone digs in. Every paddle must be synchronized to the stroke count of the coxswain. Everyone must exert equal effort, or the boat will turn against the wave and be unceremoniously dumped back on the beach. For the boat to make it to its destination, everyone must paddle. You can't change the world alone. You will need some help. And to truly get from your starting point to your destination takes friends, colleagues, the goodwill of strangers, and a strong coxswain to guide you. If you want to change the world, find someone to help you paddle. Over a few weeks of difficult training, my SEAL class, which started with 150 men, was down to just 42. There were now 6 boat crews of 7 men each. I was in the boat with the tall guys, but the best boat crew we had was made up of the little guys, the Munchkin crew, we called them. No one was over 5'5". The Munchkin boat crew had 1 American Indian, 1 African American, 1 Polish American, 1 Greek American, 1 Italian American, and 2 tough kids from the Midwest. They out-paddled, outran, and outswam all the other boat crews. The big men in the other boat crews would always make good-natured fun of the tiny little flippers the Munchkins put on their tiny little feet prior to every swim. But somehow these little guys from every corner of the nation and the world always had the last laugh, swimming faster than everyone and reaching the shore long before the rest of us. SEAL training was a great equalizer. Nothing mattered but your will to succeed, not your color, not your ethnic background, not your education, not your social status. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart, not by the size of their flippers. Several times a week, the instructors would line up the class and do a uniform inspection. It was exceptionally thorough. Your hat had to be perfectly starched, your uniform immaculately pressed, your belt buckle shiny and void of any smudges. But it seemed that no matter how much effort you put into starching your hat or pressing your uniform or polishing your belt buckle, it just wasn't good enough. The instructors would find something wrong. For failing the uniform inspection, the student had to run, fully clothed, into the surf zone, then wet from head to toe, roll around on the beach until every part of your body was covered with sand. The effect was known as a sugar cookie. You stayed in the uniform the rest of the day, cold, wet, and sandy. There were many a student who just couldn't accept the fact that all their efforts were in vain, that no matter how hard they tried to get the uniform right, it went unappreciated. Those students didn't make it through training. Those students didn't understand the purpose of the drill. You were never going to succeed. You were never going to have a perfect uniform. The instructors weren't going to allow it. Sometimes, no matter how well you prepare or how well you perform, you still end up as a sugar cookie. It's just the way life is sometimes. If you want to change the world, get over being a sugar cookie and keep moving forward. Every day during training, you were challenged with multiple physical events, long runs, long swims, obstacle courses, hours of calisthenics, something designed to test your mettle. Every event had standards, times you had to meet. If you failed to meet those times, those standards, your name was posted on a list, and at the end of the day, those on the list were invited to a circus. A circus was 2 hours of additional calisthenics, designed to wear you down, to break your spirit, to force you to quit, No one wanted a circus. A circus meant that for that day, you didn't measure up. A circus meant more fatigue, and more fatigue meant that the following day would be more difficult and more circuses were likely. But at some time during SEAL training, everyone made the circus list. But an interesting thing happened to those who were constantly on the list. Over time, those students who did 2 hours of extra calisthenics got stronger and stronger. The pain of the circuses built inner strength and physical resiliency. Life is filled with circuses. You will fail. You will likely fail often. It will be painful. It will be discouraging. At times, it will test you to your very core. But if you want to change the world, don't be afraid of the circuses. At least twice a week, the trainees were required to run the obstacle course. The obstacle course contained 25 obstacles, including a 10-foot wall, a 30-foot cargo net, a barbed wire crawl, to name a few. But the most challenging obstacle was the slide for life. It had a 3-level, 30-foot tower at one end and a 1-level tower at the other. In between was a 200-foot-long rope. You had to climb the 3-tiered tower, and once at the top, you grabbed the rope, swung underneath the rope, and pulled yourself hand over hand until you got to the other end. The record for the obstacle course had stood for years when my class began in 1977. The record seemed unbeatable until one day a student decided to go down the slide for life head first. Instead of swinging his body underneath the rope and inching his way down, he bravely mounted the top of the rope and thrust himself forward. It was a dangerous move, seemingly foolish and fraught with risk. Failure could mean injury and being dropped from the course. Without hesitation, the student slid down the rope perilously fast. Instead of several minutes, it only took him half that time. And by the end of the course, he had broken the record. If you want to change the world, sometimes you have to slide down the obstacles head first. During the land warfare phase of training, the students are flown out to San Clemente Island, which lies off the coast of San Diego. The waters off San Clemente are a breeding ground for the great white sharks. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the students on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not that they can remember. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summons up all your strength and punch him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks. As Navy SEALs, one of our jobs is to conduct underwater attacks against enemy shipping. We practice this technique extensively during training. The ship attack mission is where a pair of SEAL divers is dropped off outside an enemy harbor and then swims well over 2 miles underwater, using nothing but a depth gauge and a compass to get to the target. During the entire swim, even well below the surface, there is some light that comes through. It is comforting to know that there is open water above you. But as you approach the ship, which is tied to a pier, the light begins to fade. The steel structure of the ship blocks the moonlight. It blocks the surrounding street lamps. It blocks all ambient light. To be successful in your mission, you have to swim under the ship and find the keel, the center line, and the deepest part of the ship. This is your objective. But the keel is also the darkest part of the ship, where you cannot see your hand in front of your face, where the noise from the ship's machinery is deafening, and where it gets to be easily disoriented, and you can fail. Every SEAL knows that under the keel, at that darkest moment of the mission, is a time when you need to be calm, when you must be calm, when you must be composed, when all your tactical skills, your physical power, and your inner strength must be brought to bear. If you want to change the world, You must be your very best in the darkest moments. The 9th week of training is referred to as Hell Week. It is 6 days of no sleep, constant physical and mental harassment, and one special day at the Mud Flats. The Mud Flats are an area between San Diego and Tijuana where the water runs off and creates the Tijuana Sloughs, a swampy patch of terrain where the mud will engulf you. It is on Wednesday of Hell Week that you paddle down to the Mud Flats and spend the next 15 hours trying to survive this freezing cold, the howling wind, and the incessant pressure to quit from the instructors. As the sun began to set that Wednesday evening, my training class, having committed some egregious infraction of the rules, was ordered into the mud. The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. The song was terribly out of tune, but sung with great enthusiasm. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted, and somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person, a Washington, a Lincoln, King, Mandela, and even a young girl from Pakistan, Malala. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start singing when you're up to your neck in mud. Finally, in SEAL training, there's a bell. A brass bell that hangs in the center of the compound for all the students to see. All you have to do to quit is ring the bell. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to wake up at 5 o'clock. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to be in the freezing cold swims. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to do the runs, the obstacle course, the PT, and you no longer have to endure the hardships of training. All you have to do is ring the bell to get out. If you want to change the world, don't ever ring the bell. It will not be easy. Start each day with a task completed. Find someone to help you through life. Respect everyone. Know that life is not fair and that you will fail often. But if you take some risks, step up when the times are the toughest, face down the bullies, lift up the downtrodden, and never ever give up. If you do these things, the next generation and the generations that follow will live in a world far better than the one we have today. And what started here will indeed have changed the world for the better. Thank you very much.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance, somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
It is 9:09 Pacific. It is 12:09 in the afternoon in the East. Welcome, Saturday, August 1st, 2020. Leo's Coast to Coast goes the distance for Deputies J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden. All right, here we go. We got a little ways to go. Not far. $3,400. That's all we need to raise today. $3,400. They're funded. Got it? $3,400. They're funded. So, go to GoFundMe. Simple. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Take a look at the page. It says Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Then give what you can. Don't worry about it if it's only 5 or 10. It's okay. That's good. You can give 20 or 50 or 100, that's good too. But then give what you can and then share it. Share that fundraiser. Because when you do, you're sharing it with other people who might want to give. It is so important to give, share again, and let's get this thing done. All right, first of 3, back to back to back. Live PD, on with the show. Hi, everybody. Welcome. So excited to see you guys. So honored to be here. So thrilled to have a very special guest here. This is the first of 4 Live PD guests live for you to ask questions of. Now, I'm sorry I don't have a phone number to call, but I do have the comments section. Just type in your comments. You can ask Lieutenant Luera questions. I'll pass them along, and he'll answer them. Pretty simple stuff. So, without further ado, all the way from Williamson County, Texas, my very good friend, and I'm honored to say that, Lieutenant Mark Luera. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Hey, Larry, I'm doing great. How are you? It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to have you. You and your smiling face. Is it hot in Texas?
It is extremely hot. It's been about 100 degrees every day for a few months now. So it's really, really hot.
Wow. Well, we're honored to have you. I know the house is packed. People are excited. It's like, Live PD people. Yeah. There's like all running here. So I want to thank all the folks that have shared this on their social media pages and have done that. Welcome, Kathy Salazar. That is Zach Camden's mom. Welcome, Kathy. Yep. She's here to just pray and be a part of this for her boy. Now, there is nothing cooler than that. I want to put that back on the screen. Okay? That's right there, Zach's mom. Good morning, Larry. Good morning, Kathy. Yeah. And she's doing this because she cares so much. Okay? So please give. When you're giving to these guys, that's her son. That means the world. So please give at the Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Simple way to do this. Google or Yahoo search, GoFundMe, and then just hit Defense Deputies Williamson, or Wilco, Wilco. Pluralize it, deputies, not singular. Don't put deputy. Just Google search or Yahoo, GoFundMe, Defense Fund Williamson. Or, sorry, Wilco. Don't say Williamson. Wilco. Done. Simple. All right. Let's take a look at the comments already because people are just going ballistic for you, sir. All right. Kathy Plass, North Carolina. So excited for Lieutenant Luera. Lisa says, me too. Stephanie East, love Luera. Kathy Salazar, I stand up until I'm told to stand down. Either way, there is action. Okay. Yes.
That's awesome. I want to
go.
thank those folks for calling in. They're amazing, big supporters, and we love them.
Well, we appreciate what you do too. Tammy Bashan, right there in your local area. It's horribly hot in Texas. Kathy Salazar says, thank you, LT, for always supporting my guys. That's pretty cool.
We love you, Kathy. Thank you. Always in our corner, fighting for us. So thank you.
Yep. We appreciate very much you being here. Could you tell us a little bit about how life's been? Because it's been a while since we've seen you, and it would be great to catch up. How are you? How's life going in Williamson County? What's the latest scoop, man? Share it. Dish it.
So it's good. Life's been good. It's been tough with life is good, but it's been tough for the guys out on the streets. We've had our ups and downs. We've had to deal with COVID. We've had to deal with some of the things that are in the media as far as the officer involved shootings and things like that. And that always makes it tough on the guys on the streets to do their job. It's tough enough that we have to deal with a pandemic. And on top of that, we're dealing with the politics of officer involved shootings and things like that. So it's good. We still have a big support group. The majority of the citizens here in Williamson County love us and just continue to support us no matter what. That allows us to do our jobs the way we should. And we love it here. That's why we give back to the community as much as we possibly can because of that. It's a shared community. We live here. They live here. We do what we can for the people. when we can, and they absolutely love it. So it feels good to be in a community like this, especially in hard times.
Very good. We're live with Lieutenant Mark Luera from Williamson County, Texas. Your questions, type them in there on the comment stream. We'll get them to them, okay? Hello, Lieutenant from Lakeway, Texas, Tammy Basham. Let's see. Okay, holy mackerel. Look at this, Jill Bamai. And this is true. You have our support up in Canada, too. Jill is in Manitoba. So just a few miles
awesome.
north. Yeah, just a few miles north of Georgetown.
Yeah, a little bit, right?
Yeah, you can walk there in an afternoon. Anyway.
Hop skip away, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know what's been interesting is that I've looked at the giving on GoFundMe. I know at least 2 Canadians who've given. And these guys are just getting love from everywhere. Literally from everywhere. It's so encouraging to see that. What's it like to work with those guys? Could you share that with us?
Those 2 gentlemen are great people to work with. Very giving, always looking to do for others before they do for themselves. Hard workers. They want to make a difference, and they do every day. And they're heart of gold. The folks that don't really know them, and I get to see them on a regular basis every day. And first thing they do is come over and ask me, "What can I do for you? What do you need? What do you need help with?" And it's just that's their attitude every day, day in and day out, and they're willing to do whatever they can for whoever they can.
Very good. We're live with Lieutenant Mark Luera from Williamson County, Texas, part of Telethon2. Now, look, folks, we bring these folks in because we've asked them. We have begged them in some cases to please come on because it brings people here. Okay, now there's 28 in the room, fluctuating between 28 and 30. Please, while you're here, go to GoFundMe and give at the Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. That's why we're all here. We're here to try and raise money for both Deputy Johnson and Deputy Camden. That's the whole point of it. So please, just a little spot here in the middle of this to say, folks, we're here to help 2 of his guys to try and just pay for a legal retainer. Again, we're not talking about what happened here. We don't know. We weren't there. But we can say that everybody deserves to have legal representation. That's fair. This is the link by Jill Bamai, our gold medal moderator, who's glamping, for gosh sakes, in Manitoba somewhere by, I don't know, some lake. And there's the link to the GoFundMe page because Jill cares that much that she is, in the middle of nowhere and she's still got a connection to the internet. So click on that link. Just click on that link and you can give it GoFundMe. Pretty simple. Sorry, Lieutenant Luera, didn't mean to cut you off. What was that?
I was just saying that's awesome. She's out, glamping, and she still, cares enough to help with on a weekend, right on her weekend. So, thanks to everyone that's donated, and thank you to those that will. We appreciate it. We greatly appreciate it, and it's for a good cause. These guys need legal representation just like everyone else does, and we thank you for it.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the whole deal, folks. We're not here to talk about anything but the fact that they should just be represented. That's all. They've got 2 great attorneys. And here's the cool thing. I understand that the attorneys took them on early before they had the full amount because they're going by faith, knowing that the people will continue to give until this is funded. I was blown away by that. I mean, that's a very kind act to do, isn't it?
It is. So, prior to this happening, we obviously got the news pretty quick. We reached out to a couple of attorneys that are well known locally, and they jumped right at it and said, "Hey, we're here to help. We understand the difficult times that everyone's going through and the troubles that you're going through, and we're here to help. It doesn't matter that you can't pay for it. We know that in good faith." Doing the right thing here. So we appreciate those guys and everybody else who's jumped in to help and pitched in.
That's amazing. Yep. Live with Lieutenant Mark Luera from Williamson County, Texas. Put your comments there in the comment stream. We'll ask him. Tammy Basham, first up. It's the Wilco way. Dedicated, honorable, and self-sacrificing. I would agree with that. Absolutely. There's no question.
For sure. Thanks, yep. Tammy.
Absolutely. Lee Terry from Middle Tennessee. How was your Hawaii trip when you finally took a vacation? What did you like best about it?
It was fantastic. We decided to leave and it was right before the whole pandemic lockdown. We were kind of joking and said, "Hey, there's this there's this thing going around. It's a virus, and we just didn't know much about it at the time. And we decided to go in February. My brother-in-law lives there, and we wanted to go visit and have a good time and just get away. We got away for 10, 12 days, and there's only one way to explain or to describe Hawaii. Maui is where we went, and it's magical. We had the best time. Did some things that I've never done in my life. I got to swim with the it's well season, so I got to dive. I swam with some manta rays, and it was awesome. It was just an experience of a lifetime. We hope to go back sometime soon. It depends on the travel restrictions and how those things are going. So,
You got
but
the bug,
great
buddy.
time.
You got bit by the island bug now. See, that's
That,
my
that's
you
it.
know what, LT? That's where I want to retire. I want to live there and retire. If I could possibly do it, that's where I'd want to go on Maui in Kihei. That's where I love being Kihei. You know,
Yep, yep.
where'd you all stay? Did you were up in
That's,
north on Kaanapali or down towards Kihei?
we stayed in Kihei. He lives in Kihei.
Nice. Oh yeah. What'd you think of Kihei?
It is beautiful. He lives 5 minutes from the beach. We stayed there at his place. Got up in the morning, walked over to some of the local places for breakfast, and it was fantastic. The local moco, right? And
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah, just fantastic. So it
That's
was
some
it was
Ono
just
grinds, man. Ono
uh, uh,
grinds.
5 minutes. I mean, we're 5 minutes from the beach. It was just one of those things. We'd go have breakfast, we'd go back, change, and off to the beach, right? Or off to some sort of adventure, either in out diving or snorkeling or just sitting around doing a whole bunch of nothing. And it was fantastic. It's great experience.
That's fantastic. You know, one of the things I like about Maui, and I've been blessed to see a few of the islands there. Maui has a little bit of every one of the islands in it. Okay, if you go way up north of say Kaanapali up there,
Yeah.
and north of Lahaina Town, you get up there at the top, the north end, and you start to head back towards Kahului. Okay. It's like you're in the middle of the forest, tall trees, and it's
Oh,
dense. It's like the forest. Then when you go to the other side of the island where he was at in Kihei, that's like desert. I mean, you go out of Kihei, travel south to McKenna, where the road ends, and you keep going on the gravel road. There's cactus. I mean, there's lava fields and cactus there. It's just beautiful.
it,
Did you have a
it's
chance
a
to? Did you get a chance to go on Big Beach?
Yes, we did. So there was the I think the crazy part of that, or the great part of that is talking to some of the locals, and like my brother-in-law saying, hey, if you want rain, you can go over to this side of the mountain over here, and it
Yep.
rains 75, 80% of the time. If you don't want the rain, then you go over here, and it's never raining, right? If you want it to be cooler, then you kind of go up here, and it's cooler than it is on this part of the island, which is it's crazy. But it is a beautiful place. I
Yeah.
plan on going back. We really enjoyed it and had a great time there. He's still there. He is an instructor, dive master instructor out there, and
Oh,
work's picked up again. But that's what he
what a good
does.
friend.
He's got a great life, lives a great life down there. So we want to come visit again.
Wouldn't that be cool? Like that's your hobby, right? To go, snorkeling or go scuba diving, and then you
Yeah,
get to, get paid to show others or help others do it. Did you go over to Molokini? Got to ask you that.
we did. We did.
Molokini's phenomenal, man. It's so
It is.
beautiful.
It
For,
is
for,
the we there wasn't a place that we went that was not beautiful. So it's like I said, it's magical. Like that place is just magical. And you're right. The bug got me, and I can't wait to get back.
Molokini, for folks that don't know, it's a crescent-shaped atoll. Literally, it comes out of the ocean. It's literally between. It's much closer to the island of Kahualave, but between the Maui Channel, between the island of Kahualave and Maui, there you have little Molokini. It's a crescent-shaped atoll, and people love to snorkel and scuba dive in that area because there's so much coral and fish. It's just beautiful. All right, Kate Marshall, Lieutenant Luera. I hope I don't drive you nuts on social media, just like so many other officers I talk to. I think you're really cool, and I hope we can keep in touch and chat soon. That's Kate from upstate.
Thank you, Kate. No, not a bother at all. It's always great to hear from folks. I know that times I'm just I'm super busy. So there are days where I don't get online, and there are days where I have just a little bit of time to check for messages and things like that, and I don't get to respond to a lot of the people like I hope to sometimes. But I want people to know that I'm still here. It's been a busy time for us, and I do appreciate the highs and the good mornings and everything else that comes along with the social media, and much appreciated. So keep up, keep going. We love it.
Very good. Live with Lieutenant Mark Luera from Williamson County, Texas. Christine Peterson, one of the fundraiser organizers. Hey, says, hi, Mark. We love you and miss you. Kat says hi.
Love you guys, both of you. And I look forward to seeing you guys soon. Same goes to you. Keep sending those messages, and I'm glad to be back.
Very good. And then we've got someone from France, it appears. Comtesse
Wow.
de Rochambeau. Bonjour, Lieutenant Luera from Andis. That's pretty sweet.
That is awesome.
I think it's pretty sweet. Yeah. So, all right, let's see what we got. Kathy Plesses, love Maui, such a beautiful island. Jeanette Posler, yes, is expensive there. Yeah, when milk's like $6 a gallon and a gallon of gas is about 5.5. It is. Yes. Okay. This is a great comment from Owen Wolf. Hello from Baltimore. Thanks for coming on to openly support JJ and Zach. Based on the news from Williamson, I know it isn't easy. I know you can't comment, but I know JJ and Zach are thankful. From Rainey. That's pretty sweet. Thanks, buddy.
It is.
Thanks, Rainey. And we got Lahaina Luau is awesome from Tammy Bashan. So, Camille, you ask about why the police union isn't supporting them. It's called politics. That's just truly what it is. See, Portland, Oregon is a very good example, okay? You have a full city, you have buildings being destroyed, and you have political people who are in control who say, everything's peaceful here, okay? They're literally not allowing their police to do anything, okay? On this end, the police union, because of politics, left them hanging, literally. So they just don't have any legal representation. Had to get it themselves. That's why we're here. All right, Kathy Salazar says, thank you, Lieutenant, for always giving your time today. Lee Terry, love Hawaii, one of my favorite places to go. And Stephanie E says, I'm still getting used to LT. I know it's been months, but congratulations. That's nice.
Well, thank you. It has been, and it's been a kind of a tough road, but we're making it through.
Very good. Live with Lieutenant Mark Luera, and the guys still on the job there. I know they're working hard. I know that y'all are putting in a lot of time, and I just really appreciate your leadership because I know it means a lot to them. Let me ask you a quick question. When you guys are dealing, is it let's put it this way, is it easier in Williamson County to deal like with a SWAT incident when it's hotter than heck outside? I mean, I'm talking Texas heat hot, right? Or is it better to work when it's pouring down torrential rain cold? Which would you rather have?
That's a great question, Larry. So I'll be honest. For me, it's easier to work in the freezing cold because we can layer up and we can stay as warm as we possibly can. And if we start to get hot as we're moving out, working through this operation, we can strip some of those layers away. When it's raining, we have to do a lot. We have to go through a lot more. We have to make sure that certain things are covered up. We have to make sure that our radios are taken care of so that they work properly. Our communications. Most of the stuff that we have is built for terrain like that, right? For inclement weather, but we just never know, right? So we have to go through those extra precautions to make sure that those things are still operating the way they should. In the heat, it drains it. And you go out there for 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes in the extreme heat, 100 plus degrees with 60 to 80 pounds of gear on. It drains you pretty quick. So I'm going to say for me, and I'm going to speak for a few of the guys that I know that are affected by the heat. The cold weather is the best for us to be in.
I've said that for a long time too. I'm interested in your comment there because I simply was just like, for me personally, it's easier to get warm than it is to cool down. That's just the way it is for me. Yeah.
We're lucky that our admin supports us 100%, and we get the top of the line equipment here. We recently purchased some pappers that actually force air, cooler air into our system and into our gas masks. So it helps with at times if we have to wear a gas mask, that's restricting as well. So that helps with make get fresh air constantly
Yes.
flowing through the mask. So
Oh,
it's good.
never
We
thought
have
of that.
support a lot easier.
Never thought of that fact that you've got to wear those masks and that get, if you've worn a surgical mask in a store, you can't help but know your face gets hot. You can't not
Right.
know that, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, never thought of that. About how much does all that gear weigh when you're wearing that stuff?
It depends. We're looking at, 40 to 60, 65 pounds. It depends on what we have to carry. Some guys have to carry extra gear like, gas munition guns, backpacks, things of that sort. So it's pretty heavy. I'm going to say maybe 40, 45, 50 pounds.
Wow. Wow. Well, thank you for your service. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Karen White says, "Thank you for giving your time, Lieutenant. We really miss you." That's pretty cool.
Well,
Tammy
thank you. We,
Basham.
we miss, we miss LivePD as well. And, we, doing that for a little bit of time, you get to know the crew and the folks from New York and things like that, and those they're good people. They were always looking to take care of us before anything else. So we miss those guys as well,
You
and
think
we
the
miss.
show's going to come back? You think the show's going to come back? You think
I
Live PD will be
no,
back?
I hope so. I don't know. I really hope. I've heard that there's a possibility they may come back, but we just don't know with the climate and the temperature the way it is. We just don't know.
Yeah.
But we missed the show. We missed the folks that were behind it and that made it happen. So I hope it does.
I think it will. I'm like 99% sure because it's too hard to find a number one show. And I
Yeah.
don't know if you read this, but it was written in Variety magazine that A&E Network lost 51% of its viewership after they dropped Live PD. That is a ton right there.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Yeah, because
Yeah.
people see
I
the
thought.
thing is, I think people are not able to separate a few protesters out there messing around and being loud from 2.4 or 2.3 million people who are loyal followers of a show. It just was like, what? Anyway, you
Right.
guys are very much supported a lot more than you know. Tammy Basham in the great state of Texas. How's my Nemo?
Oh, Tammy, he's great. They're doing great. I saw, as a matter of fact, I saw Detective Durner yesterday and the day before. We were working an operation the last couple of days, and I got to see Durner and talk to him. It's, me being out at the training center, I'm kind of away from everyone, so I don't get to see those guys as much as I used to. But he's doing great, and Nemo's doing the same.
Very good. Thank you very much. Jeanette Posler from Corvallis, Oregon. Mark, Mark, you have the determination to make it all work, as always. That's really cool. Jill
Thank you.
Bamai, up glamping. I don't know how you work in heat with all that gear. It's called training and a lot of it.
Yeah,
So,
it we have to acclimate ourselves to this weather. Living here for most of our lives, it's you get used to it. We're used to walking around the heat. We're used to walking outside. The minute you step out, you sweat. But it takes a lot of dedication and a lot of training to acclimate your body to wearing that much gear and then being out in 100 plus degree weather. So some of us do some crazy things to kind of get ourselves there, and some of us just kind of deal with it. So it's a pretty tough job, but we enjoy it. We love it. We wouldn't have it any other way.
very good. Live with Lieutenant Mark Luera, Williamson County, Texas. Questions on the screen. Here they go. Christine Peterson from the local area there says, "Do you know if they are going to do the Field of Honor this year?"
Christine, I'm not sure if they are. I haven't heard much about it. I would hope that they would still somehow work around the COVID restrictions to be able to get that back up and running. It's a beautiful sight to see, and it's great. But I haven't heard. If they're going to do that again this year.
Very good. Tammy Basham again. Wilco, hashtag Wilco proud, hashtag Wilco strong. We miss you all too. Yes. Wanda Bailey is still boycotting A&E. Lots of folks are. Lots of folks are boycotting them. People are jumping on the "we are never watching them again." Got the dittos on the page. Owen Wolf, sad and despicable the way A&E threw law enforcement on the bus. Yes, I agree. It's all about political view. It's all about view. It's all about, hey, we're going to make a stand here. And they don't realize the stand they're making is for such a small minority of America. Meanwhile, on the other hand, they're losing their entire audience. Congratulations. Well done. You guys make more money in 1 year than I see my whole life, some of you all. And that was a
Right.
decision I could have made for you. Lee Terry
Right.
says, have you seen Cato lately? Have you met his bloodhound brother? Oh boy, the doggy questions from Lee. Here you go.
Yep, Lee. Yep, yeah. I got to see Duval, as a matter of fact, a couple of days ago as well, on an operation that we were working, and those guys are doing great. And the Bloodhound, he's fantastic. He's the cutest thing ever.
Yeah, that's good. You guys, have there been any issues with defunding down there with you guys?
No, knock on wood, we haven't had any issues. We do have some problems with some of the commissioners up here that just they don't like to fund us, period, when it comes to certain things. But once again, that's politics, and I won't get into that. But
Yeah.
we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it a whole bunch as far as our department goes. We're pretty good about when we need something. The sheriff is really good about getting what we need when we need it, even if it's shot down, even if they say, hey, we're not going to get it for whatever reasons, right? The sheriff is pretty good, and actually he's really good about saying, you know what, then we'll dig around for different funds, and we'll take care of you guys. So we haven't seen that a whole bunch, and we're fortunate we have a man like that behind us every day.
Amen. Amen. Sheriff Chody's done an amazing job, and through amazing strife. Pass this on to him. I think I've told him this before, but pass this on. When I was in youth ministry, my very first day, my pastor, who was my boss at the church, said, Larry, you're going to know when you're being effective for the Lord. You're being effective for the Lord when you get attacked by Satan. That's when you know you're really being effective. Now, I know for a fact he's been attacked in a ridiculously horrible way. Personally, family, him. It's terrible.
Right.
So
Right.
you tell him that. He's being effective for the good Lord, all right? Kate Marshall, upstate Kate, says, if I get the chance to come visit you all next year and get a chance to meet the dogs, I'd like to. Any of them have like restrictions for folks that are in a wheelchair? Because Kate's in a wheelchair. She doesn't know if maybe a certain dog would be her fit to get to meet.
Kate, we love it if you're able to make it down here to set something up so you could visit with all the dogs. There are no restrictions. Those dogs they're great. They're super friendly. They love people, and they know the difference. They know when it's time to enjoy the fans, right? Enjoy being around people. So no restrictions.
Nice. That's very nice. Yeah, she says I want to concur my fear of police dogs like I got over my fear of the police. And I love that. I'm going to put this on screen. I love this because this is such a real feeling for a lot of folks. And the thing that LivePD did for a lot of people was got them over their fear of the police. That's really cool. Do you deal with that still on at least a weekly basis where you're kind of changing lives and minds towards law enforcement as being a good thing?
Yeah, we do. And I think that's one of the most rewarding things about this job is being able to make a difference, right? In your community, your workplace, and just that. Maybe you change someone's mind about the police by a simple conversation, right? And our community is good enough that they're gonna reach out. We get that every day. We're out at lunch or we're out doing work, and someone comes up after we're doing business and says, hey, how's it been? And we strike up a conversation. Before you know it, they've learned something about police that they didn't know in the past. And maybe it changes their mind. Maybe it changes their perspective, their outlook on how police are doing their jobs. Even if it's just educating one person, it'll make a difference. So we see that all the time.
Well, there's a thing that people say down there, and I'd like to ask you if you can explain what this means to people that maybe don't know. There's a thing called the Williamson way, okay? So kind of hash, that little quote, the Williamson way. What does that mean, Lieutenant Luera?
Well, for me, it means going above and beyond to make sure that everyone around you gets exactly what they need before you do. We're always looking to help. We're always thinking of others before we think of ourselves. Um, we're uh, we're definitely not selfish when it comes to dishing out help. We will do our thing to raise money for the folks when they need it. We will give, you know, we will give gifts when it's time to give gifts. There are certain things that we don't have to do in police work, but we go out of our way to make sure that those are done so that the community is happy. Some of the things like as simple as a parade for someone that has graduated high school. They haven't seen their classmates. They don't have much support. It's been a bad year, and we don't have to do those things. But the minute we hear something like that, we all band together and we get as many folks as we can to parade down this person's street to make sure that they're appreciated. Everything they've done, their hard work it doesn't go unknown, right? So those are the kind of things that we do, and it could be anything. It could be from something that simple to raising money for someone in the hospital.
Yep.
It's what we do here, and that's the Wilco way. We care a lot here.
I love it. I really do. I think that's really a great explanation. I wanted people to know, hey, there is a thing called the Wilco way, and that's it right there. All right, so let me do this. We've got poor connection right now with Lieutenant Luera. If you want to put your last comments up on the screen, please do so, okay, on the comments stream, and then we'll do our best to get them to LT, okay? So we're reconnecting now through the magic of social media and the internet. Or as some people call it, the interweb. I'm not sure what that means. It's kind of keeping them all the same. Lisa L., great comment. Never watch A&E again. Yes. Another network will pick up LivePD. Yep, another one will, and treat officers with the support and respect that they deserve. Can I get an amen in the house? Yes, you can. Amen, Lisa. Yep, she's right. She's right. And someone is going to pick it up. And somebody's going to pick that up, and they're going to really be very grateful that they did. Yeah, because in quite all honesty, the nice thing about that, we've lost that connection. We're trying to reestablish. The cool thing about that is that A&E knows they made a mistake right now, right? They've just stepped in a little dew. And unfortunately, it's kind of a little late now, right? They could try and save face by bringing him back, but then the backlash from the mob, bad. Yeah. So, Lieutenant Luera might have lost either his phone, could have run out of battery, or could be hot. You ever have your phone like on your dash, okay, and it's hot out? Your phone will overheat. Be careful of doing that. Truly, I have had it happen. And I was like, what? What kind of expensive thing is this? It can't work when it gets hot. Well, it's an electronic device. So that could have happened here. We'll see if he calls back. In the meantime, let me get some of your questions. We'll see what we can do to try and help with that. How is your family handling all this change in law enforcement? Don't know that one, but that's a good question. That's a very good question. I think that like any family, they'd probably be concerned, because it is a tough world. It really is. Now, let's see here. Look at all the questions. Yep. Good time glamping. Jill Bamai, glamping by the lake. Very nice. Yes. So there you go. All right. And I got him trying again. So hang on. Let's see if we can get him. And we'll do our very best to bring him back on. There he is. Hang on a second. Let's bring him back on. There's his Lieutenant Mark Luera. There he is.
I got you back.
Yes, you did. You got us back. I called you back, and I was like, we'll call. But I was worried. Have you ever had it happen where your cell phone's like on the dash, and it gets too hot, and then it tells you, shutting down, internal temperature too hot or whatever, and you're like going, what? And then it doesn't work for like a half hour. No kidding.
I think that's what happened. The thing got too hot, and then here we are. So I got it to work again. So
well, thank you. Here's a question I want to get back to because it was a good one. It really was. Let me find it. Here we go.
Yeah.
Jeanette. Whoops. That's not the one. She's talking about the live PD cruise if it happens. Are you planning on going on that if it does happen, the live PD cruise?
I'm sorry, Larry. What was that?
Have you heard about the live PD cruise?
Yes. Have I
Okay,
heard from them or?
one of the people's asking if you were planning on maybe attending that. That's all. Oh, might have a
No,
sketch connection.
I don't have, yeah,
I
my
got you.
schedule is just, I wouldn't be able to make that.
Yep. Jeanette's got a great question from Corvallis, Oregon. Her question: how is your family handling all of this change in law enforcement right now?
Pretty good. We've been in this business a long time, and they've kind of grown accustomed to the things that come with it. And it's been tougher nowadays, especially with how it's been in the media and how bad it's gotten. So they worry. They worry, but they know that we stick together. We band together. We make sure that we come home at the end of the shift. So um, they handle it the best they can, and we talk a lot about it, so that helps.
Very good. Live with Lieutenant Mark Luera just for a couple more minutes, folks. Get your questions on the screen. Lee Terry, Middle Tennessee. Please tell Katie hello.
I will, Kate.
All right. There you go. Carrie says something really cool. She said, imagine how great the world would be if we all lived the Wilco way. That's pretty cool. Stephanie East, Wilco are all down to earth people. I love it. So, and I think a lot of folks see that.
We are. So
Yeah, I think a lot of folks see
that's
that.
good. Yeah,
Special.
that's genuine. These guys are. That's just the way it is here in Texas, Williamson County. It's just it's a genuine feeling for it's compassion. They really do care about the community and the folks who live here.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's one of those things that it's right now you're in a situation where you truly you need to really truly do it in a very careful way because you guys are really under the microscope now, right? And I think that the most important thing is you guys can't overthink because then you can get in trouble, right? Because it's all your training. Your training
Right.
decides what you do based on the law. You can't be worried about public perception. That's when you can get in real trouble or get killed. What's
Right.
it? I mean, let's kind of we agree on that. Let's ask this: how has the coronavirus changed business for Williamson County dealing with the public?
It's crazy how that's changed life in general, right? We do everything differently now. Everything's done. You have to wear a mask. You have to restrict your contact. In years past, we were worried about locations that were gang locations. We still do that, right? They still broadcast, hey, that house is a dangerous place. Be careful. But now, one of the protocols is, hey, be careful. This household someone's tested positive for COVID. So those are some of the things we've had to change and had to modify on a daily basis. So it really, as far as contact with the public, that hasn't changed. We still go out and we still do our job. But the way we do it has been changed, right? We have to be super cautious about things. We have to wear masks out in public. It's mandatory for us anytime that we're out dealing with the public. So nothing's changed as far as contact with the public and how we do that. It's how we do it. This is what's really changed for us.
Very good. Very good. Well, we are very grateful to have you for just a few more minutes. I know that the coronavirus has changed in a lot of ways. I know Inspector Sroka said, it's not really any different for us. We're more careful in terms of how we approach people. We do let some things go that we weren't, letting go before. They're just minor things. But if you make us get out of the
Right.
car, then we got a problem. And, just mind your P's and Q's. Do what you need to do, right? That's what people should do. Okay.
That's it.
Is there anything you'd like to share with Live PD Nation, Lieutenant Luera? I'd love to have you on forever, but I know you have a life, and we have Captain Bill Burt coming on in about 10 minutes, actually 15.
Nice. Great guy, and great folks that you've had on. and that you will have on today. Extremely good people. We appreciate all the help. LivePD Nation, I want to thank you for all of the support that you've given us in the past, all the support and love that you're giving us now. It is greatly appreciated, and we miss and love you.
That's just simple, wonderful, and to the point. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Mark Luera, right there. Kathy Salazar, you guys are amazing. Judy Strew. Hi, Judy. It's good to see you again. Missed you. I've missed you, Judy. You know that I've missed you. Thank you for your time today. Take care and be safe out there, okay? And then Kathy Salazar says, LT, can you go pick up JJ? What? You guys, hold on. We are not like, we are not your Uber here, okay? Sorry. That's funny.
Brad, of course.
I don't think that we've had this question yet with you, so I got to throw it at you, brother, okay? Before you go. Would you rather be pepper sprayed or tased?
Oh, someone asked me that the other day, and I'm going to tell you that I would much rather take a second ride, taser ride, than pepper spray. So pepper spray is a nasty but effective tool. But they spray you, and that thing will last anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes. Once you get rid of it and you think you've washed it off, it doesn't really work that way. And then you go home and you shower, and that reactivates that, and it just starts all over again. So I would much rather do 5 seconds of tasing and be done.
Very good. We've only had, I think, 1 or 2 people from all this time who have chosen the pepper spray. It's that bad. It's that bad. Oh, Kate, you said, can you ask him my last question, Larry? Did you see it? No, Kate, ask it again, sweetheart, okay? There's a lot of questions on the screen, okay? So I don't like focusing on one. It's, okay, about the sign language. Kate, I mean, you got to decide how much of your personal life needs to be shared in this thing. And I'm looking at that stuff, and I've got to also make a decision to protect you, okay? So I think that it's important you understand that, okay?
Yeah.
So what she's essentially saying is she has experience with sign language, and she'd be willing to help you guys with it if you needed it. So that's what she's trying to tell you, okay?
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's a nice comment.
Great. That's great. It is.
Very nice. And then Wanda Bailey, how's Lieutenant Kennedy doing?
Great. Once again, I work across the county away from those guys, so I don't get to see them on a regular basis. But I saw him not too long ago, and he's doing great.
He's still rocking the what is it, Elvis Costello hair? Just kidding. Joking. Yeah. Elvis Costello had the same hairstyle.
That's his cut, man. That's his look.
Yeah, he looks clean cut and cool. He's good.
Yeah.
He's good. All right.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Mark Luera, Williamson County, Texas. Thank you for joining us to help raise money for 2 of your guys, Deputies J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden. I think it's very special you came. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming on. I truly mean that, because what you've done are you ready for this? You ready?
Yeah.
Another $100 came in while you were here. They are now at $16,700, everybody. That means only $3,300 to go. Please give at GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Yep. And thank you for being here. You helped get that happen, man. $100. $100.
Great.
Yep. How's Ginger doing? Last question. How's Ginger doing?
Ginger's doing great. I see him on a regular basis. We see each other every day. And we talk just about every day as well. He's doing great. He's kicking butt like he usually does, right? He's getting ready to study for sergeant's exams coming up, so good luck to him. I think he'll make a great supervisor. So those guys are striving and looking to do bigger and better things, and they're fantastic. Ginger's doing great.
Very nice. Wanda Bailey, you get the last word. Keeping all of you in my prayers. Thank you so much. Lieutenant Mark Luera, Williamson County, Texas. Thanks for helping us to try and raise money for Deputies Johnson and Zach Camden. We'll do our best, okay?
Larry, thank you. I want to say thank you for everything you've done for us and for getting everything together, putting everything together to continue to push for the funds for JJ and Camden. Thank you so much.
It's an honor. It's an honor, man. And praise God for that. That's the Lord does all the heavy lifting. I'm just honored to help. Thank you, man. All right, we'll catch up with you soon, okay, Lieutenant? Thank you for being here. Stick with me on the line. I'll be right back. Don't go yet. Hang on, I'll be right back. Folks, that was Lieutenant Mark Luera live from Williamson County, Texas. Yes. Starting us off for LivePD folks in a row. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Captain Bill Burt from Missoula County, Montana. I'd like to share a little bit of a video that we have from, a little bit of time ago. Okay, it was a lot, but a very special LivePD person, okay? I have got to stand up. If I don't, I won't. So I need to. Important. It'll only be about 15 minutes. Give me that time. While we're here, meet the guy that said on LivePD, don't freaking move. Mike Baker, from our talk with him about 8 months ago. Right now, we'll see in 15 minutes on Leo's Coast to Coast.
An unstoppable force racing through the atmosphere, streaking through the stratosphere, and punching through the ionosphere. LivePD Nation, we've got a great big American hero here. Good morning, everybody, wherever you may be. Protecting the people of Burnett County, Georgia, Master Deputy Michael Baker is on Leo's Coast to Coast, and we are live.
Happy Saturday, everybody! We're having some fun here. How about I am live and in charge. I gotta show you this. This is a picture of Deputy Baker with an 11-year-old young man pinning a junior deputy badge on him. Now, is that cool or what? This man is a bad guy getting little boy loving guy that just has done nothing. I'm so honored to have him on. Welcome, friends, to Leo's Coast to Coast. It's a Saturday and we've got one of the best of all time here. Sorry for the little mess up here. We had a little problem with our equipment this morning before we started. Deputy Mike Baker all the way, and there's the music again. That's good. Master Deputy Baker, let's just sing along, shall we? This man chose Thunderstruck by AC/DC, and you know what? It's great because this is music. If you do not get pumped up listening to this song, you're dead. That's just the way it is. You're just simply dead, all right? I think we agree on that. Master Deputy Baker, good morning. Welcome to the show. We are so honored to have you. How are you this morning, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Oh, man, hey, it's our honor. This guy gets home in the middle of the night. He goes to bed, and then he wakes up to do the show. Now, that is cool, and I want to thank you personally for that because, you know what, like I told you before, buddy, we're just a little mom and pop shop. There's not a lot of people here, but we do reach folks, and you know what? Your kindness means a lot. Master Deputy Baker, thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm very honored to be on the show.
Well, thank you. We are honored to have you. Tell us why you picked AC/DC.
Well, it's one of those hard rocking, drive fast tunes, and it's got an excellent intro. It's just like the calm before the storm, and the song just builds with a lot of energy. Mm-hmm. I like a couple of AC/DC tunes. I am a classic rock kind of guy as well as some R&B. I listen to a myriad of things when I'm actually working. So, but when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, well, what would be pump? And I was actually driving down the road, and I thought to myself, AC/DC is a pretty hard rocking song. It's got a great intro.
Thunderstruck. Go for Thunderstruck.
how I deal with some of our suspects and stuff like that, you know, to keep them off their game so I'm on my game. So that's how we got Thunderstruck.
Oh, it is good stuff, man. You are definitely serving the public well with that. We are live with Master Deputy Michael Baker from Gwinnett County, Georgia. We're very honored to have him. Thank you very much to the fine people of the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office for allowing us the honor of having him today. I know that you guys are busy and you guys have a lot of things on your plate there, but because of your kindness, this has happened. And all the you see all those hearts on the screen, folks? That's because of what the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office has done and Master Deputy Baker's sacrifice for coming on with little sleep. So there you go, all right? How long have you been serving in law enforcement, Master Deputy?
I got out with the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office in September of 2006, and I've been there ever since.
Okay. What is, if you can, now this is not in the sheet, but you're going to help me with this. Tell me what a master deputy is, because I know that there's people that probably have that question. What would that be in terms of a rank for maybe another department?
Okay. In our rank structure at the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, it's the third rank in succession. Everyone who gets hired on, essentially, if they're not peace officer certified by the state of Georgia, and you come to work at the Sheriff's Office, you start as a Deputy Sheriff 1, which is a jailer. You go to mandate school after that with the department, and you go through your post-training and get certified as a peace officer. Then you become a Deputy 2. Master Deputy is the third rank, which means I have the certification as an FTO trainer. I'm state certified as an FTO, field training officer. So that allows us to have the third rank in our department, and that's the rank I'm currently holding.
Congratulations. And also, Master Deputy Baker, you also served the United States Marines as well, didn't you?
Yes, I joined the Marine Corps January 2nd, 1990, and served until September of 2003.
Huh? How about that? American hero right there. You know, when you see on his Twitter page, if you take a look at his photo pic, it's got a picture of American flag and him there. And his Twitter handle, also Devil Dog. For those of you who don't know, that is a nickname for United States Marines because of their service during World War II, the Devil Dogs. And it's because they just simply would not go away. They kept coming at them. And, you know, the history of the United States Marine Corps is amazing. What rank did you end up with there?
I ended up as a Staff Sergeant E6 before my time in the Marine Corps ended.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Honored to serve my country.
Well, we are grateful you did, and we're blessed that you did because we live in a safer world because of it. Master Deputy Baker, could you tell us about a person or people you looked up to when you were young, maybe helped you out to become the person you are today?
Well, most certainly, first and foremost, were my parents. My mother and father in upstate New York, Syracuse. You know, I grew up in a household with loving parents and a good foundation. My mom, she did succumb to cancer in 1999.
I'm sorry, very sorry.
She left us. My father, however, is still kicking it up there in Syracuse at 83 years old. He's just a man who's worked hard all of his life. He told me, you know, at a very young age that, you know, you better do something with yourself. You know, you better figure out what you want to do and go forth in life because life gets harder the older you get. So that always stuck with me. So I kept that in mind, and one day I was looking at some photos, some old black and white photos of my granddad on my father's side, and I came across a picture of him in dress blues. Now, mind you, I'd already been talking to an Army recruiter for the better part of a year in a delayed entry program. I mean, going to pulley meetings and going down to the recruitment center at the federal building in Syracuse and meeting with the Army. Nothing against the Army, a great organization. But when I saw my granddad, who I never had known was even in the Marine Corps at such a young age, I got curious. I said, "What's this uniform?" You know, I didn't know Granddad served. You know, my granddad at the time when I was growing up was very old. You know, he didn't talk much, but when I did get to see him, he always kind of just was happy to hang out with me, you know, and
Wow.
I respected him for that. You know, we went fishing and so they at a very, very young age. So long after he had passed, you know, I'm looking at this photo, and I thought to myself, what would make my granddad proud? You know, I mean, I already knew I was going in the military. I knew I was. By all rights, it was the Army at first.
Mm-hmm.
But when I saw that photo of him dressed blues, and at the time, for his service, black Marines didn't get dressed blues. It's just that was a time and age in our country where, you know, black servicemen weren't recognized like that. And for him to have the dress blue uniform on, which black Marines didn't get issued at the time of his service, it meant a lot to me. So once I saw that photo, and my father had told me about my grandfather's time in World War II, I had a meeting 2 days later with my Army recruiter, same guy I've been dealing with for almost a year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at our MEP station at the time in the federal building in Syracuse, you come through the big doors and you immediately hook a left and you go down this long hallway. And straight ahead at the end of this long hallway was the open door, which was the Army recruiter's office.
Okay.
So my recruiter sat at the desk at that door. You could see all the way down the hallway. So as I'm coming down there, he's expecting me. He gets a smile on his face, and I'm walking down this long hallway towards him thinking, I'm going in the Marine Corps. He just doesn't know it yet.
Oh, wow.
And just before I get to his doorway, the Marine recruiting office is immediately to my left.
Okay.
Right next to his door. So as I look, and I take a step in towards the Marines,
wow.
and my recruiter came out from behind that desk and said, what are you doing? You know, this is a year of me dealing with this guy, you know, nice guy and stuff like that, had me slated to become an MP, you know, give me everything I asked for, you know. Wow. And when I stepped into the office, he came hauling ass behind me. I was like, I said, I'm going to see what the Marines have to offer. And as soon as I said that, as I'm looking at him, this Marine comes up from behind the desk, back in the corner of the office. Short, stocky, brush cut, rough-looking guy. Mm-hmm. Uniform was absolutely impeccable. And he said, let me ask you something. What are you willing to give to the Marine Corps? Which caused me to stamp my head the other direction, looking at him. And I was like, well, damn, I wasn't expecting to hear that.
Uh-huh.
You know, so it wasn't really sort of a, hey, welcome in, glad to see you. It's like, what are you going to offer the Marine Corps? Mm-hmm. And right then and there, I knew this is where I want to be.
Wow.
And from that point on, my journey began with the recruitment process for the Marine Corps. And they offered me nothing. I mean, Army was offering me what I wanted to do, where I wanted to be stationed, everything. You know, they were handing to me essentially on a silver platter. Now, everybody knows it's been in the military, you know, recruiters lie. Mm-hmm. Okay? They lie to get you to sign the dotted line.
Sure.
Okay? And I know a lot of guys that's been in, and yeah, my recruiter told me this, and look what I ended up with.
Uh-huh.
But this Marine, this short, scruffy guy, built, cut, diesel guy, said, I'm not offering you anything.
Wow.
You know?
And
you
went.
Corps, you get what you take.
Wow.
You take what you get.
Wow. That right there, folks, is gold. That's a great story. I mean, if you don't know more about Master Sergeant Baker now, you won't ever. That's a wonderful story to tell you who he is. I mean, he likes the challenge. He thinks clearly and deeply. We are live with Master Deputy, pardon me, sir, Michael Baker from Gwinnett County, Georgia. You can call and speak with him if you'd like to. The phone number is 503-420-4062. Parb51 said, thank you so very much for your service. Parb, thank you for letting him know that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, again, the phone number 503-420-4062, and you can speak with Master Deputy Michael Baker. We interview law enforcement professionals from all over the country, and we ask them the same questions sometimes. One of them is, what do you think the biggest problems are that's facing law enforcement in Gwinnett County?
In Gwinnett County, I would say the influx of people we have here. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of people have nicknamed Gwinnett County and Metro Atlanta, the melting pot of the South. Okay, a lot of cultures come here from all over. Mm-hmm. In Gwinnett County, we have a huge population of people, of a myriad of people from all walks of life, religions, races, colors, and creeds, you name it. I mean, so communication is definitely key.
Okay.
And when you don't speak the language, whether it's, you know, Mandarin Chinese to maybe somebody from Romania or Croatia to anybody that's from El Salvador, if you don't speak the language, there's always going to be some conflict there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been overseas, and when you don't speak the language, you are out of the loop, plain and simple.
Yeah,
they
that would be
automatically
true.
know you're not from there. They know by the way you dress. They know how the way your mannerisms is different. So in Gwinnett County, with the different people we have here, and the mannerisms and the customs that come along with those different races and religions, you got to be cognizant of it. You got to understand who you're talking to, and how to essentially communicate with them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's difficult. I mean, I know English. You know, I get by with a little roadside Spanish from time to time, and literally get by.
Okay.
So for us in Gwinnett County, I think, and this is probably, and I feel safe in saying this across the board with a lot of law enforcement and services, that not knowing the language and their customs and how they understand life to be for them is a huge obstacle to try and overcome. You know, and it's not just because, you know, we may be stopping them on the side of the road or serving a warrant. It may be a call for service because their child's choking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when
Sure.
you don't know the language in a moment of panic, it can be a very detrimental thing. So all we can do as law enforcement agents here in Georgia across the board is educate ourselves, get out in the community, intermingle with the different festivals and stuff that go on that we have throughout the county and the state,
Mm-hmm.
so that we can understand their cultures and understand what that particular.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Getting somewhere deep within the bowels of Oregon. Sounds gross. Okay, somewhere deep in the country of Oregon. Yes, it's kind of strange here, but there are still normal human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, hello there, wherever you may be. Texas in the house today. Hello, upstate. Hello, Ohio. Hello, Tennessee. Hello, Manitoba. Hi, Ontario. Welcome, New Hampshire. Yeah, hi there, upstate Texas again. Our good golly moderators and production lead, Sam Steele, 21 plus 1 today. Well done, Sam. We are around the world today, raising money to special deputies. Right? Yeah. Trying to make money for both Deputy J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden. Please give a GoFundMe. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. That's where you give. Okay? So mark that in. Please give at GoFundMe. And let's get these guys funded so we can be done with this, but still let you have some fun today. We've got a very special guest coming on. Oh yeah, very special. LivePD folks, rejoice. Today's the day. It just is. Today is your day. 4 LivePD folks from 4 different departments coming to help both deputies J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden's GoFundMe. There it is on the screen. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Simple. Type exactly what's on the screen in your search bar, whether you use Yahoo or Firefox or the one that begins with a G, which I don't want to publicize anymore. I don't like them. That's my own thought. Anyway, so go ahead and just type in your search bar on the internet, GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Exactly what you see right there on the screen. It'll take you to their page. Make sure you do deputies, plural, and you'll see it, okay? 16,000 $700, I believe, right now. I believe we got another $100. Yeah, we did. Another $100. So let me change that number here for you so it's correct. We don't want to be wrong. Every dollar matters. And that is so cool because right now they are only at $3,300 left to raise, my friends. That's great. Please give. That's why we're here. We're here. And all of these LivePD and America's Top Dog guys are coming because they're trying to help encourage you to give. That's what we're here to do. It doesn't work unless you do. And it could be as little as $5, and $5 makes a difference. Please give. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Now, my pleasure to introduce a person I consider a very, very dear friend. He was the first person I reached out to from the LivePD community. He said yes before I finished hitting send, literally. Ladies and gentlemen, from Missoula County, Montana, fresh out of a big surgery, but still here, Captain Bill Burt, right there on screen. How are you, Cap?
Very good. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it.
Well, we are honored. Tell us what the heck happened, buddy. I mean, you got kind of banged up at work, and then you went rafting, and you saved a little girl's life. Whoa, I think that's fantastic.
Well, the initial injury happened back in June 10th. It was just an at-work injury, just doing some lifting and trying to move something, and ended up tearing my rotator cuff and bicep tendon, and in the process of waiting for the surgery date, it's just a lot of dull pain and a lot of weakness in that arm, and then ended up in a little rafting incident this past Saturday that I'm sure it didn't. I don't know that it actually made it any worse, but it certainly didn't help it at all. So I ended up tearing the rotator cuff and bicep tendon, but surgeon that did the repairs said that he felt like it went well and ended up doing a lot more work in the bicep than he anticipated. But overall, he thinks that I have a pretty good prognosis.
Very good. We are grateful to hear that. I've had the bicep repair myself, and it's a very odd feeling. I mean, it's like you scream because you feel it pop and you hear it pop. When that bicep tendon pops, you hear it. And the pain is right now. It was
pretty gnarly. When it was an audible noise. All three of us heard it pop.
Yep.
The two guys that were with me, and then the spasms that went on in the bicep and the forearm were kind of gnarly, kind of fun to watch, but it was definitely not fun to feel.
Fun to watch. Live with Captain Bill Burt, Missoula County, Montana. Your questions right there on screen. Just put in the comments whatever you'd like to ask. We'll do our best to ask Captain Burt. He was involved last weekend in a very interesting rafting situation too. And I know you said probably not the best thing to do or something like that, but you know what? I'll tell you, there's a reason God put you there. If you hadn't been there, that little girl would probably be dead. Tell us about what you can about that story. It's phenomenal what happened. You almost died in that too.
Well, it was. I really didn't think I was going to come out of it. It was the Bitterroot. Missoula's got three rivers. We have the Bitterroot, the Clark Fork, and the Blackfoot. And the Blackfoot dumps into the Clark Fork pretty early on. It's about halfway through Missoula where the rest of it converges. My oldest son and I, it's the water's pretty low, so it's relatively safe to go out and float. We call it the hatch. About this time of year, you see 10,000 people out on these rivers, and they're in tubes and kayaks, and it's a relatively safe form of recreation. And when the water levels get low, and so Tyler and I were out on the river. It was pretty nice day, not a cloud in the sky, no indication of any wind. We were just enjoying ourselves and enjoying each other, and came to a fork in the river, and he was about 20 yards ahead of me, and he took what looked like the main channel, and I was kind of concerned because it looked like he was going to drag on the bottom. It was pretty shallow where he was, and I was kind of teasing him a little bit about being sideways on the kayak. I thought it might roll him over.
Oh boy!
And when we came around the corner, or when I came around the corner and caught up to where he was at, I saw what he was looking at, and there was a really sharp log at the end of a pretty big log jam that had 3 or 4 or maybe more rafts and inner tubes on it that were popped.
Oh man.
Obviously some people had gotten sucked into the current was taking right into it. Was a pretty swift current going right into where that log jam was at. And I got pretty concerned about him. I figured he was in some trouble, and last thing in the world I wanted to see him do was get sucked under that log jam.
Yeah.
And so I was watching him and rooting for him to get out of there. And last minute he did. He was able to throw himself out of the current. I forgot to take care of myself. I was paying so much attention to him that I didn't focus on the fact that I was in trouble now.
Oh boy.
So I didn't have enough time to get out.
Cap, we're kind of losing you a little bit on your mic. If you could pull the mic just a little bit, I know it'll be hard to do while you're here, right? Yeah, there you go. Just pull it away just a little bit. It won't be so muffly. This is so important. Better. So your son got out, but you were worried about him when you saw the popped rafts. Then what happened? We kind of lost that part.
Yeah. So I didn't take care of myself. I was paying more attention to him. Let me turn this off. I'm just going to go. How's that? Is that okay?
I think you're beautiful.
You got the audio okay there?
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, he got free of it. I didn't. I ended up getting pulled into it. Tipped me over, sucked me under, and pinballed me down on the bottom off quite a few logs, and eventually kind of slammed me up against a wall of logs that were down there. And I was stuck down there for, I don't know, 30 or 40 seconds. It's hard to tell. I know I just resigned myself to the fact that I was just going to hold my breath as long as I could. I really didn't think I was coming back out. I probably had 10,000 thoughts run through my mind. And I think, just knowing he was up there and knowing it just let me go down. I was pretty concerned that he might try to come save me. And there was just no room for two of us. And just before I lost consciousness, the log started to move a little bit, and the pressure from the water coming behind me was intense, but the suction coming from the other side was what really stuck. That's really what had me stuck. I really couldn't move down there.
Oh boy!
And when those logs started to move, it opened up a gap big enough it sucked me through there like a ping pong ball. It just ripped me right through the bottom of them, and I could see a small opening on the surface, and so I just went for it. Reached up through that opening, and I was grabbing on stuff. Most everything I grabbed onto was either breaking away or it was too slippery to hold onto. And
sure,
very last moment, I was able to grab onto a dry stick, a branch of a dry log, and pulled myself long enough to catch my breath and get my other hand on there, and was able to pull myself back up on the log jam.
Praise God. Praise God. Wow.
Happy to have made it out of there, because I was hung up on quite a few things when I was in there. And we were both trying to figure out a way. I was kind of stuck out on an island of this stuff, and there was really no easy way of getting off of it, at least by myself.
Yeah. And then, but then you saw something that scared the crud out of you. And then bear with me, Cap. We're losing the top of your head. I basically have about your eyes. There we go. Now we got more of your beautiful face. There's your buddy. There's my buddy. So this is the part I'd love people to hear, because it really, this man almost lost his life. He's out of breath. He fought for everything he could, got back up to the surface, and then he sees something that scares the crud out of him. Tell that part of the story, Cap. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Tyler, there was no way for him to get out, so he worked his way back upstream. He walked back up to where he could get across on foot. And while he was gone, another group of floaters came around the corner. There were 4 couples, so 8 adults, and they had, I don't know, 7 or 8 kids with them, and they were all under the age of 10.
Oh boy!
And I knew that they were in the same kind of trouble we had just gotten out of. So I started yelling for them to get out of the water, get to the side. And I don't think they could hear me. And talking to them later, it just, they weren't hearing what I was saying. And there was one guy, he was at a smaller tube with his daughter, And as they tried to get out of the tube flipped, and it kind of catapulted his daughter out ahead of him. And little girl, she was about 6, wearing a life jacket, which is good, but it wouldn't have been very helpful in that log jam. That life jacket probably would not have been a good thing to have on when you're getting pinballed around. And that was just something else to get caught up on things. And so I knew she was in a lot of trouble. So I took off running across the top of the log jam. There's parts that are stable, parts that aren't. Just before I got to where she was at, I fell through again and was struggling to stay afloat and stay up because the current was trying to take me away again. And just as she floated by on the other side of a log, I was able to grab a hold of the shoulder of her life jacket and pull her up onto the log jam. And talking to her dad afterwards, he was in recounting what he was watching. He saw me up there. He had no godly idea why there would be a person standing on the log jam out in the middle of nowhere, but he was glad to see that somebody was there because he saw that I was going to be able to get to her. And then when I fell through, he was pretty disheartened. He thought that, any chance of catching her before she ended up under this log jam was gone. And, it was kind of, there was a lot of lucky things that happened that day. Had what happened to me not happened, I wouldn't have been where I was. Had Tyler and I not taken the wrong turn on that river, we wouldn't have been there to warn those people and get them out.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
It's a wonder that nobody's been killed or has lost their life in that section yet. We're going to do what we can to mitigate that and get those logs removed. As the water recedes a little more, we should be able to get a team in there and hopefully get some of that removed. And in the meantime, get some signage up and try to keep people from making the same mistake that we made.
That's interesting. Okay, so is that something that the Missoula County Sheriff's Office would get in and do, to try and help move those things, or who would be in charge of that?
We did a little bit last year and we did some this year. So we have 2 search and rescue teams. We have our Sealy Swan team and then we have the Missoula team. Mm-hmm. We've utilized the Missoula team on 2 occasions in the past year to go and because we have the safety equipment, the lines, the swift water divers, that we can tie them off on a lanyard and get them in the water safely and use some chainsaws to cut that up. This one's going to be a little more work than that because there are literally hundreds and hundreds of logs that are out there. It's not going to be simply a matter of just putting some guys out there with some saws. I don't know all the rules and how to mitigate that problem, but my idea is to go in there with some explosives and just
blow it up.
Get it on, before somebody gets killed.
Well, and what an amazing experience. And I'm trying to get the picture to come up on my computer, and it will. I'll get it up here so we can show a picture of you and this little girl who survived such an incredible experience. I guarantee it. That's something you'll never forget. I mean, you'll never forget that. And you did that really with one arm too. That's what's amazing to me. You really had one arm because your rotator cuff was torn, your biceps tendon was torn, and here's this little girl. The way you described it to me was she was down, stuck on that same log area you were. You knew where she was. You kind of went down the water, felt for her life vest, I guess, and yanked her back up. Is that what happened pretty much?
Well, she still hadn't gone under the log. Her dad had swam up behind her, and he was right behind her, but the current was taking him, and it was sweeping him underneath the log jam. And she was just on the other side of one log. She was moving pretty rapidly. She was moving as quickly as the current. And she was screaming and yelling for help. And just before she, when I went through, I was on one side of the log. She had just got to the other. So I was able just to reach over the top of the log and grab a hold of her, just before she went underneath the log jam where I went under.
Well, Cap, we're getting a tour of the world here, literally, of every picture ever been taken on this computer, and I'm doing everything I can to make it stop, and it won't, but we're trying. Anyway, we'll get you back here in just a second. Wow, we're really going crazy. I'm just going to put this on me if I can. I'm trying to click on me. It won't even do that. It's just like stuck. It's just stuck. It's just crazy. All right, Cap. So you're able to get this girl out of the water. And this was all just about me trying to put a picture of her on the screen. And now every picture that's on my desktop is popping up on the screen. This is downtown Portland, by the way. It's what it looks like. Yep. It's not peaceful there, just so you know. Just wanting to, make it clear that this is, these are the photos that are on my computer. Pretty scary, huh? There you go. All right. So trying to make it stop, can't, because it simply won't stop. And I am doing the best I can just to move trash. There we go. Trash. Please stop. Make it go. Make it stop. Please. Please stop. Now, somehow make this computer realize that we're trying to do something different. There we go. Thank you. Sorry, everybody. Literally, that whole time, it's doing that crazy slideshow. And I'm like going, stop. It won't stop. I'm trying to stay patient. I'm like, okay, well, keeps going. What can you do? Let's see if we can get Cap back on. Hang on. Let's see. Hey, there he is with, well, kind of. We're going to have to get through all of these photos. We'll get back to him. Just give us a second. While we're here, Captain, you have had an experience as well to do some stuff online where you've been able to, and I'll get your questions, folks, I promise. I'm literally trying to cut through every one of these pictures that popped up on this screen, literally. So give me a second to get through that, and then we'll get to your questions, I promise. Cap, you've been doing some stuff online as well to try and raise awareness to law enforcement and different things going on right now in the world, that affect you guys. What's it like right now to be in law enforcement? Because I can't imagine folks going into law enforcement or wanting to right now, because quite honestly, look at the world, it's kind of scary. So what do you think right now is the biggest challenge for young people who may want to go in law enforcement for a career? What do you think that biggest challenge is right now for them?
I don't know. Currently, what I'm doing right now is our yearly recruitment. We test once a year to establish an eligibility pool that we hire from throughout the year. And we did the physical fitness test this morning, and I'm just sitting outside while they're inside doing the written test right now. Our numbers are down pretty low. The number of applicants that we have.
And that's everywhere, by the way, not just Missoula.
Yeah,
it's everywhere. No one.
We're still pretty fortunate in Missoula and in Montana that we still do have applicants. A lot of places don't have enough applicants to fill the positions. We're not quite there yet, but you do see that the numbers are down. And we've been very fortunate here. We have the community support that we have is tremendous. You have a few of these troublemakers that want to try to create a problem where there's not. The community will jump behind and support their law enforcement around here quicker than they won't be behind them. So we're pretty fortunate. We're not seeing things that they're seeing in Tulsa and parts of Indiana and New York and
Portland.
Yeah.
Portland.
Yeah. I talked to Craig a little bit. It sounds like maybe in East Providence, they're kind of like we are. They still have a lot of support and not having those problems. But that it just seems like for places like Missoula, it's just a matter of time that it is coming. Hopefully that's not the case, and we can just continue to have good relationship with our community, between our community, our police, and our police and our community.
I don't know if you guys will have that problem, Cap, because you guys are pretty conservative there in Montana, and I think there's enough of that you guys will be okay. I think that people still think with their heads and understand that getting rid of law enforcement certainly isn't the answer when you have more crime. So makes no sense. But.
No, it's level-headed, and people are level-headed, and I think where we're fortunate is we are really, in so many ways, part of our community. We're involved as, baseball coaches or soccer, or football, or, we have kids. We're involved in school programs as parents. And so it's most of the time people know us in those roles rather than in our law enforcement roles. That's kind of secondary. It's what we do to, just to be able to be parents and, a son or a daughter or whatever the case might be. I just think the challenges in those other places is to where they're having all these problems. I don't know how you change the perception. It's a problem that I've seen evolving personally for more than 10 years. When in any one of these cases, what really is difficult as a police officer, and you can talk to anybody that has any time on this job. Really, the problems started happening when we stopped prosecuting people for resisting, obstructing, and assault on law enforcement. Those used to be charges that were serious, and they had mandatory sentences, and they stuck. And the prosecutors and the judges would hold people accountable for those. And in more recent years, those have been bargaining tools. They've utilized those to, drop those charges as part of a plea agreement when those were the ones that should stick. Right. And so when people are resisting, obstructing, or assaulting our law enforcement, there is no penalty for that. And it's really hard anymore to get even here to get a prosecution on somebody who resisted arrest, who obstructed an investigation, or obstructed justice, and it's even far more rare to see a prosecution for assault on a peace officer. You just don't see them. I can think of dozens of examples out of our jail where inmates have assaulted detention officers by throwing urine on them, or feces, or bloody clothing, and punching and spitting on them, and oftentimes, almost all the time, almost 100% of the time, those charges it's referred for prosecution, but prosecution is declined, and if it
What?
is, if they do prosecute, no, I'm not kidding, and
that's terrible.
And if prosecution isn't declined, usually that'll go away as part of the plea bargain. So there is no penalty for resisting, assaulting, and obstructing anymore. Wow. It's I think if we could get back to that mindset and start being harsh on those particular crimes again, I think that we would have an opportunity and a chance to start leveling the playing field a little bit. And look, I'm not in any position to talk about what has happened in some of these places across the country. I've seen the video just like everyone else. I didn't see what precipitated it. I didn't see what was going on during it. I only saw one camera angle, just like everybody else. And I think in these cases, it's so important to let these things go through due process, and let a defense attorney and a prosecutor present the case, and let a jury of people decide whether what happened was legitimate or not.
Yeah.
And stop rushing to judgment. But I do know this, in all of these cases, Larry, in all of them, and it's without exception, if the person being dealt with had complied with commands from the onset, there would not have been there. Even if the law enforcement wasn't acting in a manner that was right or legal.
Preach it, Brother Burt. Preach it. Go.
If the person had just complied to begin with, the situation would not have gone to where it went to.
Can I get an amen, everybody? Yeah. You see, that's the whole point. I mean,
and thankfully,
technically,
we do.
Well, technically, that's what this fundraiser is about, too. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to get it farther than that, but when you don't comply with law enforcement, only bad things are going to happen. Okay? Nothing positive happens from that. Go ahead, Cap. Sorry.
I'm not talking about living in a police state where, you've got people, screaming orders at you, and we're not going to mistreat people, and we're not going to ask people to do things that aren't necessary. But in the case that maybe let's just say that a police officer is acting in a manner that isn't appropriate, there are channels later on which a person can take, whether it be through that officer's chain of command,
civil court or even criminal proceedings against that person.
Yeah.
But utilize those channels. Out on the street, on the side of the road, at the traffic stop, at the domestic, at whatever, is not the time to do that.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
the law in all 50 states support that.
Yep. I'm going to
We
show
just
the
don't-
picture
we
real
don't
quick,
follow
Cap.
the laws.
Yeah, I'm going to show the picture of you and that little girl. This is really important because folks do want to see this. This is Captain Burt right after this happened. I'm sorry it took so long to get it here. Didn't mean for it to be that long, but literally I didn't think the computer would start showing every single photo I have on my desktop. By the way, a very good lesson to be learned there. Be careful what you watch on the internet. Be careful what you put on your desktop. Could you imagine if there was something really bad on my desktop? Right? Okay. You didn't see anything there because that's my life. Okay. This is Captain Burt. Right after this happened, there's a little girl you can see. She ain't too happy. And if you really look carefully, she got really bad scratches all over her thighs. It's really bad. She was really in trouble. And there's Captain Burt right with her. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, Cap. No, you're right. And I think that's where it all starts. When you resist or when you don't comply, everything goes downhill from there. No question. Okay, lots of questions. Judy Strew, how did the move go? Hopefully all done, and you are now settled in your new place. How's that going?
I am not settled in. I'm living out of a hotel right now because I'm in between places. Just a couple more weeks and hopefully the new place will be done.
Good. Okay.
It's gonna get just a sec. I just got to check on the.
Tammy Basham in Texas asks, "How's the temperature there?"
Yesterday, when I was setting up for this testing, when I left this building that I'm standing at right now, it was 105 degrees.
Holy moly!
People don't think it gets that warm here, but it most certainly does. It's anticipated to get into the hundreds again today.
Really?
It's not quite as muggy and as humid as it gets in some other places, but it's still plenty warm.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I could imagine. A lot of folks are saying, "God bless you," and what a frightening situation that was. No question about it. And Wanda Bailey, she's a cutie too. You will forever be her hero. Speaking of heroes, you also are Carrie, one of our production team's daughter's heroes, and you know that. Yeah, you know that. There's a picture Carrie sent me last night of her daughter who adores you. You know that. And she's holding a snake. Have you seen that photo yet?
I have, yeah.
Oh, there's no way. Not in God's green earth. There's no.
I got to check on something. I'm still with you. It's
yeah,
get
no
dark
problem. Take your time. Let me just do a commercial while you're doing that, okay? Folks, we're here on YouTube, not just to entertain you with live PD stories and taking questions and all that. We're here for a reason, because we're trying to help get money for 2 Texas deputies that desperately need money. That's the truth. Now, when we started a few weeks ago, we did one telethon just on the spur of the moment. And at that point, they were about $8,900 to raise. Take a look at that number now. Look at that. It's much less, much less. In fact, the dollar amount right now, in fact, it's on the screen. Excuse me. Let me zoom over to my screen so you can see it, okay? Look at that. $3,300 left to raise. Yeah, just $3,300. And, if you can't give, let's say you can't give $10, maybe $5. $5 would be great. We'd love to get $5. So maybe $5 is what you can do. 10 or 20, whatever. Think about what you can give up. It's payday, right? August 1st, payday. You got a little bit of money, please share it. These guys right here, right there, they need that. They desperately do. Their lawyers are working on faith that the rest of the money's going to come. All right? Now, so far, of all the guests we've had, it is, get this, Detective Vince Butkavich from the Scranton, Pennsylvania area, who came on first yesterday, who, while he was on the show, raised the most money at $240. Yep. So right now, he is the champion of getting the money here. So what we're asking today is, while we have the guys on the show, if you would please share and give, okay? We're going to see which one of the heroes can bring in the most money because, hey, that'd be kind of fun. Little game between all of them, all right? So right now, Detective Vince Butkavich from Pennsylvania, wonderful guy, has Canine Rocco. He is a canine officer there. And what's cool is when he was on, he ate Vegemite. Oh, no. Yes, he did. He really did. And then what happened was he shared it with the next guy that came on, which was so stinking funny. It was Sergeant Mark Tappan of Alpharetta, Georgia. He and K9 Mattis, he did the same thing, ate Vegemite. Yeah, and they were amazing. Still $16,700. So we need to get that money up. Please, 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 please give what you can. Remember, payday is here, and now's the time when you can really help make a difference, because that's why all these guys are here from LivePD. Let's go back to Captain Burt. Hi, Captain.
I'm back.
Yes, you are. Gatorade in hand. All right, let's get some questions. Cheryl Hill. Hi, Captain. Glad to hear you're healing. Lisa says, sounds like a Jesus moment to me. Yes, I agree. Yeah, Kathy, no kidding. Gremlins, that was a slideshow, like 100 miles an hour of what my computer has on the screen. Yep. Okay. Deborah Owens, good comment. The deputies would be so lucky to be in that community and your department. I love that. Jeanette Posler from Corvallis, Oregon. Here's a nice compliment for you. Having a mentor like you, Captain, will be a great positive. How about that?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Lee Terry says from Tennessee, Metro Nashville City Council just hired 40 cadets last month. They are refunding the police there. Thank goodness.
Awesome.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's not going to work. The defunding is not going to work anywhere. That's just going to create more problems and put people in danger, and people will die as a result of it. It's a silly concept and a silly idea.
Well, yeah. I mean, it'd be like in the middle of summer and you're in California and you start taking away the fire department. I mean,
yeah,
the fire's going to come. People are going to get hurt. They're going to get in trouble. But let's just save money and not have them. We'll give it to some other program instead because, those firefighters, they sit still around 9 months of the year, right? No. Anyway. So
most police departments and sheriff's offices are underfunded anyway to begin with. It's not like there's a lot of extra money laying around to, what people want to talk about is training. Well, that's one of the most deficient areas in any department is training, and it's because of lack of funding.
yes.
Administrators do what they can with what they have, and they do a great job all over the country. But the smaller the department, the less likely it is that they have the proper funding, and unfortunately, you end up with undertrained people, especially in particular areas.
See, and that's what people don't realize when they come to, quote, defunding the police. The first thing that goes is training. That's the first place they cut, extra training to help these guys be sharper. The next place they cut, you know what that is? Next place is their salaries. The next place is hiring new officers. Then it goes down to having to remove different, let's say, task forces or different groups that have been set up to be able to, say, for example, gang violence, things like that. And finally, they don't hire new people. They let them go. So when you talk about defunding the police, you're talking about a complete evolutional change of your police department. And I guarantee it, they don't stand behind it. And when you're in trouble in that city, don't plan on a quick recovery from the police because they're going to be a long ways away. Lee Terry. And that doesn't mean they won't be there. It just means that there's not enough of them to get there in time. Lee Terry says, have you been hanging out much with the grand pup? That's good stress relief.
No, I haven't seen a lot of Jackson. He's doing an internship over in Helena. It's his specialty all this time has been he's doing mechanical engineering and then eventually aeronautical, but he's doing an internship this summer that's related to astronomy. So I don't quite know everything it is that he's doing, but unfortunately I haven't been able to see him or his pup very much this summer. But I know he got offered to be able to go back to Huntsville in January, so he'll be moving back down there, working at the Arsenal again, and super excited about him being able to do that. That's just a great opportunity for him.
Yeah. So when you talk about kids that that you hope, well, your kid will be a rocket scientist. His kid is. His
Yeah,
kid really
yeah,
is. He's a rocket
yeah,
scientist. Here is a
yeah.
great comment I want to get to you from Carrie in Ontario, Canada. Captain Burt, Alex says hello. This is the girl with the snake. Okay, so that's why I want to make sure we
Uh-huh.
get it on the screen. This is Carrie, one of our production leads, and she is so special. Captain Burt, Alex says hello. She hopes you get better soon, and she's also forbidden me from talking about Smarties. But I have to know, have you finished your Smarties yet?
So we did get a bag of Canadian Smarties from Alex and Carrie, and they were a huge hit here. Everybody loved them. Alex is not a big fan of them. She doesn't like the Canadian Smarties. They're much different than the American Smarties. They're more like an M&M, but they were a big hit. Everybody loved them.
There you go. What? Hey, by the way, what mountain is that behind you there? That's beautiful.
So that's just part of. I'm out in East Missoula right now, which is it's just a little, I guess, a suburb of Missoula. It's just the one behind me is Sentinel, and then that's the backside of the mountain that has the big M on it, and then the one in the background there is Jumbo. That's where you see the big L on it. I'm just on the backside of it right now.
Beautiful. Thanks for sharing it. The
Yeah.
area, you could just see just how beautiful it is. Deborah, great question. Do a donation match. Use an amount that is attainable, for instance, $25, and ask others to match. Okay. The problem with that is you've got to have people give, and we don't have a company that's willing to do that. You got to have a business willing to do donation matches, right? And we're just average, everyday people just like you are, Deborah. We're exactly the same as you, right? Can you do a donation match? How much would you like to donate to give? If you want to do a donation match, I'll use your name. You match whatever people give, and we'll put you down for it, okay? That would be great if you'd be willing to do that. I personally can't. I don't know many people who can right now. Anything they can give is very special, okay? Kathy Plass, she said, I'm doing this through thunderstorms. Should be shutting off, but I can't. Kathy Salazar, let's raise some more money. What challenge would Captain like to do? Oh, there you go, Cap. What do you think?
Say that again.
She's
I got a
asking
lawnmower
what kind
going
of
in
a
the background.
challenge you'd like to do. If there's a challenge in terms of, for this fundraiser, for example, for Deputies Camden and Johnson, is there a challenge you'd like to tell LivePD folks to try and do or make if possible? Right now we're at $16,700 of $20,000 to raise.
Nothing off the top of my head. I would like for this little segment to at least match what the detective did for yesterday. That's pretty impressive. Just to keep on rolling like this and get those guys to their goal, that would be fantastic.
There you know
that.
Yeah.
Before I forget though, you hit on something about the defunding that I think is kind of important, and it's not. I don't think anybody's really too worried about the salary part of it. None of us ever got into this for the money. It was not about money, but in departments and police departments and sheriff's offices where they have had extra money and have had extra funding, where they've been able to find it, scratch it, dig it up wherever it came from. What they did with that money is they did develop, and you mentioned it, programs. Maybe it was a SRO program, or maybe it was a crime victim program. It's something to. We have a special victims unit that it's made up of the city. It's the city police department and the sheriff's office. Those are the kinds of things where you can spend some extra time with victims of violent crime, and try to help them walk through that instead of just providing them with a prosecution. You're providing them with services, helping them get through that. Those are the kinds of things that we lose when we start defunding. You're not going to cut out the essential services right away. You're still going to have, you have to keep your response teams available.
Yes.
So if you start defunding, you're losing the programs that have become so important and so instrumental in the communities to people that are victims of violent crime. And so it doesn't work. It doesn't work the way that people that are in favor of this, the way they're trying to portray it.
That's right.
It it actually hurts people that are victims of crime.
It makes it worse. Absolutely right. Yeah, Deborah, please don't take what I said personally. It wasn't meant that way. It isn't. It's just that question has come up multiple times, and I answer it the same way every time. Do you want a match? Because we're all just working people, or, in my case, I get a disability check every month, and I can't afford to do that. But if someone can afford to match, please let us know, because that'd be a great way to raise money. Deborah, you're right. It would be. So thanks for suggesting that. Okay. It was a very good idea. All right. Cap, we got to cut you loose here. Hold on. Kathy Salazar, this is Deputy Camden's mom, wants to tell you something. I'm going to share it with you. Okay. She says, thank you so much, Captain, for giving your time today and for your sacrifice. Thank you for believing in my sons, your brothers and sisters in blue in Christ.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's pretty cool. That's a special thought from a very special woman who's worried about her son, because he's one of the guys we're trying to raise the money for. So,
if I could say something to her, it was just you kind of, and there's been a couple of comments about, I don't like to force spirituality down anybody's throat. And, but I know I have a personal relationship with God, and, that was part of one of the many thoughts that I had when I was stuck down the bottom of that log jam, and just, thinking about that relationship and being thankful that I do have it. And, one of the scary things about being down there is just the thought of not having that relationship. And I just, pertaining to her son is just to continue to have faith. God's not running around in a panic with all of this. He's not running around afraid in a panic about everything that's happening. I know for us as human beings, it's probably a lot more difficult, and especially when it's somebody that you love and care about. Yeah. But just continue to have faith. He's there, and exactly. he's gonna just continue to ask him for peace and have him help you get through this.
There you go, Cap. And there's some crazy people. I call them the Wilco crazies, or the bunnies, Wilco bunnies. That's what I call them, because they act like children. And what they do is they've got to attack people, right? They don't agree with their opinion or what they're doing, so they attack and attack and attack. And to the rest of us, we look at it and we just shake our heads and say, gosh, what fools. They're just fools. I mean, they make all this noise like a squeaky door. And what happens to a squeaky door? You clean them out and you get rid of the door, right? Or you fix the hinge and it doesn't squeak no more. That's the way it works. So, it's too bad that people can't realize in life that they want the same treatment that they give to others, right? So you want to be treated the same way you want to treat others. So, but people don't think that way. Oh no, I got my opinion. I'm going to share it, but God help you if you say something like that to them.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. So that's the crazies of Williamson County. That's what they do. They jump on people and yell and scream, and we all look at them and shake our heads and say, gosh, they've got to be children? Like, what, 10? I don't know. Pretty creepy. It's been going on for years. So it's too bad, because what we're saying here is that, these guys, just need to be defended in court. That's it. Just defend them. And that's all we got to do. And it's working. The cool part is it's working. And the best part of that is their noses are being rubbed right in it, because these guys are being funded while there is a national outcry of defunding the police going on. Guess what, bunnies? They're getting their money. Yep. They're getting their money, and you guys are sitting there whining and crying. Just go back to your computer screen and hide in Mom's basement. Anyway, Captain Burt, we want to thank you for being here. We got Inspector Sroka coming up, one of your dear buddies. He's on the way, and we're going to show a quick little video so y'all can have fun. We'll see which next bunny comes out. They come out of their holes and they jump back in. It's fun. I think it's sporting. I love it. I think of it like a game. It's like, okay, which little one's going to pop up next and say something? And you look at me and say, blocked. And their comments never got on the screen anyway. It's just hilarious. I had to make a comment about it because to me, it's funny. It's just, you shake your head and go, those people, they can't be adults. Anyway, Captain, any last words from the folks from LivePD Nation?
No, I just thank you for inviting me today, Larry. It's especially for an occasion like this, and just I just hope the due process gets a chance to play out, and it's what everybody deserves, regardless of who you are or what kind of work you do. Everybody deserves due process. That's kind of the fundamental basis that we're that everything that this country was built on.
Yep.
And not to make judgment of anybody, regardless of what your personal feelings are. Let that due process take place, and be careful what you say ahead of time, because you might only have part of the story.
That's right. Yep. And like I said the whole time here, we're here to help raise money for these two, and by God's grace, it's coming, and they're nearly funded now. They're almost home. That's the cool part. It's part of a good thing. We're not saying that we know what happened. No one was there. I mean, no one knows what was going on except the deputies there and the people involved directly. That's it. Anything else is gossip. So we're here just to say they deserve legal representation that is competent, and we're trying to help them get it. Captain Bill Burt, thank you for being here. You are as awesome, super amazing, and cool. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You guys have a good day. Talk to you soon.
All right, Cap. Good luck with the test. See you later, buddy. God bless y'all. Okay? That's Captain Bill Burt from Missoula County, Montana. That's pretty cool. All right, folks, I'm going to get a 15-minute break here. We're going to get our dear friend, Inspector Sroka, and his family, children. Everyone's going to be here. We're looking for you. Please donate below. It is for Deputies Zach Camden and J.J. Johnson, both top-notch deputies who simply need to be defended in court by a lawyer. That's what it works, just needing to get paid a lawyer. The cool part, the lawyer saw when they were 75% funded, decided to step in and start representing them on faith that the rest of the money is coming. And it is. Stay tuned. Back with Inspector Craig Sroka in about 12 to 13 minutes. Enjoy this. It's the ways to be successful in life. Something every bunny should try and watch.
What starts here changes the world. I have a few suggestions that may help you on your way to a better world. And while these lessons were learned during my time in the military, I can assure you that it matters not whether you ever served a day in uniform. It matters not your gender, your ethnic or religious background, your orientation, or your social status. Our struggles in this world are similar, and the lessons to overcome those struggles and to move forward, changing ourselves and changing the world around us, will apply equally to all. So here are the 10 lessons I learned from basic SEAL training that hopefully will be of value to you as you move forward in life. Every morning in SEAL training, my instructors, who at the time were all Vietnam veterans, would show up in my barracks room, and the first thing they'd do was inspect my bed. If you did it right, the corners would be square, the covers would be pulled tight, the pillow centered just under the headboard, and the extra blanket folded neatly at the foot of the rack. It was a simple task, mundane at best, but every morning we were required to make our bed to perfection. It seemed a little ridiculous at the time, particularly in light of the fact that we were aspiring to be real warriors, tough, battle-hardened SEALs. But the wisdom of this simple act has been proven to me many times over. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task, and another, and another. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made, that you made. And a made bed gives you encouragement that tomorrow will be better. So if you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. During SEAL training, the students are all broken down into boat crews. Each crew is 7 students, 3 on each side of a small rubber boat, and 1 coxswain to help guide the dinghy. Every day, your boat crew forms up on the beach and is instructed to get through the surf zone and paddle several miles down the coast. In the winter, the surf off San Diego can get to be 8 to 10 feet high, and it is exceedingly difficult to paddle through the plunging surf unless everyone digs in. Every paddle must be synchronized to the stroke count of the coxswain. Everyone must exert equal effort, or the boat will turn against the wave and be unceremoniously dumped back on the beach. For the boat to make it to its destination, everyone must paddle. You can't change the world alone. You will need some help. And to truly get from your starting point to your destination takes friends, colleagues, the goodwill of strangers, and a strong coxswain to guide you. If you want to change the world, find someone to help you paddle. Over a few weeks of difficult training, my SEAL class, which started with 150 men, was down to just 42. There were now 6 boat crews of 7 men each. I was in the boat with the tall guys, but the best boat crew we had was made up of the little guys, the Munchkin crew, we called them. No one was over 5'5". The Munchkin boat crew had 1 American Indian, 1 African American, 1 Polish American, 1 Greek American, 1 Italian American, and 2 tough kids from the Midwest. They out-paddled, outran, and outswam all the other boat crews. The big men in the other boat crews would always make good-natured fun of the tiny little flippers the Munchkins put on their tiny little feet prior to every swim. But somehow these little guys from every corner of the nation and the world always had the last laugh, swimming faster than everyone and reaching the shore long before the rest of us. SEAL training was a great equalizer. Nothing mattered but your will to succeed, not your color, not your ethnic background, not your education, not your social status. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart, not by the size of their flippers. Several times a week, the instructors would line up the class and do a uniform inspection. It was exceptionally thorough. Your hat had to be perfectly starched, your uniform immaculately pressed, your belt buckle shiny and void of any smudges. But it seemed that no matter how much effort you put into starching your hat or pressing your uniform or polishing your belt buckle, it just wasn't good enough. The instructors would find something wrong. For failing the uniform inspection, the student had to run, fully clothed, into the surf zone, then wet from head to toe, roll around on the beach until every part of your body was covered with sand. The effect was known as a sugar cookie. You stayed in the uniform the rest of the day, cold, wet, and sandy. There were many a student who just couldn't accept the fact that all their efforts were in vain, that no matter how hard they tried to get the uniform right, it went unappreciated. Those students didn't make it through training. Those students didn't understand the purpose of the drill. You were never going to succeed. You were never going to have a perfect uniform. The instructors weren't going to allow it. Sometimes, no matter how well you prepare or how well you perform, you still end up as a sugar cookie. It's just the way life is sometimes. If you want to change the world, get over being a sugar cookie and keep moving forward. Every day during training, you were challenged with multiple physical events, long runs, long swims, obstacle courses, hours of calisthenics, something designed to test your mettle. Every event had standards, times you had to meet. If you failed to meet those times, those standards, your name was posted on a list, and at the end of the day, those on the list were invited to a circus. A circus was 2 hours of additional calisthenics, designed to wear you down, to break your spirit, to force you to quit. No one wanted a circus. A circus meant that for that day, you didn't measure up. A circus meant more fatigue, and more fatigue meant that the following day would be more difficult and more circuses were likely. But at some time during SEAL training, everyone made the circus list. But an interesting thing happened to those who were constantly on the list. Over time, those students who did 2 hours of extra calisthenics got stronger and stronger. The pain of the circuses built inner strength and physical resiliency. Life is filled with circuses. You will fail. You will likely fail often. It will be painful. It will be discouraging. At times, it will test you to your very core. But if you want to change the world, don't be afraid of the circuses. At least twice a week, the trainees were required to run the obstacle course. The obstacle course contained 25 obstacles, including a 10-foot wall, a 30-foot cargo net, a barbed wire crawl, to name a few. But the most challenging obstacle was the slide for life. It had a 3-level, 30-foot tower at one end and a 1-level tower at the other. In between was a 200-foot long rope. You had to climb the 3-tiered tower, and once at the top, you grabbed the rope, swung underneath the rope, and pulled yourself hand over hand until you got to the other end. The record for the obstacle course had stood for years when my class began in 1977. The record seemed unbeatable until one day a student decided to go down the slide for life head first. Instead of swinging his body underneath the rope and inching his way down, he bravely mounted the top of the rope and thrust himself forward. It was a dangerous move, seemingly foolish and fraught with risk. Failure could mean injury and being dropped from the course. Without hesitation, the student slid down the rope perilously fast. Instead of several minutes, it only took him half that time. And by the end of the course, he had broken the record. If you want to change the world, sometimes you have to slide down the obstacles head first. During the land warfare phase of training, the students are flown out to San Clemente Island, which lies off the coast of San Diego. The waters off San Clemente are a breeding ground for the great white sharks. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the students on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not that they can remember. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summons up all your strength and punch him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks. As Navy SEALs, one of our jobs is to conduct underwater attacks against enemy shipping. We practice this technique extensively during training. The ship attack mission is where a pair of SEAL divers is dropped off outside an enemy harbor and then swims well over 2 miles underwater, using nothing but a depth gauge and a compass to get to the target. During the entire swim, even well below the surface, there is some light that comes through. It is comforting to know that there is open water above you. But as you approach the ship, which is tied to a pier, the light begins to fade. The steel structure of the ship blocks the moonlight. It blocks the surrounding street lamps. It blocks all ambient light. To be successful in your mission, you have to swim under the ship and find the keel, the center line, and the deepest part of the ship. This is your objective. But the keel is also the darkest part of the ship, where you cannot see your hand in front of your face, where the noise from the ship's machinery is deafening, and where it gets to be easily disoriented, and you can fail. Every SEAL knows that under the keel, at that darkest moment of the mission, is a time when you need to be calm, when you must be calm, when you must be composed, when all your tactical skills, your physical power, and your inner strength must be brought to bear. If you want to change the world, you must be your very best in the darkest moments. The 9th week of training is referred to as Hell Week. It is 6 days of no sleep, constant physical and mental harassment, and one special day at the Mud Flats. The Mud Flats are an area between San Diego and Tijuana where the water runs off and creates the Tijuana Sloughs, a swampy patch of terrain where the mud will engulf you. It is on Wednesday of Hell Week that you paddle down to the Mud Flats and spend the next 15 hours trying to survive this freezing cold, the howling wind, and the incessant pressure to quit from the instructors. As the sun began to set that Wednesday evening, my training class, having committed some egregious infraction of the rules, was ordered into the mud. The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. The song was terribly out of tune, but sung with great enthusiasm. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted, and somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person, a Washington, a Lincoln, King, Mandela, and even a young girl from Pakistan, Malala. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start singing when you're up to your neck in mud. Finally, in SEAL training, there's a bell. A brass bell that hangs in the center of the compound for all the students to see. All you have to do to quit is ring the bell. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to wake up at 5 o'clock. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to be in the freezing cold swims. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to do the runs, the obstacle course, the PT, and you no longer have to endure the hardships of training. All you have to do is ring the bell to get out. If you want to change the world, don't ever ring the bell. It will not be easy. Start each day with a task completed. Find someone to help you through life. Respect everyone. Know that life is not fair and that you will fail often. But if you take some risks, step up when the times are the toughest, face down the bullies, lift up the downtrodden, and never ever give up. If you do these things, the next generation and the generations that follow will live in a world far better than the one we have today. And what started here will indeed have changed the world for the better. Thank you very much.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to from coast to coast, sea to shine city. It is Saturday, August 1st, 2020. We're here to help raise money for Deputies Zach Camden and J.J. Johnson of Williamson County, Texas, to help them pay for a lawyer's retainer. And folks, you are coming through big time. Way to go. I remember coming here, and it was like almost $9,000. No joke, about $9,000. Folks, it's getting really close now. Hang on, buckle up, strap in your seatbelt, because we've got a treat for you. I'm in a big-time treat. Inspector Craig Sroka. Remember him from LivePD? Remember when he went live with his family? Well, you have the chance now to see them live on a replay that is live to answer them questions. Yeah! Inspector Craig Sroka, that guy, is coming up live here on the Telethon to help raise some money for our dear friends JJ and Zach. Hi, everybody, wherever you may be. Welcome. Good to see y'all. Hey, it's been great. It's been a great day. It's a great day to be here because we have an update for y'all. Just checked it. Had to check it because, that's what we do. We check to make sure you have the most competent and right information. Another $100 just came in, so that means $3,200 left to go. Yes, we are at $16,800. That's what we got. Those guys right there. Yep. That is Deputy Zach Camden and Deputy J.J. Johnson, both from Williamson County, Texas, helping to pay for a lawyer's retainer. Now, this is really cool because once they got to 75% funded, the lawyer said, okay, we'll help you. And the very first thing they said, thank God, which was right, these guys aren't getting quick resolution of this problem. They're not. And he's right. They're not. And that isn't right because it's so political. It's just so political. These guys are going to get good representation. That's what we're here to ensure that they get. And we're going to do our very best to raise every single penny we can until they are funded, folks. Now, this telethon, I don't expect it to fund them completely. You need to know that. I don't expect this one here is going to be it. I don't. I think there's going to be other fundraisers that are going to help out that might be the ones to do it because I know a lot of folks are working hard to do their own fundraisers to help them get money, right? However, we are coming back next weekend to do it again if they aren't funded. We're getting seems to be the Lord is blessing us about $3,000 each one of these. You do the math, one more fundraiser, that should take care of it. Because God is in control on this, and he's doing it. Average right about $3,000 per time. Buddies, you can't stop it. It's happening. And it's fun to rub y'all's nose in it. It is. All right. We're working on contacting Inspector Craig Sroka with his family. They are having a family day, which you need to know. They're doing that right now, and they're trying to get together, have a family day, and hang out so that, they can do family stuff. It's Saturday, right? They're together. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and give him a phone call because right now we're just not able to connect you with him on Skype. Let's see if we can roust him about. Hang on a second. Let me call him up and put him on speaker so y'all can hear him. We'll see if we can get him live on, on the main show, so you can see him too. Because I know his family, they probably got dressed up and they're all nice looking, right?
Larry.
Hey, buddy. Hey, how are you?
I'm trying.
Well, I am too. So, is it yours or is it your wife's Skype account that's hooked up right now? Do you know?
Right now, we can't even get the Skype on.
I want answers. You can't handle answers.
I hear you.
I got like the Jack Nicholson thing working here. Hey, you know what? But every time, seems like because of you guys' kindness, literally, my friend, they're getting about $3,000 each time. Now, we just had someone give $100 more. They're literally... They're inching, but they're close. $3,200 left. They're within striking distance now, buddy.
That's awesome.
And yeah, it's because of you guys like you. Okay, we've had a couple of Talk Dog folks come on. We've had LivePD folks come on, just to bring people here to help give because it makes that much difference. And it's like I said, $5, $10 doesn't matter. Whatever people can give makes the difference, right?
Absolutely. Every little bit counts.
Yep. I'm going to try and call you again. We'll see if maybe we can get that connection together. It'll happen. Once Skype gets working on your system, it should work okay. And if not, we'll just do it over the phone.
Right.
Pretty simple stuff. So here is the GoFundMe page to go ahead and, donate to. Pretty simple. All you got to do is what you see on the screen right there in the yellow, click on that link. Now it's going to take you away from this screen. Come back, and then what we'll do is we'll honor you by making sure that people know that you gave. For example, we want to thank the following people. Judy Strew, right here on this channel, watching this, just gave $100. How about that? Judy, thank you so much. Judy Strew, thank you. Kyle Brookins, who's part of this as well, gave $100. Kyle, thank you. Wow. Jeanette Posler on this channel right now, $50. Thank you. Gloria Horner last night, just as we were about to close off, $200. That's great, right? We're going to help these guys. We're going to help them get funded so they can get their attorney paid for and no longer worry about stuff. I know JJ was a little worried about that, but that was when they still had about $9,000 to raise. They can smell it now. It's close, and it's a freight train, and it's coming into the station. So that's pretty cool. Hey, I think that we have a very, very wonderful guest here that has now got connected with us and is with his family. I'm going to have to change the screen. Give me a second. Haven't had time to do that yet. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Inspector Craig Sroka with his family, just like they were on LivePD. Welcome to the show. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Isn't that cool?
Hey, no problem. What's going to happen, Larry?
Well, we're going to fly by the seat of our pants. We're just going to have fun, just like we normally do. Nothing impressive. I'm changing the name right now, okay? Because I know you're not Captain Bill Burt. How are you guys? It's great to see you.
I'll take the title.
Well, I know, but you're already a captain. I mean, hey, this guy, he spends a lot of time in court. That's what he does. And he works so hard. And I'm just so proud of him. I really am. I call him my friend, and I mean that. He is a friend. And I asked him about coming on, and he said, yeah, no problem. Let me check with my wife. We'll see about coming on the show, and we'll do it. And if you want, folks,
Violet.
I want you to know nobody on social media, nobody does better family videos that are funnier than heck than this guy. He doesn't get political. He doesn't get, weird. He doesn't do crazy stuff. He just shows his kids. He's like the Cosby Show. It's the funnest thing in the world. And I know it's not good English. However, what he does is truly special. And you know what, Inspector? It's inspiring. Thanks for doing what you do.
Larry, there's already so much of that crap going on. So that's why I try to stay away from it. We don't need any more of that stuff.
Yeah.
So, and people want to see how we are, and that's it. And the kids make me laugh, and that's how it works.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, here they come.
There they come. Here come the girls. Here's the fundraiser, by the way. Okay. There's the fundraiser. Click on that link, and then you're helping both Deputies Johnson and Zach Camden. Now, listen, here's the deal. The person with the record still is Detective Vince Butkavich from the Scranton, Pennsylvania area. I can't say the name of the county still. It's too hard. It's an Indian name, and I can't get it down yet. I'm going to mess it up. It's hard enough for me to say my last name. But he holds the record now for a segment within this telethon. He, during his telethon, raised $240. That's what came in when he was here. He has the record. Okay, he has the record. So we're asking you to give now so that the new record can be from the Sroka family. Okay? That would be amazing. Now that is Inspector Sroka. Inspector, would you be kind enough to introduce your wonderful family to us?
Yes. So I'm Craig. This is, what's your name? Cici. Yo, Cici. Lila. This is Lila.
That's Lila.
And where's Rylan? Rylan, come say hi. This is
That's Rylan.
That's Houston. This is Gummy. Ella. The dog is somewhere. And
don't forget
I don't know where Violet is.
Don't forget your wife.
Playing.
And then there's Dana.
Yeah, we got to say Dana. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I've never said this to you, but I'm going to say it to you now. Okay? Listen carefully. Listen real carefully. You married up. Okay?
Yeah, not the first one that says that.
That's funny. It's
Larry,
funny.
I had a judge tell me that at court.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. Dana and I went out to dinner. This was pre-kids. We went out to dinner, and we ended up sitting next to a judge that I do arraignments in front of. And we ended up talking, introduced ourselves, and he goes, "Oh, Officer Sroka, blah, blah, blah." We started talking. So then I do arraignments in front of him. So come Monday, Tuesday, whenever that following day he says, "Craig, can you approach, please?" And I'm like, "Sure." He goes, "You definitely married up." I'm like, "Your Honor, thank you, and so did you."
That's great. That's great.
So clearly, we had something in common.
That's wonderful. Oh, that's just terrific. It really is. Now, folks, here's the deal. We're right now with Deputies Camden and Johnson at $16,800. We'd like to get that number to $17,000 before the Srokas leave. That would be a huge milestone, $17,000. It only takes $200. Only $200. 4 people give 50, all right? 4 give 50, 2 give 100, 1 give 200. Let's say that, 10 people give 20. That's how simple it is. Let's get that number to $17,000 for Deputies Camden and Johnson while the Srokas are here in honor of them, because that's why they came. They're here on their Saturday instead of working in their yard or doing something fun with their kids to try and help 2 Texas deputies just simply pay for a lawyer's retainer. That's what they're here for. Dana, what's it like to be the wife of Craig Sroka? I've got to get inside your head and ask this question.
Good question.
Well, it's hard to understand how people viewed him when he was on LivePD because I just see the jokester most of the time. So when we go out and everybody recognizes him, I have a habit of rolling my eyes because I don't really get it. I know everything. I know what he does in the community to help people, but people recognizing him on LivePD, it seems so crazy to me. So it's a lot. It is a lot of fun. We have fun every day. He's a good dad. He's a good husband. But he's also, he can be annoying for sure because
Reading the script.
Because all he does is tries to make jokes. He tries to be funny, and he is most of the time. But sometimes, we need to be serious for a minute. So.
Yeah, I understand. I think one of the funniest things I saw you guys do, honestly, Dana, it was so sweet, was the girls with the M&Ms. That was such a brilliant video. Could you guys talk about? Hi, is that Violet?
Which one are you?
Hi,
Yeah,
Violet.
you are Violet.
Hi, Violet. It's good to see you. Aww. That's Violet. That's Violet, everybody. Can you give Violet a big old clap, huh?
Oh, hi, Violet.
All the people are clapping for Violet. How's that for neat? We have lost that connection, but we'll get it back. We'll get it back. Hi, everybody. We'll get it back. Quicker than you think. Like right now. Okay? Hold on. It's just a glitch. That's all it is. It happens. It's part of the internet thing. It's like the lost socks in the dryer. It's the same thing. Lost socks in the dryer. Same thing. So we'll get them back, and they'll be back with us here in just a moment. In fact, here they are. There they are. Hi, guys. Welcome back. So, okay. You got to share the story of the M&Ms because that was such a brilliant, it was like a Cosby moment, okay? Go ahead, give two little children a little bit of M&Ms and say, don't touch them. Then walk away and see what happens. What tell us about that. What was it like?
So somebody sent me a message. Hey, Craig, we saw this video about you put candy, it could be M&Ms, anything they're gonna like. That's intriguing, and of course the kids love, which is candy or chocolate. Put it in front of them for a couple of minutes, and then leave. But tell them, make sure you don't touch this until I come back. When I come back, then you guys can have some. So we did it, and I thought for sure they were gonna eat it. And so you set the phone somewhere with the video, and then you leave, but you hide around the corner somewhere where they can't see you. And that's what we did. I was very, very surprised that they did not. And I left a bag right there, so at least I thought they'd go to the bag and get it.
Yeah.
And eat. But they didn't. They didn't even do that. So I was very surprised that they didn't eat anything.
Yeah, the girls didn't touch it. They waited, and it's funny because if you watch the video, you should repost that video. It's so good. You know, you see the girls, and they think they're alone, and they look back for Dad. They don't see him. They look at each other, start to giggle, and then they start staring at the candy. They look at each other again, like, "Are you gonna touch any?" And then they look down at the candy again. It's over and over again. It's funny to watch it, and then finally, Inspector Sroka comes back in. "Hey, girls, how you doing?" And they did it. They didn't touch any of the candy. How's that? That was neat.
Yeah, they did awesome.
That tells a lot about the parenting both of you are doing. Congratulations. That's a gift.
So Larry, they're awesome listeners. So Larry, I made the mistake like 2 weeks ago. My wife hadn't had a break since she had Rylan. Then we had the twins. So I made the mistake of saying, let me take them to my parents' house. I mean, I'm the pleasure of taking them to my parents' house.
Yeah, put it that way.
And they haven't seen them since January, February. My parents haven't. So I brought them there because of the COVID situation. Mm-hmm. So I brought them there for the weekend. I never realized I always knew how hard it is to take care of kids, but especially with her because she's home with the kids all the time while I'm at work. But oh my goodness, brand new respect. And I told her that when it comes to take care of the kids, it's a lot of work. And I said my parents should help me out, changing the diapers, keeping them busy and everything else. But I mean, you don't realize how tough it is until you have to do it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And what you did was cool because it gave Grandma and Grandpa a chance to be with the kids too, right?
They loved it. They enjoyed it.
Yeah, they spent the whole entire weekend. They slept over. So 2 full days he had them.
Oh, wow. Oh,
I haven't been the same since.
What's that?
I haven't been the same since.
He needed a nap.
Well, you know what, though? What you gave them was priceless because as a grandparent, right, that's something that they cherish because, Grandma and Grandpas, they want that time because, they remember raising you and having you in their lives and they just really want that opportunity to, I guess, have that child in the house again. They miss it.
It was really good.
That's something every grandparent wants and dreams of. And I'm proud of you guys. You guys are doing a great job, okay? You're doing a wonderful job. Is there anything you look at as parents that you read or that have moved you or inspired you in raising your children? Or is there a person that's helped you along the way?
Well, I mean, you always have your idea of how you want to raise your kids, and you want it to be peaceful and all these happy moments all the time, and you don't factor in the tiredness, the temper tantrums, you
Yeah.
know, all of that. So
Yeah.
that you always think it's just going to be like, oh, it's okay, and then you move on to the next thing, and it's always just going to be whatever. Then you have like 3 crying kids, and so it gets crazier than you expect it to. But I think just always remembering how fast time goes and
Yes. Yes.
how you're going to look back and and wish to have those moments back again. Whether
Aw.
sad or happy or difficult, you're gonna wish you had that crying baby in your house again.
I know.
I will.
Aw. You know what? Oh, Dana, if I can share something as a guy that's raised a child,
Yeah.
you're doing it the right way. You are, okay? You're seeing it's interesting watching you and what you said, and I know my head was down. I was sharing it on social media that you're on live. That's what I was doing. I didn't want you to think I wasn't interested. Um, you're taking time to smell the flowers right now. A lot of people don't do that. They look at it as, oh gosh, I'm surviving these kids. They're driving me nuts. They're into everything. They're crying. They're not. But
Right.
you're appreciating the ride. You're smelling the flowers, and
But
that's
there's a like that where you're just like, oh, like go to sleep or whatever. But then as long as you get to have that moment to bring things back into perspective, then you can get back and you're like, okay, let's make the moment better, and just remember that these times, you know, you're not going to remember all the hard times. You're going to remember, oh, you know, probably wasn't that bad.
Absolutely. You know, if I could share a piece of advice from you, from a person who did this a long time ago, and they're in my head, but I wish I would have written them down. Write down, especially the little things they say. Like, for example, my son couldn't pronounce the word suitcase. He said it suitcase.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a suitcase. Or if we were going to the hospital, it was the hospitable. Okay,
Right.
so little things like that that you remember, write them down and who said it, because later on you're going to remember that and it'll bring back a smile. Bless you for you've got a very good soul to be your age, which you were like 18, 19, 20, 21. You're like 21, okay? We'll say you're 21.
Yeah, 21's hot.
Because you look, I mean, you look like a 21-year-old. You're very young, okay? So it's amazing. Yeah, Craig, look at your face. So it's amazing at your age that you have the intelligence to think like an older parent. You have that. That's pretty special. And so do you, Craig. You've got it. You both do. You know, you're appreciating the ride. It's good. The stuff you're doing is good.
I think we both, because we know families who've gone through really difficult times with, illness with their children, things like that, knowing that you need to be thankful for any aspect, all aspects of what you have. And you never know when it could change.
Yes.
Because people go through some really difficult times, and then it becomes harder it must become harder to enjoy those moments when you know that there's something so difficult going on. So just enjoy the moments that are, seem like they're hard, but they could be a lot more difficult for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Comments on the screen, guys. By the way, please, we're here for helping 2 Texas deputies to raise their legal retainer fees. Okay, that's what we're here for. So if you'd be kind enough, please click on the link below. In fact, I'll put the link here in the comment section so you can just click on it. It makes it so much easier if you can do that. Here it is. Our production lead, Carrie, has that right there. GoFundMe.com. Click on that, and then that will help you get to the GoFundMe page, which allows you to give to these 2 deputies. Okay. Now we're trying to get them to $17,000. It's a big, big number, and we're just trying to get them there within the time that the Sroka family's on. So it's $200. Can you give? Can you give anything? $5 even. 5 is fine. 10 is fine. 20 is fine. 100 is fine. Whatever. Just give, please. And then share the fundraiser, because your group of friends, let's say you can't give, or you can give a little bit, still share the fundraiser, because that helps. It helps tremendously. That's why we're here. Please share this fundraiser with other folks, because now we can smell it. Okay, when we were about $9,000 away, it was a long haul. Now we're close and we can just smell it. All right, questions for the Srokas, a lot of them. Let me get to them here the best I can. Deborah Owen, so great to see all of you. Grateful for all of your service. Wanda Bailey, great comment. I love Inspector Sroka and his family, especially when his kids are helping him work in the yard.
They love it.
Yes.
They love it.
Teach them special stuff.
Yeah, if I go outside to do anything and they wake up, they get mad or they start crying and they yell, they always want to help. And Larry, the way I think about things is go back to basics. I love that Dana can stay home with the kids. Not every family can have that opportunity financially and be able to do it, but go back to basics. That's what we're missing. There's so many absentee parents that, and I deal with them every day. I deal with the kids every day that are out and about at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, boy.
Kids should after midnight. Nothing good happens. My mom always told me nothing good happens after midnight, and that's the truth. There's nothing else to do after midnight except trouble. And
That's
with
true.
what she can stay home with the kids, and if something happens, she's there. And not for nothing, she loves staying home. She misses. I remember when Ryan was born, we're driving, and Ryland's in the back seat, and I'm like, why are you crying and tearing up? I miss him so. Dana, you're in the front seat. Why are you crying back there?
Because I'm the mom, that's why.
Yeah.
Mom, and I was probably a little weepy.
He's right.
That's great.
But you got to go back to the basics. You have to take care of the children at home.
And kids will be interested in anything that you make fun for them.
Yes.
Like they're being now.
You make it seem fun, and they go along with it. They just like doing stuff with you. It doesn't matter what it is usually.
Yes, I
Sometimes
want to get to a bunch of these comments because hey guys, people are so excited you're here. They're so excited. Let me try and buzz through these. And by the way, folks, the goal, 17,000, give at GoFundMe while they're here because that's why they're here, to help these guys raise this money. Judy Strew, you just gave $100. Thank you for that. She says, welcome, Sroka family. So good to see you again. Love your family videos. They make my day. That's pretty cool. Kathy Glass.
The other thing, I had a chance to speak with those officers. Unfortunately, I went through the same thing that they're going through now, and mine just ended. We had an unfortunate thing that it was 10 years that went, and I can feel like you don't sleep, the anxiety, and you knew you did everything right, but it's just day by day you got to take it. And this is before I met her. My incident occurred, and so I know what they're going through. I called them, I spoke with them, and if they need them, I'm here. They have my number, so we can talk, and that's why I'm here today, because I understand what they're going through, and not only do they go through it, but all their family and friends go through it.
Yes.
So, and it changes you. It really does. So
exactly. No, you're right.
We'll raise this for them, and that at least will be a little bit they can put this aside, but it's a long road. 10 years it took. So it's a long road, and they need the help.
Wow.
You know?
Well, you're right. And you're 100% right. They do need that help. So what we're going to do, we're going to go for baby steps here first. We got Violet here, okay? We got Lila here. They're baby steps. Let's get to 16.9. We're at 16.8 right now. 16.9 is our first step. Somebody, $100. Think about it. It's the first of the month, payday. $100. You go $100 light this month to be able to make this much of a difference for two guys. It is huge what you're doing. Huge. Because these guys are deputies. They don't make a lot of money, and they both have kids. They don't have the money to pay for this lawyer. And the lawyers now are working for them based on faith that the money's coming. Okay? So please, let's get that to 16.9. I'd love to be able to tell you guys here in a few minutes that it's $16,900. Please, Please, let's do it. You guys can do it. Okay, more things. I want to get all these things on the comment screen because people are so happy you're here. Kathy Plass from Texas. God bless him with twins. LOL. Lee Terry from Middle Tennessee. It's Inspector Sroka. That's the talent of the videos. LOL. It's Dana and the kids. Yes. Deborah Owens. Love the four-legged family member. Very good. Wanda Bailey. Ta-da! There they are. Tammy Basham from the Georgetown, Texas area. Actually, they're in Austin. Hey there, Sorokas. Did you ever plant the pineapple top? Hi, Rylan and Lila and Violet with hearts. Isn't that sweet? So, did you ever plant the pineapple top? Yay, a big kiss. How about that?
Oh, the pineapples?
Yeah.
So we did a video on how to open up a pineapple or how to cut one up. And clearly it wasn't easy. So after we did that live video, somebody sent us a pineapple opener, or I don't know,
yes.
It's like a corkscrew.
Cores, yeah.
Core, pineapple core. And it was awesome. Cool. And
That's
we've
great.
used.
Hey, let me give you a hint on pineapples, guys. This is a Hawaiian hint for pineapples. When you get your pineapple.
And we've grilled it, which is awesome too.
Oh, oh my gosh. Here's what the Hawaiians do with pineapples, just to give you an idea of what they do. When Hawaiians get pineapples, they turn them upside down. They'll let them sit for 24 hours upside down because they grow right side up. Okay. All the juice goes to the bottom. If you turn it upside down on the leaves and let it sit for 24 hours, the juice goes through the whole fruit and the fruit is completely juicy. Try that.
Oh.
Yeah, that is your pineapple tip from the Hawaiian Islands, my friends.
Oh.
There you go. All right, let's see what we got here. Carrie 2970 from Massachusetts. Hey, all. Just thought I'd pop in while Inspector Sroka, my neighbor, is here. There you go. How far is Massachusetts from where you're at?
Like 5 minutes.
Are you serious? That close? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Kathy Plass, my son lives in Coventry, Rhode Island, and my granddaughter is Rylan too. That's pretty cool. How far is Coventry?
So, yes.
Hi. How far is Coventry away?
Like 15 minutes. Rhode Island's so tiny, everything's right around the corner.
Yeah.
There you go. Tammy Bashad. Dana, gorgeous as always with a heart. See, Craig, you married up. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? Lee Terry from Middle Tennessee asks, are any of the kitties there?
All the cats?
Yeah.
They're hiding. They're smart. They're in the basement.
Yeah, they come out when the children are sleeping mostly.
Aw, that's great. That's great. They're like, okay, it's safe to come out. Lisa, Dana, we all know there's an amazing wife supporting their hubby, and you are a great supporter, no question. What's that?
Emma told me like she married up. Like not for nothing.
Well,
I
get
that.
I think we all know the ways in which I married up.
Yeah. Craig, we'll talk about that later, okay? We'll have that conversation in a little while. I think it's probably best. Yeah. Funny. It's too funny. Joe Hurd asked this question, did Inspector Sroka work with Deputies Johnson and Camden? No, but he does know them. He does know them. So that's the thing. He got a hold of them because he cares. He cares about them, and he wanted to let them know, hey, look, you know what? I'm concerned about you guys. Are you okay?
It's a long road.
Yeah, because he's been through this kind of thing before. He has had it happen. So he shared his experience. And then what happened was conversation was started, it sounds like, and it was productive, right?
I'm sorry?
I said, it sounded like you guys had a conversation. It was very productive, right?
Yes, absolutely.
There you go. All right. So
Yeah,
it's just about, having each other's back.
yeah.
Joe Hurd, Inspector Sroka is such a compassionate officer. I'll always remember him. And the bird nest.
That was my first live PD call, I think. Was one of the first was the kids throwing rocks at the bird's nest.
Oh, that's great. Yep. And then you had the conversation with him.
Yeah, and if people don't know, like, I was never about to be on live PD. I never had interest in it, and it was her that told me to go on it. So I was never gonna do it because, first of all, I was nervous, and because when we watched live PD, it was all these professional officers. They were always well spoken, did everything right. I'm like, how they're nervous is beyond me. So no, it was Dana's idea for me to go on it, and I was like, eeh. And then I gave it a shot.
There
So
you go. There you
nothing
go.
to right.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. It is one of those things that, I think it's a teaching moment for children, and they remember that because you didn't come over screaming and yelling at them. You just talked to them like a regular conversation. It's like a teaching moment between a dad and a child, right?
And those kids were at that age where a police officer is going to make an impact on them. If I go there screaming and yelling, that's what they're going to remember. They were probably like 10, 11, 12, maybe a little older. But that's what they're going to remember is like the officer yelling at them.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Well, we're live with Inspector Craig Sroka and his wonderfully beautiful family. Please do us a favor, share this on YouTube, on the Twitter, on the Instagram, and on your Facebook. Just share it. Let people know that they're here because these are one of the most popular people to be on Live PD. Right here, this guy is one of the most popular. The Bird's Nest was one of them. He's had a bunch of domestic violence issues where he's had to step in that have been on Live PD. What are those like to go through when you've got the camera pointed on you?
Domestic violence is the worst. And every county, city, town, it's the most frequent call we all go to. And they're all different. And the way I take it is when you go there, everybody's already heated. So you can't just shut them down. You got to give them time to cool down. And you got to go in there with open-minded. And again, there's nothing against the law that says you can't argue. But after it goes over that point, that's when it becomes an issue. But no family's perfect. No husband and wife has a perfect marriage. And you got to go in with an open-minded and go there to help. And, so you got to take everything you can as its own scenario. You can't put them all together. And there's no textbook way to handle domestic calls. So you got to take every single one as it's an independent call, and that's what I try to do anyway. And hopefully we end up working it out. When it becomes violent and physical, that's when there's an issue. There's nothing against the law about arguing, but as long as it doesn't get physical, then we'll be good.
Well, and I think what I like about the way you handle it is you've got such a calm demeanor about it. I mean, you're cool about it, right? You do things when you go and show up at one of those things. You do it in a way that I think is very, very unique in terms of, you come calm. You don't sit there and say, well, let's talk about it. You always separate. That's important. And you try your hardest to just get to the point quickly and de-escalate. That's the most important thing to do, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you ever feel like you're the dad? I got to ask you that. When you get through domestic violences, do you ever feel like you're the dad? It seems that way.
That's how you have to approach some of them. You have to approach as a counselor. You have to approach it, whatever the situation is. That's how you have to insert yourself in as. Whether it's let me talk to them this way, let me talk to them that way, and the big thing is you have to stay calm, and you can't go there with a mindset already. And every situation is different. There's no textbook, there's no script when it comes to domestic situations. And the good thing about it is, like, I bring that home, and it's like the best thing. And I tell her all the time, This is what I went to. This is how we deal with situations. And we argue. There is no family out there or no married couple that'll tell you they don't argue. It's impossible. But I learned so much from work. I adapt it here at home.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I believe that. I believe that very much. Dana, do you ever have a problem? I've got to be really honest. Does it ever come where Craig comes home and you just know he's had one of those days?
Yeah, not very often. But yeah, there were a few times, and it usually involves children or babies or things like that. Where he's just like something's off, and he doesn't want to talk about it, but he does. So you kind of wait it out, and then you try to get it out of him, and then he finally says it, and it's not a pretty story. It's So I can imagine, it's just the tip of the iceberg of what police officers see and deal with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and are you part of any kind of support group, Dana, of police officers' wives there locally, or do you just kind of talk with a few of them and stay in touch?
There's something on Facebook. I actually just joined. They just started something on Facebook. And then I can always, talk to some of the police wives, too, if there's something, really big going on. And everybody, you kind of feel social media does help. I mean, of course, you see the negative things, but social media does help in keeping everybody in touch. You see something someone shared that makes you feel better about what's going on, or things like that. So you always feel everyone's always there to support everyone else, I think.
Very good. Well, we're live here with Inspector Craig Sroka, his wife Dana, and their children, and I think this is just absolutely wonderful. Kathy Salazar. Now, this is the mother of Deputy Camden. She says, sleep? I haven't had sleep since my first baby was born. Yes. And she also wants you guys to know, thank you for believing in them. This has changed them.
Good.
That is honestly Zach Camden's mom. That's one of the deputies' moms that we're raising money for here. We're not raising for her, but her son.
The long road.
Yeah, like a mom. She's scared. She's just scared for them. So she said, I'm sorry y'all had to experience this, but it sure does bring life into perspective. No question about that. No question. And you always have people who are going to say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing. There's always people that, unfortunately, their life is so miserable that they can't do kind things. All they can think about is, how am I going to get this person? Or how am I going to get them mad? How am I going to do it? And you feel sorry for those folks because their lives are that miserable that they live that way. I can honestly say I never get up in the morning and I go, man, how am I going to get this person today? I mean, that's just a sick mentality to me. You deal with a lot of folks that are going through anger issues and mental problems because they simply can't be nice people, and it's hard to deal with. What's the best way you deal with that, Inspector Sroka?
Well, Larry, to be honest with you, here in New England, it's a different world. I see what's going on all the time, and social media has been awful in most aspects, and then there's the good things that come from it. But here in New England, we've been pretty good, and with the rioting and all that stuff, I don't know what it is, but we've been very fortunate and lucky. East Providence especially. Again, you just got to go in with an open mind. You can't go in with negativity. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I think about is my cup of coffee. It's awesome.
Cup of coffee, yeah, it just kind of gets you going, right?
Every day is a new day for me. I don't carry over the weight that I had the day before. I go into every day as a new day, and that's how you have to treat it. If you carry the weight from the day before or the anger, whatever it may be, then you're going to have a bad day right off the start. And you can't do that. Then you're doing an injustice to yourself and injustice to the people that you're going to deal with that day. Yeah. So every day. I start with a cup of coffee, and it's a new day for me.
That's it. It's like a brand new cup, right? Starts a new day.
Yeah, same thing for parenting. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think you do a great job at what you do to de-escalate things. You're good at it. And you're a great dad, too. It's fun to watch you interact with your kids because you can tell how much they love you. You can just see it. Right
Well,
there.
they have no.
Now, I got to ask you this because they're identical twins. How do you tell them apart? You got to tell me.
Larry, I don't. It's not my problem, right?
No. This is Lila.
This is Lila.
Lila, shit. You're Sissy. Sorry, she likes to be called Sissy. They both like to be called Sissy, so that helps nobody out. But her face is a little bit longer.
Go see
Maybe
Mom.
hers is a little smaller and rounder. I can just tell the difference in their face a little bit, but there are times when it's really tough. Okay.
If they're not together, it's hard to tell the difference. If they're together, like right now, you can tell it's Violet because she has like a red birthmark in the middle of her eyes.
Yeah, it's very light. You can't see it all the time, so you can't even go by that.
And I say, hey, Lila, raise your hand, and they both raise their hand. I say, Violet, raise your hand. She's not Violet.
That's a good way to do it, buddy. That's awesome. Violet raised her hand. And you know which one is which. Perfect. That's great.
Yeah, they don't help. And you ask them what their name is, they say Sissy. So.
And Riley calls.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, because it takes too long for him to think of their names. So he just says, "Hey baby, hey baby."
Oh boy, that's funny.
Yeah, so they'll be.
That's funny.
A tattoo. I get them a tattoo.
Yeah, what's their name? Don't do the forehead, man. What are you thinking?
L for Lila.
Oh my gosh. Oh boy, that's funny. Oh my gosh. Well, is there anything that you can think of that would be helpful for example, Zach's mom who's watching right now? That might make her, have some comfort in the situation she's in, Inspector Sroka.
Hang in there. Everything happens for a reason. Everything will work its way out. It's gonna take time, and I don't know what to tell you, but it'll work out. It did for me. It did for us. Again, same scenario. And it's a long road. It took 10 years, and I'm still here, and I still have my family and everything else, so it'll work out. And yeah, you have so much support out there, and we go there doing what we do, and it's not gonna change what we do. So stay there, pray. The help is there, the people is there. You have the support. You have us. If you need anything, call. And it's a long road. There's no hiding it, and it's gonna stink, and you're gonna think about it every day. But eventually, that road will come to an end.
What? Okay, so with that said, what could she tell her son that might be comforting to him in this situation?
Give me a call. And yeah, give me a call, and you're definitely not alone. And
that's wonderful. That's very cool.
And that's all you'll think about. You go to bed. I'm sure he hasn't slept. I'm sure mom hasn't slept because it's your son. God forbid. And his heartache is her heartache. She probably feels more than he does. And yeah, just hang in there. And you have friends, you have family, you have support. And clearly, we're doing this to show our support and to help you. So if you need to reach out, call. I might be sleeping, but leave me a message or a text. But you're not alone.
Oh, man. Oh, man. And you've been through it. And I like the fact that you've already been through this, and you can be such a help to them. And that's what makes it special. You can help them. You've been through it. It took a long time. How long was that process for you?
Literally, it just finished this year. It took 10 years. 10 years of it.
Wow.
Going to to lawyers, doing depositions, constantly on your mind. There'll be days where you totally forget about it. I mean, 10 years is a long time. But then you get that email saying it's coming up for trial. Then that trial will get postponed. Then it'd be a new hearing date. Then it'd be witnesses. It's constant. Again, it's before I met her it happened, and clearly before I had my family. And thankfully, an end to everything. And for us, it ended up being good.
Well,
so it's a long road. We're here for you.
And that's really cool. From all the way in Rhode Island. Think about that. Think about that. All the way in Rhode Island. Wow. Wow. I think it's wonderful. Any special thoughts? Do me a favor. This is important. Share with us, if you would, your LivePD experience, please.
My LivePD experience is it's one of the most amazing things I've ever did and or have done. Where else in the world are you, as a police officer in Rhode Island, gonna find people, go to New York, be a guest host on there in Manhattan? It was amazing. And I wanted to show everyone how police officers are every day. That's the thing. There's so much negative things, there's so much misinformation, things that aren't factual, that all these businesses and people are following, and they just jump on that bandwagon of hate, which is awful, and it's not true. It really isn't true. I don't see what agenda they're going for, but police officers know. The 99.9 of us, we're just there to help. And what stinks is nobody wants to do this job anymore. We are doing a recruitment drive, and nobody wants to be a police officer because of things like this. And the ones we get are people who want jobs. That's not what, as a police officer, you don't want somebody who wants a job. You want somebody who actually wants to be a police officer, and it's hurting, and it really hurts. It's hard to find police officers who actually want to do the job for what it's supposed to be done for, or it was supposed to be like. So, and it's affecting it. It really is. This whole defunding the police department. First of all, none of us asked to carry Narcan. We don't want to go to extra training to carry Narcan. We don't ask for this extra responsibility. It gets put on us, but we don't mind it. This is what we signed up for, to help, to do what we can. Defunding the police is probably the worst thing you can do. As far as less training and everything else that comes along with it. I don't understand that whole part of it. And it's just going to hurt society when it comes to defunding, because now you're missing out on training. Again, we don't ask to administer drugs like Narcan to people that are overdosing, but we are the first one there. That's what we signed up for, and to help. So if they want to take that away, by all means, you're not going to find an officer that's going to be like, okay, fine, you want to take out more responsibility off our shoulders? It makes our shoulders lighter. So that's what you want to do. Go for it. But it's such a bad idea. And you have these people just following it, thinking it's a good idea to defund the police, which it boggles my mind. And luckily, I'm towards the end of my career anyway, and it's sad. I love being a police officer. I love doing what I do, and all of us enjoy it. And hopefully, this is a phase, and we'll go back to supporting each other, and that's what we need to do.
Amen. Yeah, amen at that. I think it's very important that people realize that, because what you guys are doing is first of all, you're not getting rich, that's for sure.
No, we're not.
You're surviving, and you're trying to take care of a family. Obviously, that's a big difference. But I think what's important here is that here you guys are trying to do a very tough job, no question, tough job. And what you have to deal with on an everyday basis is usually someone's worst day. They're having their worst day. And here you are trying to help during that worst day. And you've got to deal with all kinds of personalities, all kinds of issues. And I think the thing that I admire most about you is you are a gifted communicator. You know that? You really are. You're gifted at what you do. People love you because of the way your personality is. They know that you are a kind man. They know you are a funny guy. Sorry, Dana. You are a funny guy. You are funny. And they know you're a good parent. You know, they know that. Okay. So, with all those things going on, I think people admire you all so much as parents and people. Okay. Your videos, listen carefully, you two parents, your videos lighten people's hearts so much during a hard time in America that they make a positive impact on others who get to watch Lila and Violet be kids. That's what they get to do. Do you like being a kiddo? Is it fun to be a kid?
You like being a kid? Yeah. You have fun every day? Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Oh, she's so sweet. And I think that's what people see. I think people see that. And I think that you guys honestly are such great parents because it does take a person who is going to be brave enough to put that on the internet, right? I mean,
Violet, raise,
that's tough.
Violet, raise your hand.
That's correct job. I don't post a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I think what you're doing is so special. And I think that at the end of the day, what you're doing helps other people because one of the things that people are getting really hurt at is just the COVID virus, seeing the violence on television, all the stuff that's happening. It hurts people. They get scared, they get disappointed, but then they see your videos. They see the kids out helping in the yard. They see the M&Ms. They see all of you having fun, and it brings a smile to your face. Don't stop doing that because that's probably a bigger service you're doing right there than you did with all your police stuff. I mean that.
And Larry, and thank you because some officers are like, your kids are on you want to put them on social media. It's not good. It is what it is. We're an open book, and everything's on the internet nowadays. And if it makes somebody's day, then so be it. And like, it's a good idea that your kids on national TV or when they were on LivePD or why not? Yeah,
Amen. Well, I want to tell you what's really too bad is during this program here, during this segment, there's a group of very angry, very vicious, probably the most vile individuals I've ever seen in my life. And it's been going on for 2 years. How these people have this much hatred for 2 years, beyond me.
Right.
To live your life that way, sad. So they've literally attacked our comments section here. And they think by giving lots of thumbs down, it makes a big difference to me. Like, I give a big, I don't care. I want these guys funded, and it's happening, and it's really ticking them off because that's happening. So their way of supporting Sheriff Mike Gleason for Sheriff of Williamson County 2020 is to try and hijack a fundraiser for 2 deputies that are simply looking to have what every American deserves, which is legal representation in court.
Yeah.
So here's what Mike Gleason supporters did. They hijacked our comments section along with people's names, made phony accounts to come in and try and disrupt this program.
Right.
And in doing so, what you've done is show what you are. And it shows everybody again just how vile, disgusting, and cruel you are. Because you're the people who are voting for Mike Gleason. You're the ones supporting him publicly. You're on his campaign group, right? Well, Williamson County, if you want that kind of leadership, that kind of support, I don't think it'd be right for you. But if that's who you want to control, someone like, hangs around with people like this, think about it. You vote November 3rd. You vote. Do you want the mob control in your county, or do you want Sheriff Chody and have stability?
Right.
The mob has come in here and just tried to jack a fundraiser for 2 innocent deputies that just simply need representation.
Yep.
Mike Gleason, I would cut ties with them as fast as I could, but I don't think you can. Sheriff Chody, you'll win this because they have shown their hatred too many times, and people see it. They've
Yep.
seen it. So, folks that have done this, I want you to know, in case you might be a little slow here, I'll talk slower for you here. You've just been had live. Okay? I just put you where you belong live. And I've just told your campaign dude who's running for sheriff of Williamson County that the mob that supports him would actually come on to a fundraiser to try and hurt 2 deputies from getting legal representation. That's how desperate they are. Do you want that guy in being your
Right.
sheriff? Think about it. Back to the show. All right. Yeah, Tammy Bashan, horrible people, and she's there in Georgetown. We see who they are. So, if you want mob mentality, if you want that kind of support, those are the people supporting Mike Gleason for Williamson County Sheriff. Keep that in mind, November 3rd. Inspector Sroka, LivePD, you were on the show a season, right? You were on 3, and then 4. You were on 4 too because they brought you on 4, okay? And what I would say is, which was your favorite LivePD call? Can you think of one?
Oh, easily. It was the gas station one. Where the kids were dancing.
Okay. I wondered. Share the story.
And people thought I was called there for a call for kids acting up. No, I wasn't. I just happened to be at the intersection, and I see kids at a gas pump. I had no idea what they're doing. So what's my job? To figure out what they're doing. So I go over there, and I'm asking them. I pull up. Like, hey, what's going on? He goes, oh, I'm sorry, we'll leave. We just wanted to record something quick for our YouTube channel, Instagram channel. I think it was Instagram. And I'm like, okay, no problem. And I have a camera right here, a cameraman right here. And so then we get out of the car, and I'm like, do your thing. This is LivePD. You're on national television. So they were a dance group, a local dance group out of college. I forget if it was Rick or URI, but it was a local college. And they could move. And Larry, after that, I got so many comments about you should have danced. If I had busted a move, I probably would have busted my hip. I would definitely embarrassed my family. I would have embarrassed my police department. So.
That's funny. That is funny.
Embarrassed, but
so
it was cool.
What you're saying is you don't quite have the rhythm of Charlie Kingery. That's it.
No,
okay.
Oh, not even close.
Carrie 2970, Massachusetts. Thank you, Inspector and family. Are they opening doors for you yet when you knock? LOL. You're still knocking there.
That was a moment.
That
was a bad night. And people thought it was the same door because it was the wreaths on both doors. So people thought it was the same door. No, it wasn't. It was 2 different calls. And I was like, what the heck?
That was like, funny.
That was a good one.
Luckily, I have a key to my house, or I'd be knocking there. Nobody would answer.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, my gosh. Christine Peterson, one of the fundraiser folks who set this up, did a great job. Loved the poop diaper post. I laughed so hard.
That's right.
There you go. You guys have anything you'd like to tell the folks at LivePD Nation? We would be honored to have you have the mic and share your stuff.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. I mean, it's not easy for us to get together, and especially Dana. So
Yeah.
no, appreciate.
Hey, we
Sorry.
are honored, man. We are so grateful to both of you for coming on. All of you. I mean that. Dana, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, what it means to these guys. What's interesting is that you guys are separated by so many miles. We're separated by so many miles from them, but it's just because people care and want to do the right thing. That's all.
Right.
You know, I mean, their union let them down. In our case, I mean, I don't think that would happen here. I don't know, maybe, but the point is theirs did, and so that left them looking for a lawyer. But look at all the people in the law enforcement community that are coming to help. That's inspiring. And you guys are part of that. Thank you.
Anybody could be in their position. So, and I'm sure do the same thing.
Especially today.
True, yeah.
Especially today. Any final thoughts about defunding, refunding, unfunding, done funding, whatever? All right, brother. Hey, good to see you guys.
Same here, Larry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for what you did. We are, as Deborah Owens puts it, the very best. Grateful beyond measure. Oh, bye, girls. Bye. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Want to hear a ducky?
Who's the duck guy?
Ducky.
Quack, quack, quack.
There you go. Quack, quack, quack. All right. Bye, everybody. Thanks for coming. We'll see you later, guys. I'll be right back. Hang on a second, okay? Folks, we want to thank the Sroka family, along with the East Providence, Rhode Island Police Department, for allowing that to happen. We're honored and grateful. And we've got 2 more coming. Stan the Man Smith, along with Canine Rocco and their team from Fort Worth, Texas. Texas is coming back to the fundraiser, everybody. Oh, yeah. They'll be on here at 4 p.m. East, then coming on at 5 p.m. Eastern, the incomparable Lieutenant Eric Murphy from Nye County, Nevada, live here on the telethon that you got to keep watching because we are making a difference together, North America, for Deputies J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden. Now, special presentation of a wonderful interview. Rare. This is very rare. This is with Deputy Mark Peeney of Pasco County, Florida. And this is an old one, but this is when you only see me on the screen. Sorry about that. But it is Deputy Mark Peeney from Pasco. Enjoy. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. 45 minutes. See you then. And keep those donations coming. Let's see that number go to $17,000 quick. Share it. Fund it. Keep sharing it. Telethon2 continues as we go the distance for Deputies Johnson and Deputy Camden. Hello, everybody in LivePD Nation, and welcome to a Friday. Yes, sir. A new LivePD tonight on A&E Networks. I know I'll be there. I hope you will as well. We've got a wonderful guest today who I am so excited to talk to and more than excited to have you meet. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Deputy Mark Peeney of the Pasco County, Florida Sheriff's Department. Mark, how are you today?
I'm good today. How about you, sir?
Oh, I'm fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time. Please tell Kevin as well as your sheriff there that I really do appreciate them giving you the time to talk to us, especially on a busy day like you have today, okay?
Will do, sir.
All right. Well, Mark, we're going to start out from the very, very beginning, all right? Now, everybody has a beginning, okay? When was it the first time in your life that you thought about being in law enforcement?
I was prior military, so I just got home from Afghanistan.
Thank you for your thank you for your service, Mark.
Well, I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. And I just needed a job where I could be on my feet, something that was gonna help the community out, and just something that was gonna be fun and give me an adrenaline rush, and something that wasn't behind a desk. And that pointed me towards law enforcement.
Very good. What branch did you serve in, Mark?
I was in the Army.
Very good. Very good. Well, thank you for your work, especially forward line in Afghanistan. That's tough stuff, Mark. We appreciate, as a nation, your sacrifice. Thank you very much for that.
I appreciate the support.
Yep, you're very welcome. Mark, tell us now, you are famous because you're part of a tag team. You have Yogi. Now, tell us a little bit. Now, we see Yogi from time to time on LivePD. Tell us what Yogi's like off camera.
You know, I always like explaining this to people because at home, he's just a normal dog. You know, he's part of the family.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we might be a dynamic duo on TV, but at home he's just a regular dog. He likes to lay around, play with toys, try and dig through the trash can, pick up scraps that my son drops at the dinner table. Just normal dog things.
That sounds like both of my dogs, actually. In fact, one of my dogs had to go to the vet today, which was the reason why I couldn't get you, at 1 o'clock. So I appreciate your patience with that. Dogs can,
Oh, no problem.
sometimes they can make you crazy. So I appreciate that. Now, what kind of special training, Mark, did you have to go through to be a canine deputy? What did you have to do to prepare yourself?
Well, initially we go through a tryout process that usually involves a lead-ation walk, which is essentially tracking through the woods for a couple miles. We go through an endurance test, and you get exposed to the bite suit to kind of, eliminate that fear of, coming into the canine world, because you're gonna have training events where you're getting in a bite suit and doing apprehension drills. So you go throughout the selection process. Then after that, once you're selected, they want to make sure you have a good home fit for the dog, good home style. And then you go through a 4-month patrol school with your canine.
So
Basically where you guys.
So it's you and the canine together then?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And that's pretty much where you forge your bond with the dog. And that's learning everything from tracking human odor to building searches to apprehension drills to obedience. And that's pretty much initially where you build that bond with the dog.
Okay. All right. Now, Mark, I'm assuming there are different kinds of canines. I've heard of cadaver canines, of course, narcotic canines. Yogi's narcotic, right?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Now, how long have you had Yogi, and how old is he?
Yogi is 4 years old. It's about 4.5. I've had him for 3 years.
Fantastic. Wow, fantastic. What made you, I've got a question here from one of our listeners here. What made you interested in the canine department of Pasco County, Mark?
Well, initially when I saw these canine handlers, I looked at them and I'm like, that's a job I want to do. They're chasing after the bad guys, Sometimes there's that last chance of hope of seeking justice for the bad, catching the bad guy when they've ran off after committing a crime, or it's just it's a heartwarming feeling of finding that first missing child that ran away from home, or that 2-year-old that's wandered out of the house. There's a lot that comes with it, and just working with a dog just was very appealing to me. And that friendship and bond I saw they had, and not only that, the canine unit itself, I saw the camaraderie in it. And in law enforcement, we had that camaraderie and brotherhood and sisterhood, but in the canine unit specifically, I just saw how tight they were, and coming from a military background, that's just what I wanted. Yeah,
I can understand that. You came from that circumstance, and going back into it for your private sector life, there's a match there. But it even goes deeper than that, doesn't it, being a canine deputy? I mean, you live with the dog after work, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
24/7.
24/7. So, the dog has to be good with kids. So you got to make sure if you've got children, there's not going to be a problem there. You've got to make sure that the dog is going to, be good with the public, because I'm sure that you guys do school events and things like that. Are there times with Yogi that you've had with him that you've been super proud of him, that really stand out, because he seems like such a likable dog?
Yeah, you know what? Usually after a successful track where we locate somebody, every time I'm amazed on how the dog works and how great the dog works, and it's just being able to read him so well on tracks. It amazes me. You never doubt your dog. Our trainer has this saying. It's called TYD. Is trust your dogs. The dog's always right, and it's true. It always pans out to be true. You never second guess a dog.
Wow. Well, and he's done quite well, not only in narcotics, but also in tracking. Yogi's an expert tracker as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, correct. And
So-
that's all done through our training. Our trainer is amazing. We have this joke that we call it a Johnny Rucks trained dog, because he trains them, and all our dogs are just phenomenal.
What additional training, Mark, do you go through? Now, the neat thing, I'm going to say, and I think I stand for LivePD Nation here in saying that Pasco Sheriff's Office, you guys are the best. I mean, the way you guys include everybody in your tweet-alongs and the information you do, the 9 p.m. routine, all the things that you folks do to just get yourself out there and make sure that you're not only helping people at Pasco, but you're making a difference elsewhere too. You're working for a fantastic department there. What extra work do you have to do each year to maintain your bond and new skills with Yogi?
Well, every bi-weekly we do training with the dog. It's called maintenance training, and that we'll work on obedience or apprehension work or training tracks and whatnot, and that's all done through our trainers. And we have some of the local cities come by and train with us, so it's good exposure to get all the dogs out together. And we do that bi-weekly, and we also have narcotics training throughout the month.
That's good. We're speaking on the phone here with Deputy Mark Peeney from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office in Florida. I'm sure it's a little warmer there than it is here in Oregon. We had snow this morning, Mark. I doubt you had it there. But, if you could maybe, think warm thoughts for us, we'd sure appreciate that, okay? Because I have been told the calendar's changed to spring. I've been told that, but, snow this morning. Mark, now you're going to be on this weekend, right?
Correct.
You're going to
on
be
tonight and tomorrow.
But tell us, I should say, Mark, what's it like? What's the difference in working on a night you're with LivePD versus a night that you're not?
Well, initially a little nerve-wracking. You got the nerves are coming through because it's a TV thing. But everyone from LivePD is just so cool. They're awesome. So you kind of you form that friendship with them. But it's just another normal night of work. You're just getting to see what we do behind scenes.
Okay. You'll have the camera person in the front. You'll have the audio person and the producer on site, right?
Yeah, they usually follow through in another vehicle because we have the canine in the back. So I usually have a cameraman that rides with me. Okay. And basically, when something's going on that's pretty important, they'll shift over to you, and you're the one that has the 4 white boxes on the back of your vehicle for transmitting to A&E Studios, right? Not me. Not my vehicle.
Oh, it's another one?
I believe that's yes, correct.
Okay, gotcha. We had a question from one of the listeners just came through. Has Yogi ever hit on a narcotic find when off duty?
No, you see, it's more or less, it's a big game to them. So when we're searching vehicles and stuff like that, he's being instructed to do so. So he knows the game. He knows when it's time to play and when it's, off duty is off duty time.
Gotcha. Okay. I like the, I got to tell you, I wish I could do it with our dogs. I truly do, Mark. You give them like a rubber type toy or something for a reward and, tell them good boy and all that. With my dogs, if I did that, they'd look at me and say, okay, where's the food? It's amazing that treat means so much to them. It really does. Do you ever, Mark? Have you ever gotten bit before by one of the canines?
Yeah, it comes with the job. You know, it's a price of doing business.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get nipped, whether it's training or just something that maybe you accidentally got in the way.
Okay.
I mean, these dogs get excited.
Yep, and I'm sure because of the heat of the moment, those things can happen. So, you know, it does happen. Mark, what's been something that when you've been on LivePD that you remember standing out? Is there a moment or an event that happened when you just said, "Man, I'm sure glad we got that on camera"?
One moment I can remember specifically is Linda the pig, which was a little bit of attention. I know on LivePD, the dog walking past a little pig.
Yeah.
And how an owner had lost their little pig. So that's something that I remember.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Off the top of the head.
Well, you know, it's funny because 2 weeks ago it was a turkey in Nevada, and last week it was a pet rat. So, you know, the whole gamut of animals are coming, and we're hoping for your sake, I mean, there'll be no rattlesnakes. Okay, so that's what we're hoping for. Have you ever run across any deadly snakes while you're doing your job?
You know, most of the time we're moving too fast to notice. So
okay.
I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, no kidding, no joke. Mark, can you tell us what's been the most satisfying thing you've done in your career so far?
You know, it's kind of hard to say, to really pinpoint it to one specific thing, but
talk about a few.
Coming out here every night, just coming out here every night, and you know, like I said, the successful tracks where you're finding people, that's the most rewarding thing that I can do.
Mm-hmm.
And that comes with each and every track. You know, they're all different, and they all serve a different purpose. Like I said, whether it's finding, you know, a missing adult that's endangered, or, you know, locating a suspect who just committed a crime.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's hard to pinpoint something that specifically stands out, because they all have somewhat meaning to them and purpose.
Sounds like you've got a good heart for making sure you get the job done honorably. That's what it comes across as, Mark. Of
course.
It's a good quality, and thank you for that. We are on the phone here with Deputy Mark Peeney of the Pasco County Sheriff's Office in Florida, and we are honored to have him today. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to type them on the screen. Now, if we've already been over that question, we won't ask it, so please don't take offense to it. But if you'd like to ask Mark a question, please fire them off, and I'll do my best to make sure and ask them, okay? Mark, what goals do you still have in your life? You're a young man. What goals, are you reaching for?
Well, currently I am in college and am about 6 classes away from my bachelor's degree.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Wow.
Career-wise, I just like working a dog. You know, I love it. I don't ever see myself steering away from it. I like to be involved in the canine unit for a long time. That's
fantastic. But Mark, that's cool. You got a good heart for that. And, I think you have to have that type of heart that you love dogs, and you just want to, you more than want to work with them, you want to live with them and love them too, So true partners, I think it almost, would you consider being a canine deputy to be maybe even closer than having a human partner? Because you guys live together. I mean, you guys have got to be so close.
Oh, yeah, we definitely are. There's definitely a bond there, I could be at work and I'm putting on my work pants and snapping my work belt together, and he's already at the front door jumping in circles because he knows it's work time. And, it motivates me half the time.
That's great. We're with Mark Peeney from Pasco County. Mark had a question here. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how spoiled is Yogi?
After the whole LivePD thing, I'd put it up there. He's pretty spoiled. I spoil him enough, but the fans definitely spoil him as well.
He's pretty popular, isn't he?
Yeah, he's making a little name for himself.
And so are you. You know what? You are as well. Don't forget that. How has the show changed has it changed your reputation, Mark, your visibility in your county because you're on the show? Do you get recognized more? Do you get more respect from maybe groups that maybe don't typically respect the police, say like like a gang or like people who are young that don't necessarily like the police? Has the show changed any of that for you?
I mean, it hasn't changed me personally. I'm going to go out and do the job the same way I did before the TV show. As far as, having an effect on some of these criminals out here and stuff like that, they're still going to commit crimes, regardless if they recognize that we've been on a TV show or not. Criminals will always be criminals.
That's true.
And it's just kind of hard to explain, but he's just going to, he'll get to go out there and do the same job he did as well,
Are there, another question from one of the listeners, Mark, and we're talking to Mark Peeney from Pasco County, Florida here. We're honored to have him. Pasco County, you rock. Thank you for this. Are there any expenses that aren't covered by the department, Mark? Like maybe, you get in some treats, something like that. I mean, are they all covered and you have to have like expense reports made out for them? You know what I'm saying? Things like that.
I don't really handle anything that's particularly involved with funds for the canines. That kind of comes to our trainers and supervisors. However, I do know we have a canine association page where people make donations and whatnot for things that we do need.
Tell us what that is. Do you have that handy?
I don't have it handy, but if you Google or look on the Pasco Sheriff's Office website, there's a link for the Canine Association page.
Okay.
Also, I know on Facebook, it's Pasco Canine Association.
Okay. If people would like to donate to that, now, Mark, let me tell you a little bit about what Pasco County maybe doesn't know, and that's what LivePD Nation has done recently here. There was a small county in Arkansas that lost one of their canines due to bone cancer, and LivePD Nation got together. I mean, the group, you're talking lots of people here. And I don't know exactly how many, but they raised over $3,000 for that county just to get a new canine. And then they have donated to Danny Brown from Richland County, South Carolina, quite a bit of money as well for his fundraiser for cancer. So, that's
amazing.
That's what they do. So if Pasco County can maybe tag me on that site, I would really appreciate it, because I'd like to make sure we get a chance to donate if that's available. So Pasco, I know you're watching. If you have a chance to tag that for us, would you do that, please? Mark, question from one of the listeners. If you say we're retiring, okay? Now, I know you're far from that. You're a young man. You're younger than I am. Holy cow, man. You've almost got that you've got a GQ look about you. You do. You're a very good-looking guy, okay? I'm bald here, all right? But, I shaved my head for cancer for Danny Brown. But even before that, I counted my hairs, okay? That's how little I have. But here's the question. If you were retiring someday, do you then keep the canine, or does the canine go to someone else?
No, we keep the canine, so they usually work about 7 to 10 years. And then after that, we retire the dogs, and they stay at home with us. They're, your personal dog.
Okay. All right. So someday down the road, when Mark Peeney retires and he's still a canine, say, sergeant or captain or whatever you might be back, at that point, because you're going to get promoted. I know you are. But here's the deal. You're still with the dog and you go to retire. So that dog then is retired. Even if it's 4 years old, it would be retired with you, correct?
Correct. Unless, we've had scenarios where having a young dog, like 4 years old, it could be passed on to another handler.
Okay.
To continue to work, because it still has some life in the dog that could, still has a purpose.
Be beneficial to the county, sure. Well, and they're so expensive. Those dogs, what people don't realize is, I know when we were helping Lonoke County, Arkansas, they were saying these dogs are like $15,000, to get them, and typically they come from Eastern Europe. So that leads to me my next question, Mark. How many German words do you know?
Well, my dog doesn't do any commands in German.
Okay.
So we train him to do all English, so I don't know nothing.
That's good. Okay, because a lot of them do. You know, a lot of them have to do that. So
yeah, there are a few.
Is another question here? Is there a monetary limit on gifts given for the canine or deputy? Do you know anything about that?
I do not.
Okay.
But I don't believe it.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and send Mark a $100 gift card to go to Outback Steakhouse, I'm sure he'd be fine with it. And then Yogi could get the bone. Okay? So it'd be fine. Mark, on a live PD night, give me a picture, all right? Because we see the picture from the camera angle, all right? You're going to a suspect with Yogi, okay? How far back do you want them to stay for their safety?
You know, I can remember during a track that I did have on live PD, the cameraman was pretty close to me, which is, I'm okay with that, because I know, and, you know, worst case scenario, I know Yogi's there to protect me and protect whoever's with me.
Okay.
He kind of senses who's running with me. Most of the time when I'm deploying on a track, I usually have a cover deputy run with me, just as good exposure for the dog. He knows that, you know, who's on his team and whatnot. So safety-wise, we have the dog there, and he's going to do his job when it comes time to do his job. So there's really no dilemma or issue with that.
Okay. That's good. That's good. We're talking with Pasco County Deputy Mark Peeney, and we're very honored to be here with him. Folks, if you have any questions for Mark, please go ahead and type them on the screen. Again, if we've already asked those questions, we won't ask them a second time. You can watch it on replay, but please know you can type a question out there. Mark, what are the most important parts of your life right now? This is kind of just that personal type of question. What really are your important things?
You know, I have a 4-year-old son who's pretty much the same age as Yogi, so he's definitely the top tier. You know, my son comes first before everything.
Congratulations.
Just providing a good life for him and trying to be a perfect role model for him.
Congratulations. That's cool. Has he seen Dad on TV yet?
He has.
And what is his reaction to that?
I'm not sure if he believed it at first because it wasn't Paw Patrol.
That's funny. That's funny. So he got to see his dad on television, and I'm sure as a child that age, that's got to be a really proud moment, and a proud moment for you too, because he sees his dad doing something really special, and he sees Yogi, who obviously your son's close to as well, doing his work.
Correct.
Yep, that's pretty cool. What kind of things do you like doing in your free time, Mark, besides probably go to the beach and, you know, enjoy the Florida weather that not many of us get?
Well, I definitely like enjoying the beautiful weather, so any chance that I can get outside, that's what I'm doing. I like working out, staying fit. I like going to the movies. It's just lots of things that you don't get to do, you know, during the day, because usually when you're working night shift, you have your days that are free. So getting out in the sun is definitely a big thing. Getting out on the boat, being down here in Florida is definitely something to look forward to. Pretty much just staying active.
That's good. Do you do any snorkeling or water sport activities? I mean, you're right there on the Gulf.
Yeah, I don't really do any snorkeling. Kayaking, I like to kayak a lot. Fishing when I get a chance, or just cruising on a boat with some friends. That's
good. Well, and you guys have a huge county in terms of population. You're about 500,000 people there. And, you know, with being so close to Tampa and St. Petersburg, do you have quite a bit of crime from that area fleeing north? Or is that really not so much an issue for you folks?
We do, and you know, especially in some of the upcoming areas like Wesley Chapel and stuff like that. I know some of these these criminals are actually coming from St. Petersburg or Tampa to commit crimes in Pasco County and head back down south. So that's a trending thing that we see here.
Okay. What now? Right now, we're on the phone, by the way, with Deputy Mark Peeney from Pasco County, Florida. We're very grateful to have him here for a few more minutes. Mark, what is probably the crime that comes up the most that you see? I know you've got Yogi. He's a narcotic canine, but you do other things as well. What tends to be the most common problem you deal with?
I mean, as a canine deputy, we're responding to a lot of the hot calls. So a lot of the residential burglaries or vehicle burglaries we're heading to. There's a lot of vehicle burglaries. That's why we have our 9 p.m. routine, lock your doors, because if you make sure your doors are locked, chances are you're not going to have your car broken into. So that's a big one.
Is that something that is quite common? Meaning in Pasco, do you see quite a few car break-ins?
Yeah, I mean, we do have quite a few.
Okay. And that's probably the reason why, folks, that we see so much of Pasco County doing their map. And if you haven't seen it yet, I encourage you to do so. Mark, have you ever seen how they do all that?
How they do
the map where people are locking up in their state or province?
You know, I've seen on the Twitter feed how they do the 9 p.m. routine. They
Yep.
have different states check in.
Yep.
Yes, correct.
It's a fascinating thing, and the whole purpose of that, folks, is to lock especially your car, okay? Because people, if they see anything of value in a car, it's not hard to really break into it and get away fairly quickly. So what Pasco County is trying to do is to remind you to lock the doors not only in your car, but also in your house, because it's going to save you potentially from a crime. And it's incredible how many states check in every night. We have a lady here in Oregon, Brenda Serrano, who, I think Brenda, I swear, Mark, she's got to have it like on her cell phone, alert every day, get a hold of Pasco County. Get a hold of Pasco County, because it's a 9 p.m. routine. And here it's 6 o'clock, so it's still daylight. But, it's just a great reminder to everybody that I think makes Pasco special, because what you're doing is you're going outside of your county jurisdiction to help others. And I think that's what really helps to set Pasco County really, really apart. You're not only very transparent, but you guys also really try and help other people. And that leads me to this question. Mark, what kind of work do you guys do in the community for community service? I'm sure you visit schools with Yogi, things like that. Can you talk about that for a few moments?
Well, we usually have canine demonstrations where we'll go to schools or churches or stuff for the Boy Scouts and stuff like that, and we'll do canine demonstrations, kind of explain what the purpose of the dog is, what his job is, and depending on the type of crowd, if it's kids, we'll let them pet the dog, and just kind of explain and, put awareness out there.
Very good. That's very good. We had a question that popped up here a moment ago, and I'm going to ask. It was one of those ones you hedge on a little bit, but I thought, it won't hurt to ask the question because she's Canadian. Have you ever arrested a Canadian?
I don't know. That's a good question. I may have.
I think the thing that hits me a lot in Florida, and it used to happen a lot when Fort Walton used to be on the show a long time ago, was people who did not have identification with them. Do you run into quite a bit of that on your job, or is that not so common?
It happens. It happens when, some people don't have identification. So we have other ways of, identifying that person. Or sometimes people just don't want to give you their identification.
You guys have a tough life out there, and we, I think what I would like you, personally, what I would like you to come away from this interview with is to know that there are over 1 million people out there who are really behind you. You need to know that, okay? It's already been stated by people in Nielsen through LivePD and A&E Network that they've hit the 2 million people mark of watching that show. Now, that tells me that there's over 1 million people who are supporting you. So for every one of these people who treat you, poorly or disrespectful, please know you are supported and loved by a lot of people, okay?
Love it. Definitely appreciate the support.
Yep.
It goes a long way, especially in this career field.
Oh, man, we see some of it, and I put this Twitter page up for my brother who wanted to be a police officer but couldn't, and the whole deal was because, he just couldn't qualify for it. And I look at how sometimes people react to you, and it blows my mind. It's like the courtesy's gone, the respect isn't there. You must have called me sir 15 times here. I'm looking for my father in this room. So, I mean, it's just the politeness you have, and I appreciate that, Mark. That's a great quality. A couple more questions for you. Do you have time for a couple more?
Yes, sir.
Oh, 16 times. Okay. See, you're a good guy, Mark. Okay. Now, in a few years, let's say it's about 10. We'll give you 10. You'll be sheriff. Okay. I want you to remember me. Okay. We'll be buddies. All right. We'll be buddies.
I've never heard of a sheriff working a dog. So
there's always a first time, my friend. Okay. Always a first time. All right. Mark, a question from one of our listeners here. Are the dogs all trained in-house or are they trained elsewhere?
They're all trained in-house.
Okay. So you have a program there at Pasco County that basically runs them through a series of essentially classes to help them learn how to do things the way that you want your canines to do, right?
Correct. We, our trainers are very, very, very awesome at doing their job, and our dogs are very productive.
Mm-hmm.
They're very good at doing their job. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have it any other way.
That's cool. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Do you know how many canines you have there at Pasco?
We're up there. We're in the 20s.
Wow.
We're up at 21.
Wow.
21 or 22 dogs. We have
wow.
quite a few.
Well, let's say, for example, Mark, you want to go take your son to Disney World for let's say, the weekend, okay? You got somebody else on the force that watches the dog, or if a neighbor or somebody watches him, or how does that work?
Yeah, primarily, we can, our canine unit's a very tight-knit group,
mm-hmm.
so if that was the case, if I wanted to go to Disney World for the weekend, I would just ask one of the guys working on the opposite side of the schedule, hey, do you mind watching my dog?
Mm-hmm.
Prove it through supervisors and whatnot, and we can do it that way. Also, we have a kennel that we go to.
Okay.
Where there's someone who provides care for the dog.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I really am. That's good, Mark. This is a question now that we've asked everyone we've been blessed to interview, and it comes from one of our listeners named Lieutenant Dan's Crazy Crew. Now, I'm very sorry it's not Mark's Crazy Crew, but understand, she's got her own allegiance there, but she loves you, and she told me she did, all right? The question is, Mark, if you could meet anyone in the world at all, who would it be?
Dwayne Johnson.
The Rock?
The Rock.
Can you smell? Holy cow, really? Really?
Yeah, he's just huge inspiration. He's just always, I feel like he hasn't forgot where he's came from, and he's just always being inspirational. I love it. From his workout videos to his fans, he's always recognizing them mm-hmm. and giving them like the shout outs. Mm-hmm. I don't know, I love his personality, type of character he is.
Well, he's down in South Florida, I got to tell you a funny story. My brother is a huge wrestling fan. I mean, this goes way back to when we were kids, and I tried desperately to get Dwayne Johnson to follow us on Twitter because I knew how much it'd mean to my brother before he went in for his liver cancer surgery. And, never got anything back from him. And I started thinking to myself, man, that poor guy, he must get thousands of tweets a day from people I couldn't imagine that. I mean, you literally have to shut it off and filter it to the point that either your family or friends can contact you, and that's pretty much it. Because otherwise, it would drive you crazy.
Yeah.
Just drive you crazy. But I think there's a lot of people. Now, a question here. I checked carefully. I didn't see an active Twitter page for you. Now, are you off Twitter, or are you back on it with a different name?
I am off. Just kind of one of those things I was instructed to do.
Okay. Gotcha.
I did like it. It was good. Me and Yogi had a good little following.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't have a Twitter. I just have an Instagram and Facebook.
Gotcha. Okay. I wondered, and the reason I did is because I saw an old Twitter thing. I tried to tag you in this for the interview, and I didn't find it, and that's why I wanted to ask you. I know. I will tell you this, Mark. There are thousands of people truly out there who would love to, follow you and be a part of that. So if you guys want to do that, Mark, what is your Instagram handle?
It's Mark_Peeny.
Okay, and how about Facebook?
I think it's just my first and last name.
Mark Peeny? Okay, and then there's no numbers after it or anything?
Correct.
Okay, there you go. So you can still hang with Mark, see what's going on in his life, watch him with Yogi and all the fun that they do, and keep in touch. I mean, that's cool. I mean, obviously you can tell Mark's a pretty accessible guy, as is the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, which is really a great office. Mark, tell me, how is the tweet along? You guys did one not long ago when the dogs were doing through some training exercises, and there was one specific picture where a dog was literally about 4 feet off the ground, mouth open, ready to bite an arm. The guy was wearing, of course, the dog bite suit. Was that Yogi, or was that someone else? I got to ask.
That was not Canine Yogi. I believe that was Canine Thor.
Okay. What a picture. Holy cow.
Yes.
I mean, that picture right there, that looked like it was from a professional photographer. It was so well done. And I really did. I thought, I wonder if that's Yogi, because, Yogi is so popular on Twitter. I mean, everybody seems to talk about Yogi. So, you've got a very special dog there. And Mark, the dog's personality too goes with you. Okay. So you're a big part of that dog's life. And because of your kindness and care and love for that dog, you're getting it back. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
I think you're doing a good job, is what I'm saying. I think that what you're doing is really special. So I want to encourage you to keep going on that. Do you have anything that you would like to say to the people of LivePD Nation, Mark?
Yeah, just I want to thank you all for your support and supporting law enforcement. Like I said, it goes a long way. It's not every day that we're getting applauded for doing the job that we do, and every bit of support counts.
Deputy Mark Peeny from Pasco County in Florida. Mark, I am more than honored and grateful to have you. I truly am, and I'm thankful you spent some time here. I want to give people just a last second to type something on the screen if they have a question for you. We have a few people here that are watching, and you're going to be on tonight with Yogi, so you will be on both tonight and tomorrow, right?
Correct.
Good. All right. Well, if anybody has a last second question for Mark, we can take your questions now. If you don't, then we will get Mark back on the beach. No, I'm kidding. I know you're not going to the beach. Mark, real quick, I've got one more question for you while they have a chance to think about this question and thing. When you're working on a live night, do you have to do anything unique, meaning different? Do you have to start earlier? Do you have to prepare differently for your night? Is there anything different?
Not normally. It's just getting used to having, some of the light hookups in the vehicle. But you get used to that after a while, and just, getting hooked up with the mic and stuff like that. But other than that, it's just another night at work.
Wow. And what time do you typically get off?
Typically, I get off at 5 in the morning.
Wow.
I work from 6 to 5.
Well, so see, there you go, Live PD Nation. By the time you've seen the show, it's already been replayed here in the Pacific, because, Mark, we don't see the show here live, actually, in the Pacific time zone. If you have cable, we see it recorded. So we see the live show at 9, which kind of is weird. But you're still working until 5 a.m., so I applaud you for that, man. I mean, what you're doing is really, really good. And I would imagine that's probably prime time for a lot of drug activity as well.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
A lot of things occur in the wee hours.
My mother used to always tell me, nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Make sure you're home. And, you know, I know she said that because the bar's closed, but things are so different now than they were when I grew up. So, you know, that's one of those things. Had a quick question from somebody online, Mark. Do you have any other pets at home besides
I do not.
Okay, so Yogi only. Okay, how do you think Yogi would do if you got, let's say, a cat?
You know, I don't think he would mind. I don't think he's not really. He's pretty good when it comes to encountering different animals or, you know, different dogs and cats, because, you know, we see cats all the time during tracks and whatnot, and other dogs, and he's pretty pet friendly.
So does that ever throw him off? I mean, when you're tracking someone and all of a sudden a cat kind of goes into the field of vision for Yogi, does he pause and kind of look at the cat, or does he just stay right to his job?
He just stays right to his job. He doesn't really pay no mind to it. Like I said, game time is game time to him, and when he loves doing his job. So during a track, really nothing will disrupt him from that.
Mark, that's fantastic. We're on the phone with Mark Peeney from Pasco County, Florida. Mark, one final question here, and this one is a question. Basically, it's from my heart to you here. Mark, do you feel that that if you could do anything in law enforcement, that would be a goal for yourself? What would that goal be?
To continue doing what I'm doing. Work another dog. I'd like to work another dog. And just, you know, stay in the canyon as long as possible. And to stay healthy.
Good. Well, you know what, buddy? I hope you do, because a lot of the work you do is fast-paced. And I'm sure Yogi goes pretty darn fast, and you've got to hold on to that leash as hard as you can sometimes. But you've got a good friend there, Mark. But again, what I don't want this interview to be, and I didn't ever want the interview to be, was to interview Yogi. Okay, I want to interview you because you have to do so much to be the handler. People don't realize that. The dogs are trained, but the handlers also are trained. And they have to go through training, and they also have to go through retraining and update training over and over and over again. Mark, in a typical year, how much extra education do you have to put in because you're a canine handler?
I mean, usually just the maintenance training, the bi-weekly maintenance training is what we do, and that's, I mean, training, though.
Okay. All right.
There's definitely a lot of upkeep work in that aspect.
See, so folks, when we talk about, and I know people love the canines on LivePD, but you really need to know that the officers that are their handlers have to go through so much training to do this. Now, Mark, did you say it was 2 months that you initially had with Yogi?
It's 4 months.
4 months.
School, and the narcotic school is 2 to 3.
All right, and you go through that together, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so someday when Yogi's retired, you get another canine, you'll have to do that all over again.
Yep.
See, folks, that's what we're talking about. That's why what Mark is doing, I think, is so important and gets missed, because he has to be so dedicated that if something were to happen, like his dog to be retired, he would need to start all over again, even though he knows what to do, because he needs to have that dog's loyalty and work with that dog and know how that dog works. He has to go back through training again. And this is what he digs. This is what he really digs. I mean, this is his life. And Mark, what a great thing that you're doing what you want to do. That, you know, a lot of people in this world, you know, have told us already in law enforcement, you don't get rich, but you get satisfaction. And Mark, I really pray for you that that's what your life is, because it sounds like you enjoy going to work.
I love my job. I thoroughly enjoy walking into work.
That's good.
Not a lot of people can say that.
And that's exactly my point right there. Right there. Mark Peeney from Pasco County, Florida. It has been truly an honor to interview you, my friend. Thank you so much. I want you to know we are praying for you, and we'll continue to do so. And Mark, Yogi's important, but you are important too, all right? Tell everybody there hello from me, and please thank them as well, okay?
Will do, sir. You have a good day.
Thank you. You as well, Mark. That was Mark Peeney from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office in Pasco County, Florida. What a wonderful guy. Now, there you go. A man who's dedicated, a man who's willing to go the extra mile, a man who's willing to go through training and then bi-weekly training, a guy who has Yogi living with him and takes care of him and is there for him always. I think that man has so much honor in his life, just being who he is. So, folks, I really encourage you to look back on this interview, get his Instagram handle or his Facebook handle, and please give him a follow. He's one of the good ones, all right? LivePD Nation, thank you for watching. It's truly been an honor. Pasco County, thank you for the interview. God bless you.
Hear people say we don't need this war, but I say there's some things worth fighting for. What about our freedom and this piece of ground? This, my friend, have you forgotten how it felt that day to see your homeland under fire and her people blown away? Have you forgotten when those towers fell? We had neighbors.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be from coast to coast, the sea to shine and sea. It's Saturday afternoon, August 1st, 2020. We're raising money for Deputies Zach Camden and J.J. Johnson of Williamson County, Texas, trying to pay their lawyers' retainer. That's all we're doing. And we are getting there, folks, making some hay today. That's what we do. My friends, we are making some dents in this, and I'm so proud of you all. $16,800 for these guys right now. All right, there you go. 3,400 to go. That ain't bad. No, that ain't bad at all. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Hidden Bunker. Yeah. So, all right. We've got a very special guest coming on. Stan Smith, along with Canine Rocco. These are folks that were on America's Top Dog. You're going to love this. Great guy. Great guy. Haven't had much time to talk to him yet. I do want to tell you guys here, GoFundMe, give what you can. $5, $10, $20, whatever you can give. Now is the time. It's time to send a message. A message to people who have tried very hard to circumvent this fundraiser before. It's time to send a message that they ain't going to be able to do it. So we need all of you to give right there, even if it's $5, just to send a message, okay? Get what I'm saying? You don't let them win because it stopped before. And you know what? I'll come back next week and do this all again. And then I'll come back the week after that, and the week after that, and the week after that, until it's fully funded, okay? Because that's just the kind of guy I am. Because I believe in doing what's right over people that do things that aren't. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to a man that has incredible stuff to show you about training police dogs, and he'll also take your questions about training your own dog. Now, we're going to go to his yard, essentially, watching him train dogs for police work. Ladies and gentlemen, Stan Smith, right here. Look at this. Live, right there, doing the job. How's that? I'm going to get the thing changed here on the screen so y'all can see it's different. Yeah. So this is Stan Smith, who is a police dog trainer in the Fort Worth area. Okay? So this is some Texas love coming for Deputies Johnson and Camden. It is. And what's going on is basically they're going to spend a little time with us here and talk about the great gifts that they have to train dogs. It can't get any better than this. You're going to love this. And this is one of the most cool guys ever. You'll love him. You will. Stan, how are you?
How are you, Stan?
Stan is good. Stan is good. Now there, if you look carefully, that's a very special pit bull. That's the same pit bull that was on America's Top Dog. The one that basically people thought, nah, it ain't going to work. It's a pit bull. It's not a Malinois. It's not a German Shepherd. It's a pit. They can't possibly be police dogs. Look at how beautiful that dog is. Look at how very smart. Watch this. Full commands. Now that guy in the bite suit, I hope he's getting paid a lot of money. But look at just how sweet this is. It's amazing.
I'll tell you what, Larry, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Jump in here. My name's Butch Capel, and I work here with Stan, and Jamil's in the suit. I just wanted to introduce everybody.
Thank you.
Since they're standing off a little ways, I'm gonna do a little bit of the master of ceremony stuff.
Thank you, Butch. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir. And we hope we can show people some things about dogs that maybe they've never seen before. So if you got any requests, if anyone's got any requests or questions, if you can relay them to us, because if you can hear the dogs barking in the background, it gets a little noisy here, but we'll sure be glad to answer any questions, and we'll try to show you again, like I said, something some people may have never seen. Stan's going to do a little bit of attack work right now and see what that looks like.
Oh, poor Jamil. Oh, man. Is he going to be okay?
Hey! Is he?
Oh, Jamil, you're my hero. Jamil right there. Jamil, you're my hero right there. Jamil, yes. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That's a pit.
That's a pit. Now watch the control work when he tells him to stop. And now he's going to tell him to leave it alone and come on back to me.
Look at that. That is fantastic. Oh my gosh, everybody, what do you think of that? That's
So-
fantastic. Wow.
Yeah. So we're gonna show you right now the most difficult thing that any dog can do in any sport, in any discipline, in any military, in any street police department. It's called the call off.
Okay.
And the practical purpose for this is real simple. If you send your dog after, say, a purse snatcher, and all of a sudden some little old lady in a stroller comes right across the path of the dog, well, you don't want your dog to bite the little old lady in the stroller
Yeah,
or push
absolutely.
the cart. So you want to stop the dog. Unfortunately, the way you train dogs to do this sort of work, this becomes their fondest desire. It's like a boxer who just really likes to fight, really competitive. It's kind of like George Foreman.
Okay.
You put a big old juicy cheeseburger in front of George Foreman, and you let him raise it right up to about 2 inches from his lips. You let him open his mouth just a little bit, fixing to bite into that cheeseburger. Then you say, "Whoa, George, don't eat that." What are the chances George going to not eat that burger?
That's right.
It ain't going to happen. So now we're going to put Rocco's favorite chew toy in front of him. Stan's going to send him, get him a big old head of steam, and we're going to see if he can snatch that cheeseburger out of Rocco's mouth.
Oh, you're kidding me. No way.
Here we go.
Oh my gosh.
Hey!
Wow. Holy cow.
There you have the cheeseburger exercise.
Holy cow. Look at that.
Now Stan's going to call him back. I don't know if you can hear it, Stan, but he's giving the command to heel, and Rocco sits there just a minute because he's going to make sure that the bad guy doesn't move and try to reattack his owner. And then he comes back when he's sure that guy's frozen. You're going to send him again, Stan? Huh? So this is what we call our win bite. For that good work he did right then, now he gets to win and beat the bad guy. Go with it, Stanley. Hey! Yeah!
Wow. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Look at that.
Yep, Stanley. Rocco's going to the car. So what do you think? Jamil's got a unique talent for this. Hey, Jamil, say hello to everybody. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Jamil. Oh, you are a hero, man. Wow. Holy cow.
You know, here's an interesting story, I believe, Larry. Jamil came out here. He's a good friend with Stan's. They work together. And Jamil first came, this is going to sound really weird. Jamil first came out here knowing what Stan does because he was scared to death of dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And he thought, well, what better way to overcome my fear than to go out and get bit by a bunch of dogs and survive?
Okay.
So that is how he started. And of course, obviously now he's not the least bit afraid of dogs. And we discovered a unique talent, you know, getting the guy that gets the dogs to want to fight, to teach them to want to bite hard it's a talent. It's really good. And what we found out in Jamil's case is he tastes just like chicken. So the dogs just love to go bite him.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
So he's our number one. We call him agitator. He's our number one agitator.
Oh man, what a brave guy! Thank you, Jamil. Thank you. Wow. What a brave guy.
Now we've got another little pit here. We're gonna do some work with. And anytime you need to shut me up, just jump in there. If you need to do something there, don't let me run over you.
No, you've got the mic, man. You got the camera. You're showing us. We're honored to be here. Thank you.
All righty. So right now, and it's a little dark on my viewfinder. So folks, I apologize if I lose track of these dogs. They're really, really fast when they start running. So if I miss a step or two, just hang with me. We'll get back on track.
No problem. And you know, Butch, I was just sharing this. And if the folks that are here would please share live on their social media page that this is going on, just share the link to this live feed, okay? Go down below it where the little kind of curvy arrow is, right? Click on that, then press copy link, and then share it on your Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever pages you use. Share that we're live here. This is something so fascinating. People will love this. Thank you, Butch.
You bet, Larry. You bet, sir. So what we're going to do right now, everyone, I especially like showing off the pit bulls because they get such a bad rap. It's no dog is a bad dog unless he got a bad owner who didn't train him, period. One of the things you hear about pit bulls, how mean and vicious they are. So we've got Mr. Ghost right here with Darren Walls, and we're going to show you first. The main thing we want to do is have a dog that listens to commands and is totally obedient to his owner. Okay. If someone approaches who's not a problem, if you can take him to a Girl Scout meeting, turn him loose, let the dog run around amongst the Girl Scouts and get his eyes poked. He won't do a thing. You can have a friend walk up, talk to you, be your buddy, kick stuff around like Stan's doing, just act kind of a little different. But if all of a sudden you discovered that person you thought was your friend is not your friend, a properly trained dog should have what we call the on switch. So Stan's been over there talking to Darren. They've been BSing. All of a sudden, they got an argument about Darren's girlfriend. And that's what happens.
Oh. That right there would be enough to stop the argument, Butch.
Is what?
That's enough right there to stop the argument.
Hold on. I can't hear the barking in my ear.
Sorry, man.
Go ahead, repeat that, Larry.
I was saying that's right there enough to stop the argument cold.
Yeah. I would agree.
Now we got a request. Hold on. We've got a request from Michael Garber, and his request is, Stan, can we see your boots? LOL.
Oh, Lordy. Stan is best known, especially on Top Dog, for this. We have a request, Stan. Get over here. Michael Gerber. Hey, Michael. He wants everyone to see your boots.
These are the Durango edition. They're called Rebels. They're very lightweight, easy to move. They're very flexible. You should get you a pair and tell them we sent you.
That's awesome. That's the first boot endorsement we've ever had on the show. Thank you for that.
There you go. It's a Lone Star State and a Lone Star on his feet there.
There you go. Very
Thank you, Mike.
Cool. Well, Butch, this is wonderful. Keep it up. We love it.
Okay, well, we had Ghost run off the bad guy, and dogs kind of like to finish every job they start. So we're going to let old Ghost finish this job right now. Go, Darren.
We'll go.
And I don't know if you can hear Ghost is kind of venting his emotions.
Yeah.
Go out, heel.
Wow. Way to go, Ghost.
And that, that's what everyone, of course, the dramatic fights and all that are really cool. And you see a lot of people that do that sort of stuff with the dog. But the most important part of any protection dog is that control work after.
Yes.
You don't want an innocent person hurt. You don't want an ignorant person mauled just because they picked the wrong person to pick on.
Yeah.
So, the one thing I tell everybody about personal protection dogs, a lot of people just, I'm going to teach him to bite. In actuality, the most important factor and the most important thing you can do if you want to use your dog as a deterrent is to give him a really great obedience and really socialize him so you can take him anywhere you go, anytime you go, around any people you see. Because what people don't think about, the title generally that we call these dogs are personal protection dogs.
Okay.
But they can't protect your person if they're not with you.
Sure.
Right? So you need them social enough to go to the restaurant, Girl Scout meeting, but just tough enough to bite Godzilla in the kneecaps if he happens to come around your house.
I love Butch. Oh my gosh, Butch, I just want you back on every day. You've just got that wonderful Texas sense of humor. I love you, man. You're awesome.
Thank you, sir. We'd be back every day, but then Stan would probably fire me for not training dogs.
Oh, that's funny. Lee Terry, Middle Tennessee, says Mike Garber is runner-up on Top Dog with Canine Simon. Insider joke. Okay.
Absolute. Remember Simon, Canine Simon, Stan? Yep, St. Canine Simon on Top Dog. Runner up to the Top Dog. Tennessee. Wasn't his episode.
Yeah, it wasn't our episode. We were on there with Dan Rhodes and Charles Duval with Cato.
Yeah.
That was our episode. We had episode 2. You should go back and watch it, stream it a couple times, you know.
There you go. Yeah. Let me ask
and
you,
watch
Butch.
Carrie's episode. Sir, I'm sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
No, Butch, I was just going to ask, from beginning to end, how long does it typically take to train one of these dogs in a way that you're comfortable with them doing exactly what they need to do?
Yeah, good questions. If we're starting with an adult, I'll just walk around a little bit. If we're starting with an adult dog that's got a good temperament and got, again, good obedience, because we want to know that he's going to be listening to his owner, we can usually finish one in 60 to 90 days.
Wow.
But that's with the obedience already done, Larry. Remember, the obedience that's where the real work comes in.
Sure.
When we pick these dogs, it's no different than getting again, let's go back to boxing. Mike Tyson didn't do what he did if he didn't enjoy it, period.
Absolutely.
So his opponent probably enjoyed it before they got in the ring, but then they changed their mind. That goes.
Well, Butch, it sounds like you're a boxing fan.
How did you guess?
Well, I got to ask you something because, we're probably both old enough to know and remember this fight. So I've got to bring it up to you.
Uh-huh.
Do you think Sugar Ray won or do you think Marvelous Marvin
Marvin Hagler won?
Okay. All right. I agree with you on that one, Butch. We're on the same page. Yeah. That was one of the best fights ever right there.
Oh, that was one of the most tremendous fights I've ever seen. I watched it on a closed circuit up in Amarillo, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And walking out, there's a guy laying on the sidewalk, and I said, "What the hell, is that boy drunk?" And they said, "No, he just had a heart attack. He couldn't stand the excitement of the fight." So,
yeah, it was that kind of fight. It was. Absolutely.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, really was. So you're into boxing a little bit yourself?
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, more because of my cousin. My late cousin was very much into boxing, and we would watch. He'd invite me over for the pay-per-views, so we'd watch those. And I think it was the best fight I ever saw was Hagler and Sugar Ray.
Sugar Ray, it was tremendous. We're going to have to be on every day and talk about old fights, sir.
There you go. All right. Well, I'm so impressed. So, okay, so let's get back to the question then. For obedience, okay, do you find these from shelters or where do these dogs come from? And then how long does the obedience part take?
Yeah, most people. I wish more people would get dogs out of shelters. We work with a lot of rescues here. I've got dogs. Anyone looking, I have dogs for adoption. If you're in the Texas area, but
what would something like a pit cost that would that had obedience training? What would it cost someone to buy one? Because I'm sure there's people interested that are watching in that dollar amount.
Yeah, if you're talking about a trained adult, boy, it's. We don't sell many trained adults that are just trained in obedience. Usually they're trained in what we call the dual purpose.
Sure.
They'll do protection work. Of course, obedience is always there, and they'll do protection work and tracking. These are two things anybody can use. If you're worried about grandma with dementia getting out of the nursing home, you might want a tracking dog. So you're looking at a cost. Our trained protection dogs will start around $4,500.
Okay. All right. And then look what you get. You get better than a security system right there. Absolutely. And then you get love. That's great.
There you go.
Yeah. Go ahead, Stan. Keep going. I mean, Butch. Sorry, Butch. Keep going.
Yeah.
I'm loving what you're saying. Keep going.
Okay. So that's the whole idea. You get love. You get a companion. You get, I actually saw a deal in France where they did studies. They used COVID-19 tests, and they used the tests from a big marketing firm, drug company, and they used trained dogs, and the dogs were more accurate at detecting the COVID than the tests.
Wow.
The test had an 87% accuracy time they were through. The dogs had a 96% accuracy.
Wow.
So, and I get I get stories all the time from people who say, you know, I'm in fact one of the dogs I trained for an ex-vet who had equilibrium problems, and so we trained this one lab to a golden retriever to steady him in case he's about to fall. Also to stand still if he did fall, so he could pull himself back up. And one night they came home from an event.
Look at how the dog is sitting there. Look at that.
Yeah, this is Ghost. This is that pitch you just
Look
saw.
at Ghost.
Kind
He
of
just stayed there until he called him. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ghost is one of our favorites.
Yeah. Now, okay. Who's the gentleman that's helping him right there? What's his name?
Darren Walls.
Darren. Thank you, Darren. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darren. So, but this dog trained for balance knew that he started acting real funny, scratching at the door, waking up the owner and the wife. And come to find out, the husband, unknowns to him, was suffering from low blood sugar and almost went into a coma.
Oh my goodness!
So this dog picked it up automatically. So they're just an amazing part of your family if you treat them as such, as a part of your family. So, hey, we're going to switch gears a little bit here and go from the pits to where's Scott?
He's right there waiting.
He's waiting?
Yeah.
All right. So, hey, Larry, we all remember I think in the 70s when the Dobie was the pit bull of the day and Reigns, they were the vicious dog, right?
Yep.
So, well, we're going to get a Dobie out.
Just so you know, he's talking Doberman Pinscher, okay? That's what he's talking about. So,
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, back in the 70s, people kind of got Dobermans as a status symbol of this is my protection dog.
Right. So we're going to bring one of those vicious guard dogs out here.
My goodness.
We're going to give Ghost one little fun bite. Let him know he did a good job.
Wow. Look at that.
We always want the dogs to leave the field feeling victorious.
Look at that. Wow. Is he okay? Is Stan okay?
Yeah, that's Stan on the ground. You on the ground, Stan?
I got on the ground again. We've been doing yoga, so it's easy to get back up and down.
Okay. All right. How hot is it today there, Butch?
How hard is what?
How hot? How warm is it?
Oh, I think it's supposed to be like 92, 93.
And you guys are out there doing this for us. Now, folks, think about that. Let's get just a second, Butch, before you go any farther. I want you to know this group of people are here on camera right now because they care that much about Deputy J.J. Johnson and Deputy Zach Camden out of Williamson County, Texas. They're in 92-plus degree heat and humidity in the summer to try and help raise money for them. So our role now is to please give. And you can give as little as $5. Give what you can. The fundraiser's right there on the screen. It's easy to follow, okay? GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Give there what you can, then share that fundraiser with other people. Otherwise, all this work that these gentlemen are doing in the hot Texas sun is just for your entertainment. And that's not the whole reason why they came. So let's honor them, please, by making this the biggest segment of the telethon. Okay? There you go. Okay, go ahead, Butch.
Hey, appreciate that, Larry. And yeah, we would love, if you like what we're doing, we'd love for Larry to tell people 3 years from now the biggest segment we ever had was all the attack dogs, security dogs, guard dogs, and Stan and Butch and everybody at Capel Canine. We brought in the biggest share of money there is. So we get a free phone lesson for any obedience or behavior issue you have with your dog for 1 hour phone time. You can call and talk to me directly. We'll help you with your problem. For everybody who pitches in $20.
No. Okay.
No.
Hold on. No, Butch, you're giving it away. You're giving it away. Let me help you.
$100?
Listen, yes. $100, $100 donation Go ahead, Butch. Tell them what you'll offer them for a $100 donation.
For a $100 donation, we will give you 1 hour of training time or FaceTime, Zoom, so we can watch you and your dog work. We will assess your dog for obedience. We'll assess him for protection training. Or if you're just having trouble housebreaking your puppy, we'll tell you how to do that. It's up to you. We'll do that for, say, the first 10 callers were $100, Larry.
That's perfect. Thank you very much, Butch. Way to go, man. That's awesome. Perfect.
Good. Hey, let's watch a Doberman pincher from the Doberman gang here. Come on out, Stan. This is Titan and Scott. What's Scott's last name? Scott Sinclair. Used to live up in Maine for you folks up north. The first thing you're going to notice is from the smaller pits we had weighing 60 pounds, we now got 90 pounds.
No kidding. Oh gosh. Stan, be okay, buddy. Be okay. Holy cow. Oh.
Now we're going to wonder, and you see how deep and full that bite is, how he's got that whole arm in his mouth?
Yes, I was going to ask, do they ever bite through all that padding?
The padding what, Larry?
Do they ever bite all the way through? Can they ever bite all the way through?
Oh yeah. These sleeves are better because they actually have it's actually a leather. Want the end of it, Stan? You can see this area right in here. This is a leather sleeve or tunnel, you could say, and then we come back with this jute material. Okay. So it's difficult to bite, or impossible almost to bite through the leather sleeve. What can happen, though, is they can bite down so hard that you can't get your arm out. So this particular brand has a bar coming out from it. So the dogs don't usually get into your arm. They're biting the bar. Wow. What a lot of people don't think about, they think about bulldogs and pit bulls, and they got such a strong, 60 pounds per square inch bite, and the Doberman's only got 50 pounds. But think about how long a Doberman's muzzle is compared to a pit bull's. A Dobie may only have 50 pounds per square inch of bite, but they got 102 square inches, where a pit bull may have 60 to 70 pounds square inch, but they only got 50 square inches.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep. That makes sense.
So
sense.
Either way you go, you're caught.
Wow. Holy cow. Well, I want to thank you for your patience, Stan. Thanks for your patience. And Butch, thanks. I'm sorry. Butch, thanks for your patience in us coming on. I appreciate you guys waiting. I didn't realize you had all these people here. I feel bad. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no, we don't mind. If you need us, we're sticking around. If you need to go, tell us you need to go.
No. You just go. You're doing fine. You have everything.
All right,
do your thing.
We're gonna see how much air this Dobie can grab. How athletic this 90-pound dog is. Go with it, Darren or Scott.
Oh wow! Watch this. Oh boy! Holy cow! Look at that! Wow!
I'm gonna get a little closer. Tap him a time or two, Stan. So you see how serious he gets.
No kidding. Wow. And wow, look at him. Look at the strength.
Slip.
Good boy. Oh, God, so put him up, Scott.
He wants to take his arm with him. It's his prize.
Very good. Wow.
You see, as I said earlier, we know that Jamil's secret talent is he tastes like chicken, but Stan tastes like beefsteak with gravy.
That's great. Beefsteak with gravy. Oh, I love this guy. I could have you on every day. Oh my goodness sakes. Keep it up. You're doing great. My gosh.
We're going to do one that no one's ever seen before, just for you. Okay. About 13 years ago, I started we were having trouble getting German Shepherds that had really good hips and get through the crowd here. And lots of other health problems with the dogs in this country. So 80 to 85% of all the police dogs are imported, trained usually in Holland or Germany. So I just got in my head I could make a healthy German Shepherd with healthy structure. And I started tinkering with breeds and crossbreeding here and mixing there and matching this. And about 7 years ago, I came up with a litter that I thought finally met the standards I was looking for, with a dog named Black Bart. Y'all can look him up on Facebook. And we ended up with this beast you see right here. He's about 90 pounds. We call this one's Bullet. He's a son of Black Bart, and we call our breed a Western Shepherd. They're more designed for a Western lifestyle because they don't need an undercoat. They're not working outside in the Black Forest of Germany, so they don't have an undercoat. They shed hardly any at all. Oh. We started mostly, yeah, you can see there. We started mostly to just build sound structure. I just wanted a healthy dog to train again. And so we've got pretty good athletes out of them. So we're going to let you watch Bullet. Bullet's a 14-month-old Western Shepherd pup. And we'll let you see what you think of him.
Okay.
Yeah, what are we going to do, Stan?
Just some fun stuff.
Look at that. This is fun stuff. He's getting himself bit, and it's fun stuff. Wow. I'm blown away. What a neat guy.
Go with it.
All right, we're going with it.
Oh, boy.
So again, you asked about how long it takes. Now, Bullet, Kerry Butterfield's handling and owner. Been training since he was born. But this is 14 months old, and this is where you can get with any dog if you just put in a little bit of work, a little bit of time, and a lot of fun. There's our own switch. I don't know if you can hear this. Let's see the jaws clack, Stan. Listen closely. I don't know if you can hear the jaws clacking, Larry.
You know, I can, and it scares the crap out of me. Sorry.
Get him, Bullet.
It scares the crud out of me, man. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Yeah.
There he goes. And he's one, and you see, he's going to maul his body parts.
No.
No kidding.
But you notice as Kerry pulls him back, he looks right back at Stan. Suit's on the ground, and he don't care. It's, let me get this guy.
That's it. Oh, my.
That's what I call the competitive nature of a well-bred dog.
Look at that. And just a few moments ago, he was quiet.
Do what, Larry?
I said just a few moments ago, Butch, he was quiet.
Yep.
Look
now he thinks he's Muhammad Ali. Lots of talking.
He just wants to preen a little bit. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
That's nice.
What do you want to do, Stan? We're going to see. I told you how athletic I feel these dogs can be, which is a result of their really good structure. They're almost perfect hips. The way they're made with a straight back, they stand up square.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're good there.
And when you're done with this part, Butch, we've got some questions from people watching, okay? I'd like to let them ask those, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to do one big sin with this guy. Let's see how high he can go and how tough he really is at 14 months.
All right.
And yeah, we'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you.
Ready? Yep. Stand ready?
Oh, my.
Bullets ready? Release the beast.
Oh, man. Did you see how high that dog just went? Holy cow.
And you notice, I mean, that's where the athleticism of Stan and Jamil comes in because.
Oh, my goodness.
That we've clocked this dog at, I think, 32, 34 miles an hour.
No wonder you call him Bullet. Wow.
Yeah. So.
Holy cow.
That's good. Tell you
Just
what,
a second, Butch. I want my brother who's downstairs. I want to make sure he's watching this. He'll find this fantastic. Keep just talking and showing what you're doing. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you.
So let's do a civil with him. And he's going to go get his brother to see this. And then we're going to, Scott, you got to go?
Yes, sir, we have to go.
There goes Scott. He's ugly, so he has to wear a mask. Bye, Carolyn. That's Titan's owner, the Doberman. And when we're done here, Carrie, Stan, Jamil, we're going to answer some questions for some people. So you can just play with Bullet, play ball with him or something, so the audience has something to watch.
Yeah, I think Sabrina was going to bring her Dobie in.
Oh, yeah. That'll be good. We can do that while we're answering questions. Yeah.
I just throw him in the yard.
Yeah, go ahead and move him, and then we're gonna let Bullet have one more winning bite.
Yeah, just my boy. Good boy. Get it. Rip it up. Good boy. Okay, come on. Mommy's not carrying that. Boy.
All right, Butch. Thanks, buddy. I want to get my brother to watch it because he's fascinated with stuff like this, and I think he's going to enjoy it. So thanks for doing this. This is great.
Yeah. I thought we might do, Larry. You said you had some questions. We've got a young Doberman pup if people would like to see how we start the dogs.
Sure.
Oh, we're going to do the Mal?
Yeah, she's going to use the Mal.
Okay. Let me ask a few questions while people are still here because some have to get going. So just real quick. Jill Bamai asks from Manitoba, Canada. I'm not sure if this question can be answered, but is there any way I can get my dog to like another dog? I want to bring her home to my parents, but she hates the German Shepherd. How's the best way to introduce them?
The best way to introduce them, this is going to be brief, but if Mr. Manitoba, Canada wants to give me a call, my wife's from Canada, so if you want to give me a call, I'll be glad and tell me that he heard it on your show. I'll be glad to go into length with him about this. But the best way to introduce any two dogs, put them both on a leash, take them both to a strange place they've never been before, a park, something of that nature. Just let them start walking together. They'll start out walking. They may not like each other. They'll kind of ignore each other. But walks are the number one social event for all canids, all wolves, dingoes, wild dogs of Borneo. So you take them out for a walk. You'll notice one will go to the left and sniff, the other will go to the right and sniff. Pretty soon at some point, the one that's sniffing on the right will walk off, and the one that was on the left will come over and sniff what the one on the right was sniffing. So now they're starting to get to know each other. Pretty soon they'll both be sniffing the same thing. There won't be any reason to be confrontational. The owner's not nervous. The owner's not part of this. They're just getting to act like dogs naturally, and dogs are pack animals. They don't believe in fighting each other and any of that stuff. So eventually on this walk, they're going to form their own pack because they're sharing interests that you and I can't understand through their nose, but they're tracking things that have been happening a week prior, and they start sharing information. Once they share information, they get to be buddies.
That's fantastic. By the way, Stan, we just had a $100 donation from Jill Bamai in Manitoba, Canada. They are now at $16,800. So there is your $100 donation right there. Let's see if we can match that. Okay, so I'm sorry, 16,900. We're 3,100 from funding them. Let me tell you, when we started 3 weeks ago, that's a far cry from 8,900 we were at. Okay, so 3,100 is all that's needed now. Please give. These guys deserve. Look at how many people are here. Look at all the people they brought just to help out Deputy Camden and Johnson. Please give what you can. Give 20, 10, 5, 50, 100. $100 gets you an hour lesson with this young man here, Butch, and he'll help you with getting your dog questions answered and getting them, maybe start to be trained. You can't get that at Petco. You're not going to get that at, PetSmart or any of that. You'll get it from him and you'll get it right. $100. Please give right here. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. That's Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Jill Bamai, thank you so much. $100. That's great. 16,900 now. Wow.
Well,
that's what we need right there.
It's been a long, long time since I was called a young man, Larry, so I appreciate that.
I call him as I see him, Butch.
I think you're right, too. You call him dead on, buddy.
There you go. There you go. All right. We've got a lot of folks who are very, very excited. Jill just says now she's actually camping up in Canada right now where she lives, and she says, I think I would like to take you up on that call. So Jill,
Woo.
once we're done here, I'll make sure and get Butch's contact information so you have it and you'll be able to get that time, because I'm telling you, anybody who's here that, yeah, and even if you watch this on replay, if they're not funded yet, please put a comment below that you donated $100. Make sure that $100 donation is in your name at GoFundMe. I will then make sure that Butch has your number and you folks will get a training session. Okay? Go ahead, Butch.
Yep.
Go right ahead.
All right, and any questions you got, we're just gonna show you. This is a young dog that I think Sabrina from X Dog, which is a great company that we work with a lot. You see these fancy yellow and blue and white and gold vests.
Yeah.
They come from X Dog. She's the right hand man at that place, and this is one of her young dogs. Sabrina, how old is this one? Is this the old one or the young one? This is a year old male. We're going to work him a little bit.
Hold on. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Wait. I thought it said that Jill did that. Oh, it says $100 donated for Jill Bamai for FaceTime session for Sierra for family therapy. That was from Lee Terry in Middle Tennessee. Thanks, Lee. Way to go. That's nice. What a kind gift. Wow.
Yeah, Lee.
Thank
I'll be glad
you,
to help
Lee.
that lady. When she tells me she needs a service dog, just let me know, and I've trained a lot of them. We can work that for her.
What a sweet thing. Thank you, Lee. Very nice. That was classy. Very good. Okay, go ahead, Butch. Do it.
So this is a dog that's just starting. We're going to show you how we kind of get things started with him. And anyone has a question, if you want to ask while we're watching, Larry, I'll shut up.
You don't shut up at all. You just keep on talking. I like the way you talk, sir. You keep it up, young man.
All right. Go quick. We're running out of battery. The joys of the modern technological field.
Just remember, they call them smartphones, right?
Yep. Whoa. Can you see our video still, Larry? We lost you.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
yep,
good.
We see it. We're good.
All right, now I got the picture back.
Looks great. Looks great on this end. Wow. I got to give all credit there to poor Stan. He's a definition of man right there. He's a man right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people out there, they say, man, they see this guy with bulky muscles, and, he's got the tan, and he's looking real cool with his girly glasses. No, that's a man right there. That's what a man looks like right there, everybody. Right there, that is a man. That is Stan Smith, everybody. Right there.
Larry, this Butch hurt. I got to work with this guy this week. Could you just tone it down a little bit?
Well, I'll tell you what. Okay, here's the deal, Butch. I will if you go put the bite suit on.
If I go put the bite suit on?
Yeah, I'll tone it down if you do that. Otherwise, Stan's the man. He's got to be. Look what he's doing. It's amazing. It's a young man's sport, right? It is. It's a young man's sport to do that.
It's a young man's sport. It's a young.
Yep.
So
what you're getting?
I will take you up on your challenge here in the near future, though.
Bless your heart. For a $100 donation, guys, what you're getting? How long have you been training dogs, guys? How long?
Professionally, since probably about the time you was housebroke.
Okay, at
least 40 years.
Okay, 40 years of training, 40 years of dog training, $100 donation. $100 gets you an hour. Look at that. Wow.
And if anyone wants to see our training, we have a YouTube channel, Capel Canine, Cappel.
Okay.
And we're on YouTube as well as you, so you can see kind of what we do and how we do it.
Okay, so it's Cappel?
Right, Capel.
Okay, and is there anything with that? Is it Capel Training? Is that what it's called?
No, just Capel Canine. I can't spell that many words at one time.
Okay. Capel Canine, is that what you said?
Yep.
All right, I want to make sure we have it on the screen for them. So I'll put that down. That's your Facebook page, is that right?
Dan, come over here and look. He can tell me. Capel, Canine, Cappel.
And then canine spelled out.
Oh,
Canine.
Okay, so it's K9. Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, little
That's
beast.
great. Look at that. Wow, perfect. Good.
We'll do one more
It's on
and
the
we'll answer
screen. Look at
questions.
that.
Yeah. We're going to do one more little sin with this little Mal, and then we'll answer questions. And actually, I'd get up and catch the dog right now, but I'm actually in my swimsuit, so I didn't want to scare anybody.
Yeah.
So here's our little young Mal learning this stuff, showing what athletic creatures Malinois can be. Got that fancy X-Dog vest. Boom.
Wow, look at that. Oh my gosh. Wow. Holy cow. Look at that. And then Stan just kind of spins around like it's a merry-go-round. And he can't get that coat off fast enough. Good man,
No.
Stan. You're safe. Well done. Well done, Stano. Hey.
And if you may, I might give a little, I guess you call it an analogy.
Yeah.
Whoops. Hold on. Oh. You see him spin that dog around, the dog's holding onto that sleeve with his mouth. Well, think about you holding your own weight with one hand.
I can't imagine. No.
Especially being swung while holding on with one hand.
No way. No way.
So
That's how strong their jaws are. Wow.
Exactly. So, I mean, they and you think of Bullet, the Western Shepherd that was here earlier, 90 pounds, holding on to all 90 pounds at the end of a 30-mile-an-hour run, being swung through the air like that. So their power is tremendous.
Wow. Lee Terry asks from Middle Tennessee, we have a lot of of Cato lovers on here. So Cato, could we see a close-up of his competitor and buddy Rocco?
Ah, you betcha. Go get Rocco. We want to do a close-up. This is Cato's. Yeah. Dan says, cool. Absolutely. He's going to get Mr. Rock out right now. We'll just bump our gums until that happens. How about that?
That's
man?
okay. Well, thanks for that. We appreciate it because this is nice, to be able to see Rocco up close because he's so beautiful. I love his colors. His colors are gorgeous.
Yeah, he's unique for a pit with that white face and what we'd call in the horse world a bald face or a blaze,
Yeah.
So,
is there anything that you look for, okay, when you're looking to train a dog, Butch? What do you most look for? Like, say, for example, if you're going someplace like a shelter. There you go. There's Rocco. There's Rocco. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rock.
There he is.
Bring him up for a close-up here, Stanley. Or you stand right there and I'll get close to you. So here they are, Cato.
Look at that. Aw.
That's our pair.
How happy is that? Look at him.
Yeah.
What up, Charles? We're going to have to come down there and work with y'all soon, man. Have some fun.
There you go. Yeah. I bet they'd love that. Look at that. That's canine Rocco right there. There's Rocco. Just get a little belly rub. Aw. See, and so for you folks, pits as well, I know pit bulls have this reputation, right? That they're evil dogs. They're mean. It was the same thing in the 70s with Dobermans. Same thing.
Right.
So it doesn't mean they're mean. They as a breed, actually, they're a very sociable breed. It's just that when they have owners that are cruel to them, that they become angry dogs. And that's the shame about them because they're actually a very peaceful breed. They really are.
Yep, they really are. Here's a little known factoid. When the Border Patrol first began training detection dogs, and they trained their own dogs, one of the top breeds, and in fact the dog with the biggest drug bust, I think it was in whenever the war on drugs started, it'd be the mid 70s or so. One of the major breeds that the Border Patrol used was pit bulls.
Is that right?
That's right. That's right. So they're an amazingly talented. I use pit bulls to mix with shepherds to create my Western Shepherd breed because they are still the pit and the greyhound are probably the two greatest canine athletes on the world.
Wow.
So I wanted that athleticism like you saw in Bullet. I wanted that ability. And so you go to the well where the water's coldest, and that was the pit bull.
There you go. Look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, Rocco, he's just gorgeous. He's just gorgeous. You know, folks, look, for $100 donation, you get 40 plus years of experience from these guys right here. I mean, you do. You get to pick their brain with your dog in mind of how much you love your pup, right? And they'll talk to you and they'll look at it. You can have a Zoom call or a FaceTime call or a Skype call, and you can show them your dog, and they can assess everything, and then they'll work you through some stuff. Maybe teach you some things to help train them do what you want them to do or answer your questions. Folks, this is a great opportunity. How many times? I mean, there is no way to quantify how much 40 years of experience is worth. Please give it GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. $100 donation gets you an hour free of dog training with professional with over 40 years experience. Wow. You can't beat that. So please look at the screen. We've got up there for you, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. And they're here because they wanted to help. That's why they came. They wanted to help both Deputies Johnson and Camden. Now listen, we're at a point. Just a second here, Butch.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point right now. In fact, I'm going to go. I want to duplicate this. I'm going to put this onto Twitter as well. I'm going to go live on Twitter as well as as well as YouTube here. I have my own dog on my lap, literally, no joke. She's just laying here. So she's on my lap, but we're going to go live. Hang on a second. Give me a second, okay?
Yeah.
And if you could put a dog through their paces, okay, that would be great. But let me first do this a little bit first, okay? And then I'll
Sure.
introduce you.
Sure.
Hi, everybody on Twitter. It's Larry, and we've got something you got to watch. I swear to you, if you're going to watch anything today, TV or here, watch here. This is a very special dog trainer out of the Fort Worth area. They do police dogs, and they've got a special offer for you. If you give a $100 donation to help both Deputies J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden over at GoFundMe, first of the month, payday, right? You can get dog training for an hour. They'll do a Zoom call or FaceTime or Skype or whatever works for you. They'll help you with your own dog. Let me show you what they do, and let me explain to you how important this is. The next person that gives $100 makes the fundraiser go to $17,000 even. How about that? You can be that person. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. It's pinned on the top of my page. Just take a look and see what they do live, okay? This is Butch in Fort Worth. Butch Capel in Fort Worth, Texas. That right there is Stan Smith, and that is Canine Rocco. Take a look at this. It's absolutely stunning what they're doing. Well, look at this.
Do some obedience, Dan. Obedience, yeah.
And their Facebook page is right there. You can see it. It's right there. Capel Canine. Look at this. It's a trained pit. Look at that. Wow. Folks, if you'd like 1 hour of dog training from professionals that have done this over 40 years, donate $100 on GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies, and you can get an hour of dog training that will help you and your pup be happier buddies, okay? Thanks for watching. God bless you guys. We'll see you soon on Twitter. Take care. God bless you. Bye-bye. All right, hold on. Let me go on to Facebook. I'm going to do the same thing, okay? The nice thing is that your Facebook page is on the screen, so hang in there, okay?
Cool.
We're going to do the same exact thing.
Good.
Hang on. All right, 3, 2, 1, we're live.
Here we go.
Hold on. Hold on. Hi, everybody, wherever you may be. It's Larry, and we've got something for you to watch. You got to watch this. This is, this right here is Butch Capel from Fort Worth, Texas. He is amazing at training dogs. Now, talk like police dogs, protection dogs. You want some like security dog? Oh boy, have we got something to show you. Check this out. Go ahead, Butch, show him what you do. There's his Facebook page right there. Facebook page, Capel Canine. Take a look at what this pit bull is doing. That is Stan Smith. He has been in and out of a bite suit now multiple times. Look at this pit. That is pit bull. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm mesmerized. I really am. I'm mesmerized by what's going on.
So we're gonna do a bite. So
sorry,
we're gonna.
Guys. That's pit bull Rocco. I'm sorry. I'm just mesmerized by what that dog can do. It blows me away. If you'd like to have 1 hour of dog training, 1 hour, this gentleman, Butch Capel, will give it to you, and you can help 2 Texas deputies get to $17,000 on their fundraiser, trying to raise money simply to pay for a defense attorney to represent them in court. So you help them by donating $100. It gets them their lawyers, but your $100 gets you dog training for an hour with these guys, and they'll help you with stuff. Check it out.
Anything from that basic obedience to stuff like this, Larry. When you need some protection, you know, when you're in trouble, you call the cops. When the cops are in trouble, they call the canines. Go, Rocco.
Hey. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Now, Butch's Facebook page is right there. Capel Canine. That's where you'll find him on Facebook, okay? He's offered 1 hour of dog training by Zoom, Skype, FaceTime, however you want to do it, if you'll donate $100 to help Deputies Johnson and Camden on GoFundMe. That GoFundMe page is listed right on my Facebook page. Can't miss it. Look at this. Look at how strong he is. Wow. Now watch, he's going to let go. Check it out. That's fascinating. All right, so there you go, guys. $100 gets you training from guys who've had over 40 years doing it. Don't hesitate, please. Somebody's going to be that person to get them to $17,000. And I want to tell you something. That was my dog, Miley, actually hitting the applause button. That's no lie. All right. Thanks, guys. See you soon. Thanks for watching. Please donate it. GoFundMe right there. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. $100 gets them to $17,000. Please do it. It's the first of the month, payday, and you get a dog training lesson. Oh, boy. Please do so. Thank you very much for watching, everybody, and God bless you. Don't forget, look at Facebook page, Capel Canine. Thanks a lot. There you go. Wow, I'm stunned. Woo. Really, my dog just did that. She literally put her head on the mouse that makes the applause do this, actually.
Wow.
And I'm like, wow, Miley's pretty impressed with what y'all are doing down there. Not bad.
Hey, Larry, we enjoyed it. I think I'm fixing to lose my battery here, so I'm going to cut it short. But anytime we can help, or how are we going to do on this? You going to send me the names? Or
Yes, sir. Yeah, I will send it to you. And fixin' to means we need to. That's that's Texas word. It's my favorite Texas word. Only in Dallas airport did I hear someone say that. It was a mother to her 5-year-old kid. She was angry as heck because her 5-year-old wasn't paying attention. And she said, Johnny, I'm fixing to pick you up bald if you don't listen to Mama. And that boy came right to Mama's side. So there you go. $100 get you that. Thank you, Butch. You're the best. Thanks, buddy.
You betcha. Thank
We'll
you.
be in
Enjoyed it
touch.
very
I'll
much.
send you the information. Hey, Stan, thank you. You're the best too. God bless you guys. Thank you. Everybody is just on their feet cheering for you. Thanks, guys.
You betcha, Larry.
Thank you,
That
guys.
was a great treat. Thanks, guys. God bless y'all. See ya.
Bless you.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you, guys. Wow. Oh, folks, whoa. Have we been treated or what right there? I'm serious. Have we been treated or what? That was the best show we've ever had. That was the best show we've ever had. Lee Terry, thank you for getting that together. That was great. I can't get over that. I'm still stunned. I really am, because that right there was truly special. All right. We're going to come back in about, I'm going to go 15 minutes because it gives me a chance. See, I've got Miley. Yep. Oh, she's being shy. Okay. I have my Miley, and her dad needs to get up and move because otherwise he's not going to be able to in a few minutes. Okay. So give me about, let's start with Lieutenant Murphy at 40 after the hour. Now that time up there is Pacific. So just know 40 after, look for Lieutenant Murphy. Thank you guys for watching. We'll do a replay show real quick. It's going to be just a snippet, not much, but it'll be worth it, right? Yeah, it'll be worth it. Okay. This is Sergeant Denver Leverett, one of the most popular LivePD people of all ever on LivePD. Check.
Saturday night in the city, a cruiser gets a dispatch call. Little girl says her daddy's mad and drank a bunch of alcohol, and so they head away into trouble again. People at the house are screaming. Someone yells, he's got a gun. A little girl full of panic cries out, Daddy, don't you shoot my mom. And that's who the cops blame. These women and men. 'Cause they made a promise, and here they come. Someone heard them call 911. And the sirens saying hope is on the way. There's a hero racing to help a stranger today. People in the world need saving, the saviors who answer the call don't get paid anymore for danger. Get to pick the ones they want. They just go to where the few will go. Maybe lay it all on the line as they do their job. Do it one more time. 'Cause they made a promise, and here they come. Someone heard and called 911. And the sirens saying hope is on the way. There's a hero racing to help a stranger. There's a hero racing to help a stranger.
everybody, wherever you may be. A special Thursday edition of Leo's Coast to Coast. We are very blessed and honored and grateful to have someone who I believe is one of the biggest live PD legends that has ever been on this show. And that is Sergeant Denver Leverett and Flex from Jeffersonville PD. Good afternoon, Sergeant. How are you today?
Doing pretty good, and you?
I'm very grateful. Thank you. We're thankful to have you on. Thank you to your assistant chief for your chief of police, and also to you for taking the time. I know you have been very, very busy today, so thanks for taking the time with everybody, okay?
No problem.
Hey, folks, our phone call number, if you'd like to speak with Sergeant Leverett, your chances now, okay? All you folks that love him and loved on him all this time have been shooting me all these messages. Now is your shot. You can speak with him live, and I'm sure he'd love to be able to talk with you, okay? His phone number, our phone number to reach him is 503-420-4062. You can call us anytime during the show. That is 503-420-4062. Sergeant Leverett, we are very grateful to have you. What have you been doing with your time since LivePD?
Since LivePD, just working, spending time with my family, and just got back from Indianapolis. I was out of town for probably 4 days for some interdiction training. So just now got back last night. So today's my first day back to work.
Well, we're grateful you joined us. Thank you. Thank you very much. What made you decide to become a police officer, Sergeant Leverett?
I would say, public service is pretty much in my blood. My dad is a retired firefighter of 20 years. Wow. My uncle's a retired police chief. I have a cousin on our police department, a cousin on our fire department, another cousin on a fire department in Cincinnati. So it was in my blood, and growing up, I always had a passion for police canines, and I always wanted to be a canine cop since, the time of probably 10 years old, and just followed my dream. And once graduating high school, I attended Indiana University, Bloomington, and got my degree, and then did an internship in Louisville, Kentucky. And after that, I applied several different police departments, and then I got hired here at the beginning of 2001.
Wow, we've got some messages on the screen. Thank you so much to you and your family for their service. This comes out of Nevada and Pachette. I'm not sure where you're from, but I'm sure Sergeant Leverett appreciates your kind words. So really, it runs in your family. It's been quite long. Now, are you second generation in law enforcement or third?
No, I'm the first police officer in my immediate family. My father, he was a major on the fire department and the fire marshal, and then my brother, he's an attorney in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay.
So I'm the only police officer, so I lock him up and he gets them out.
There you go. All right. You moved into the detective division. How long ago did you do that?
Moved to the detective division?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We worked, first, second, third shift here, and the shifts are permanent. I did patrol work for probably, I would say, 3 or 4 years, and I was assigned to our flex division, which took upon narcotics and some plainclothes work, and then I got assigned to the detective division. Went back to patrol when I took sergeant for 3 years, and then came back to narcotics. So probably 12 or 13 years of my going on 18-year career has probably been strictly narcotics, and all I do is interdiction, stop and knocks, ped checks, and surveillance. But that's strictly focused on narcotics work only.
Okay. Janice Phelps had a question for you, Sergeant. She asked, are you a person that would want one of your children to become a police officer? Would you be okay with that, knowing the dangers that face you guys?
Would I let my son?
Yeah, would you be okay with that?
Son, he's 3 years old, and I would treat my son just like my mother and father treated me. You do what makes you happy, and as long as you give 110% at whatever you choose to do, whether it's police, fire, teacher, doctor, mechanic, the military, just give 110%. and be the best at whatever you choose to be. So I would support him, and I wouldn't try to, steer him one direction or another.
Okay. Janice, there's your answer. Thank you so much. We're still on the phone here with Sergeant Denver Leverett from the Jeffersonville Police Department. Question came across the screen, Sergeant, how long you and Flex have been together?
Flex is my fourth canine, and I've been doing it 17 years. And Flex turns 5 years old. Oh, he actually turned 6. He turned 6 in November. So I've had him 5 years. And then I had my first one for like 6 or 7. And the middle 2 I had for 2 or 3 apiece. So he's my fourth one. He'll be my last one. But we've been working together for about 5 years, and now I have a little 3-year-old son, so he takes my priority and my wife. So my energy is now focused in a different direction. So he'll be my last one. So I'm enjoying every minute with him.
That's wonderful, and I'm sure that your 3-year-old and Flex are pretty good buddies, I'd imagine.
Well, they're best friends, and I don't ever let them be together alone due to the fact that accidents do happen, and my police canine is a liability, and he also does criminal apprehension. You see mostly drug work, but he actually does criminal apprehension, so he does bite, but he only bites on command, and but he and my son get along, and you wouldn't even think he's a police dog at home, but yeah, they're best of friends.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Another question came through, and I don't know how to ask this. I would rather phrase it a different way. I mean, the LivePD people call you the human lie detector. It kind of became a nickname for you. I don't know if it's thought of as being a complimentary term or not, so I don't want to use that. But I will ask you this. You've got a keen sense of knowing when somebody's withholding something. Has that been something you've always had, or is it something you've developed through experience?
Mainly coming up through law enforcement, I attended 2 classes, and actually just got back from the same one again last night. It's Desert Snow, and another one called Drug Warrior, and Joe David with Desert Snow, and Kirby Staley he's an Indiana State Trooper with Drug Warrior. I attend these interdiction courses, and what they focus on are what we call criminal indicators. And this is what we focus on strictly, regardless of race, religion, sex, gender. It doesn't matter. And these things, when you take them in by themselves, they're innocent in nature. They may be like air fresheners, inconsistencies in stories, avoidance of eye contact, heavy breathing, knowledge of someone's criminal history. When taken together, separately, they're innocent in nature, but when you have 10 or 15 collectively, then it is not consistent with the innocent motoring public. So this is what we focus on, and that's the only thing we focus on. So when I'm engaging in dialogue with somebody, and I get all of these criminal indicators within the first 60 seconds, I kind of know whether I'm going one direction or the other, probably within that first minute or two. This is, the training I've had, and that's kind of what leads me to believe that, the criminal activity may be afoot. And then, as you conversate with people and you get inconsistencies in stories, you confront them with their false statements, and then it's just one thing leads to another. But, a key to it is being persistent. People are going to lie to you probably 2, 3, 4 times, and you just have to be persistent. And some people call it trickery, some people call it deception. I don't.
I'd call it active listening. Yeah, I think it's just active listening as a communication skill.
Yeah, it's just it's interview techniques.
That's
and
right.
But this is all I do out here. So I've developed a passion for it, and it's my craft, and I try to be the best at it. But I do it on a daily basis. So it's not something I was born with. I practice it, and I attend trainings, and you have to get out here and do it to become good at it.
So you keep sharpening up your skills through added education and basically become an active listener and watch you carefully watch people's behaviors. And I think that's one of the things I enjoy so much about you being in communications myself, but not to your level. The amount that you watch people is fantastic.
Yeah, for example, if I stop a car and they tell me they don't have an ID, well, there's my first red flag. If they say they're on probation or parole, there's my third red flag. My second red flag. If they don't know their social security number, there's my third red flag. And if you give me a date of birth and then I ask you right after that, how old are you, and your age is not matching up with your date of birth, then it's, one clue after another, and then we keep pressing, and you have to be persistent. You have to treat people with respect and talk to them as an equal. And sometimes, people out here they beat me. They get by me with drugs or guns, and it's not a perfection, but it's a tool that we use. And I try to use that tool in the best manner that I can.
Well, you do a fine job of it, and I think that what most of LivePD Nation feels, at least based on comments I've received, Sergeant, is that you are so different than a lot of the other officers we see on the show because of your interview techniques. You tend to be able to watch people in a way, push a little farther and dig a little bit deeper. And you seem to always have the right questions to say. It's an art that I'm sure you've learned over the years, and you're very good at it. And I believe that people admire you so much for that. So for the amount of work you put in and what you've done, congratulations. You're very good at your job. You really are.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I told you this guy's really nice, right? I told you guys. Okay. He's the nicest guy, one of the nicest people I speak with, really.
And my belief is if you're engaging in conversation with somebody on a traffic stop or a stop and knock or a pet check, and you come at them strong, you talk down to them, well, you're going to do one of two things. You're either going to shut them down totally and they're not going to talk to you, or you're going to have conflict. You might get them to the point where they want to fight. And that's not what you want to do. You want to de-escalate everything. And if you talk to somebody as an equal and treat them with respect and kindness, but still be professional and stand your ground, through conversation, I can get people to incriminate themselves a lot of times because the way I talk to them about it is I'm minimizing it, and they don't even realize they incriminate themselves, and then probable cause is established, and now we're at a different level of a traffic stop. So, it's just through conversation. You got to learn to talk to people and make them feel comfortable. And, the innocent motoring public, they don't give you criminal indicators because they're not doing anything wrong, and they're going to know how old they are. They're going to know where they're going. They're going to know the relationship of the occupant inside the vehicle with them and how long they've been in the car together. And we could go on and on, but, when you start speaking with people in conversation, on a roadside interview, and you separate the parties, or if you just have one occupant, they can't rehearse the whole story. Maybe a few, the highlights, but they can't rehearse the whole thing. And then once you get those inconsistencies, and you watch their physiological reaction on their body to these questions, you can't stop it. I mean, I've watched people where their carotid artery on their neck just pulsates, and then they go pale, and then they get the whites in the corners of their mouth, and then some of them get to the point where they feel like they're going to throw up.
Wow. So there you go. There's your answer. The man watches what he's doing, and that's so important. Question a while back goes, I hate to go back over old territory, but this is an important question. One of our listeners had a question as to when Flex retires, will you keep him?
Yes, they live at home with us, and he does belong to the police department. So if I was to, let's say, retire right now, and he still has 3 or 4 years of good work in him, technically the department owns him. They can assign him to a new handler. But our chief of police, he's been very kind, very supportive, and I've always been, blessed with the people that I do work for. They allow, once my canine retires, to live at home with me. Because we have that bond, and there is a liability for, we don't want him fighting somebody, and I'm his handler. So I've always been, provided that opportunity for them to live with me. So hopefully he can just stay with me when he retires, I retire, and live out his days as just a regular old pet at home.
That's great. We're on the phone with Sergeant Denver Leverett from the Jeffersonville Police Department. You have a chance to call in and speak with him live. Our phone number to reach us here for the show is 503-420-4062. That is 503-420-4062. You have the chance to speak with him live. So remember that. I know a lot of people probably wondering how Flex is doing. Could you tell us an update?
Well, right now he's snoring a little bit, so he's doing quite fine in my car, and he's got the air conditioner going because it's really hot here at home, and he's ready to go to work. But he's a very quiet one, and he's always by my side. He's doing good, but we do have to have a little surgery tomorrow. I'm gonna have to get him neutered because he's got some health-related issues that we need to go ahead and have that procedure done and to prevent anything further. So tomorrow he's going to be under the weather a little bit, but he'll be back to work probably within a week.
Wow. Well, we our prayers for Flex and for his safety in the surgery. There's your answer. So we have a phone call here. Let's take it right now. Hello, good afternoon. You are live on Leo's Coast to Coast with Sergeant Denver Leverett. Who's this and where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Rebecca from Las Vegas. How are you, Larry? How are you, Denver Leverett?
Good. Good. Thank you. Good. Thank you. Go ahead. What do you got, kiddo?
My question is, I want to know if the department provides them all the safety equipment that the Canines of Valor provide. Like the safety kits, the hot lock, that pops the locks in the car. Do you have all that stuff, the Narcon kits?
Okay, the phone was kind of cutting out a little bit, but
Sorry.
I think she asked about any safety equipment for the canines, and are we provided that?
Yes. Thank you for your call, Rebecca.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
Yes, we do. We had a veterinarian actually put together a go bag for us that has the Narcan and any trauma medical supplies that we need if he was to get shot. She provided that at a conference for free of charge. Our administration has been 100% supportive of anything that Flex needs. Through ACE Canine, we do have a hot pop system in my car, so I carry a pump on my belt if I'm out. Do need him in an emergency, I can pop the belt. Also, we have a temperature monitoring system in my car that if it gets above 90 degrees, the fans will kick on, the horn will sound. So, had various individuals and companies that have been very supportive and provided him with the things that he does need. We had a juvenile in our area that raised money that has now donated for bulletproof vests for our canines. So we've been very blessed by several individuals in our community and abroad.
There you go, Rebecca. Thank you for your call from Las Vegas. We've got another call here. Welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast. You're live with Sergeant Denver Leverett. Who's this and where are you calling from? Oh, you're going to need to turn down the volume on your electronic device, my friend. There's going to be a delay there, okay? Happens every time, Sergeant. Sorry about that. Hello. Hello. You're on the air with Sergeant Leverett.
Judy. How are you, Sergeant Leverett and Barry?
Good, thank you.
I'm good. I can barely hear you, so if you can speak up just a little.
From Louisville, Kentucky, a big fan. My daughter and I miss you severely on LivePD, and I just wanted to say that having law enforcement in our family ourselves, that we know you put your life and Flex put his life on the line every day, and we just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, that's
I
sweet.
really appreciate it. Did she say she's from Louisville?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, we say Louisville here. It's just a thing. I think I recognized it by her saying that, and she's just right across the water from me, so I appreciate the phone call.
I lived in Jeffersonville for a year, so I know exactly.
You lived in Jeffersonville for a year.
Oh, well, we just traded.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, she said she had lived in Jeffersonville for about a year, is what she said.
Oh, good. Yeah, Louisville's about a mile from me.
Well, it's great to talk talk to you. We do miss you guys severely, but we wanted to say thank you.
Bless
No problem. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Bless your heart. Judy, thank you so much for your call. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Take care now and have a good day. 503-420-4062 to speak with Sergeant Denver Leverett here on Leo's Coast to Coast. We're very honored to have him. We're grateful for taking the opportunity here. I know that the buzz has been quite high all week, so your chance to ask him whatever or tell him whatever you'd like, kindly, all right, 420-4062 and the area code 503. Sergeant Leverett, the Jeffersonville PD has shown they have excellent officers working there. Could you tell us a little bit about the community service work, the things you guys get involved with in the area?
Yes, our administration is very community policing oriented, and our chief of police, Kenny Cavanaugh, is just the best chief ever, and he strives for professionalism, and we have to, make those bonds of the community stronger, get that back, develop a level of trust and respect. Because without the community, we can't do our job. It goes both ways, and we need their help. So we do various outreach programs. We have a Citizens Academy where, various citizens from the community can attend a multi-week course to learn, about what we do, see the various aspects of law enforcement. We have ride-along programs. We have internships from the local schools. We do canine demos. We attend parades and various functions within the community. So we're very involved with our community, and it's being led from the top down. Our mayor, chief, assistant chief, we just really promote the community policing aspect of law enforcement.
Well, there you go, and I appreciate that, Sergeant Leverett. We're live with Sergeant Denver Leverett from Jeffersonville PD. Your chance to call in, say hello. Your chance to speak with a legend of LivePD that I know everybody surely loves is the phone number 503-420-4062. That's 503-420-4062. Sergeant Leverett, does the Jeffersonville Police Department have a mission statement? And if so, what is it, and how do you apply it to your work?
I'm not exactly sure on the exact wording of our mission statement, but it is community policing oriented, professionalism, integrity, respect, and just treating others the way that you would want to be treated and treating them as equals. I don't have our mission statement in front of me, so I don't want to misquote it, but it's the very, the biggest aspect of it is community policing and, maintaining those relationships and those bonds with our community.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We've got a bunch of questions coming through here. If you'd like to speak with Sergeant Denver Leverett, the number is 503-420-4062. Rebecca in Las Vegas, thanks for putting that on the screen. I do appreciate that. Sergeant Leverett, this part of the show that I think... There you go. See, it's just people love you, man. This is a parade of you, okay? Hi, this is Leo's Coast to Coast. You're live with Sergeant Denver Leverett. Who is this, and where are you calling from? Hello? Hello? Well, they'll call back, okay? Question for you here, and this is probably the one that a lot of people would love to hear the answer to, because every officer tells a different one, okay? And now there's the phone, okay. Hi, you're live with Sergeant Denver Leverett on Leo's Coast to Coast. Who's this, and where are you calling from?
Yes, my name is Sarah Harmon.
Hi, Sarah. Where are you calling from? From where?
Missouri.
Missouri. Welcome to the show. You're live with Sergeant Leverett. What would you like to talk with him about?
I would like to know what the best advice was he was giving from anyone in his life in order to be a great law enforcement officer. And what advice would he give up-and-coming officers?
Good question. Sarah, thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty easy to answer because the first thing that pops out in my mind is something that my father always told me, and that is be a leader, not a follower. So it doesn't matter where you're at, be a leader, not a follower, and you have to know when to walk away, when to do the right thing, when to stand up for somebody that needs to be stood up for, regardless of peer pressure, social demands. Just, believe in yourself and be a leader, not a follower. And I've always kind of had that motto, and I'm trying to
Just one moment,
myself
please.
that. So if I can be half the father that my dad was, then, I feel like I did my job. And with regards to young and upcoming officers, we all know it's a different day and age now with social media, even the media in general. It's law enforcement is scrutinized now, and a lot of that is due to cell phone videos and social media.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
I will acknowledge there are bad apples in every profession, and a few police officers over the years have given us a bad name and have done the wrong thing. But 99.9% of officers out here, we have families, we're human beings, we have feelings. We have to go home to our families at night, and I believe, with a 100% that we try to do our best on a daily basis. So to a young officer coming up, it's going to be a hard profession to work in. You just have to accept that. You're going to have to be like a duck and let water roll off your back. But just treat people the way that you want to be treated, and treat them as an equal, because the gun and the badge mean nothing. You're still human. You're going to have feelings. And on the flip side, what I wish the community would realize is, yes, I understand we do live in a glass house, but to Monday morning quarterback a police officer, what you should or shouldn't have done, we have milliseconds to make a life or death decision.
That's right.
And to scrutinize them on, he didn't have a weapon, or he didn't turn to you and point the gun at you. We have a split second to make a decision. Do we go home to our family or not tonight? And I think young officers, the problem now is they're so afraid of being sued, being fired, that they're second-guessing themselves. And this leads to officers getting injured, not making it home to their families. So it's a catch-22. I mean, it's a hard profession, and we're human beings. That's what I want everybody to realize. We're human beings, and, it takes a person's action is quicker than my reaction. So on the inside, and I have a gun, he can raise that gun, pull the trigger, and I can get shot. And that's not the whole for is a time. So it's, we can't stand here and let somebody, just take us to the brink of, we won't make it home to our family. So we're making life and death situations in milliseconds, and it's tough.
That's right.
But it's what we signed up for. I recognize the responsibility, and
just one moment, please. You're next.
I understand.
I love the answer there, Sergeant Leverett, because I think it's the first time we've ever had someone on the show that actually was frank enough to say what you just said. And if you missed part of that, I'd really like you to go on replay and hear that, because, folks, it's so easy to judge somebody after the fact. It's so easy to judge you after the fact. But these guys have to get it right every time they're expected to. And they are human. And humans just don't do that, okay? So sometimes people make mistakes. Sergeant Leverett, we've got somebody who's been waiting on hold a little while here. Let me just move her over to you. You're live on Leo's Coast to Coast with Sergeant Denver Leverett. Who's this and where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello?
Yep, you're live.
Oh, hi. This is Stephanie. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky.
There we go.
Leather Louisville. How can we help you? What would you have for Sergeant Leverett today?
I just wanted to let him know that we miss him on LivePD.
Aw, bless your heart.
I definitely had a good time on the basket, and they were here for quite a long time. I will say this, the only positive to not being on the show is that, I get to spend more time with my family because I work all week, and then on Fridays, we were putting in 10, 12-hour days for that show. And there's a lot that goes on behind the
Thank you so much for your call, my friend. Thank
that
you.
I have to deal with, and it's so I do get to spend more time with my family, but
what he's doing in the street, and
it was a very enjoyable experience. And
I'll let him know. Thanks.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Bye-bye. Oh, I'm sorry. She's talking in the background. She said she also wanted you to know that what you're doing is great, and she really admires you and wants to thank you for your service. So that was it.
I appreciate it.
My friend, I told you it'd be like this. This is you right here, buddy. This is you. Welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast. You're live with Sergeant Denver Leverett. Who's this and where are you calling from? Hello? You'll need to turn down the volume of your electronic device, my friend. It'll give you a delay. Would you like to speak with Sergeant Leverett? Okay, why don't you go ahead and try and call back, okay? And we'll go ahead and handle your call then. Sergeant Leverett, this is the love that people have. And it's interesting because you just have a following. You know, someone had mentioned about an accent. I want to explain something because it's been asked a bunch of times. Southern Indiana, Kentucky, Southern Ohio, okay, that's the way it is. I mean, that's just Louisville, okay? Someone else will call it Louisville, all right? But you get close to where it is, and that's Louisville, because that's how it's pronounced. All right, let's try again, shall we? That's it, Louisville. All right. Hi, this is Leo's Coast to Coast. You're live with Sergeant Denver Leverett. Who's this, and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Diane. I'm from Florida.
Hi, Diane. Thanks for calling.
I wanted to ask the sergeant if this strange intuition he seems to have is that
Oh my
he was
goodness.
born with a little something extra, or is it a combination?
Okay, so the question is, Sergeant Leverett, that extra bit of just that intuition you have, something you're born with or something that you developed over time? Both, maybe, I don't know.
I guess we could maybe classify it as the street smarts of the job. You know, growing up, I was a typical kid, and my friends, we experienced a lot of things. I made mistakes growing up, and my father allowed me to learn by that. And I was really given a lot of independence and responsibility, and allowed to kind of, you know, find my own path in life. And through these life experiences, you know, I gained a lot of intuition, a lot of street smarts, made a lot of mistakes, and learned by them. So, you know, and I've had a lot of tragedy in my life, you know. My best friend was murdered in a drug deal. This is kind of what sparked my passion for law enforcement, specifically narcotics. So, you know, I've had numerous family members overdose, a couple pass away. You know, I've had a couple cousins that have went to prison for some, you know, various violent offenses. So, you know, this affects everyone. Drugs and crime affects everyone, and it has affected me personally. So growing up, I've had these life experiences, so maybe this prepared me a little for my career, and then attending, like I said, the various trainings to where I try to perfect my craft and my passion of interdiction, narcotics, and just criminal activity in general. So it's kind of a combination. So I wasn't necessarily born with it, but my parents allowed me to, you know, learn life, you know, as it was. I mean, I wasn't sheltered. You have to live and you have to learn, and you make mistakes and you learn from them.
That's it right there. And you know what? Thank you. Do you have anything else for Sergeant Leverett?
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for the call. We appreciate it. We really do. Thank you, dear. Sergeant Leverett, I love what you just said, and the reason why is because, you know, the thing that, and this is something for all the listeners to understand, you learn the most from your greatest mistakes. That's the honest truth. You always will grow the greatest from your biggest failures, okay? As long as you acknowledge your failures and you realize that that's something I can build on. No failure is empty. There's always a gift in it. You learn the gift by growing from it. That's the whole point. I love what you just said because I think that it's I don't know if it's a generational thing or what, because you and I are we're close to the same age, not too far, but I think that I love what you said because it's so true. It really is to real life. So thank you very much. Hello and welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast. You're live with Sergeant Denver Leverett. Who's this and where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Heather Benson from Maryland.
Hi, Heather. Welcome.
Sergeant Leverett, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Pretty good. The girls and I are the ones that had painted you and Flex a thank you rock back in February, and we just wanted to take a chance to say hi and tell you thank you very much for all that you do. And the girls wanted to know if you still keep your rock in the car with you.
Yes, I do. It's in my glove box right now.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool?
I receive gifts on a daily basis and cards and various things for Flex. And, you know, I stay extremely busy. So if it's, you know, a child or maybe a disabled vet or, you know, somebody with some struggle.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance, somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Thank you, Chet the Jet Buchanan. Hello, everybody, wherever you may be, from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, around the world, everywhere. It is 3 o'clock on the Pacific time zone. It is 6 p.m. Eastern time. And we have the final, the biggest, the best, the baddest live PD dude of all coming up for you next. I think I'm joking. You go through Nye County, Nevada, think you're not tough. Nye County's a man's world, man. All right, welcome, Texas. Hello, Middle Tennessee. Hi, Ohio. Hello there, North Carolina. South Carolina's here, too. That's good. South and North are here. Hi, Manitoba. Ontario's here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is hour 19 of the Telethon. Telethon 2 for Deputies J.J. Johnson, Camden of the wonderful place, Williamson County, Texas. Zach Camden. We're raising money. We're almost there in the home stretch of Leo's Coast to Coast. My dear friends, here we come. 3 o'clock. Hello, everybody. It's so good to see you. I'm so glad to see you. Hey, funny thing happened on the way to Twitter and Facebook. You know, it's funny what happens when you call out a group of thugs who impersonate one of our people that's in this channel that's worked very hard to get guests too. It's strange how when you point out that there's stringent supporters of that sheriff that's running for sheriff of Williamson County, Texas, and they're supporting him real hard, you know, it's strange how when you put the finger on him, how all of a sudden all those thumbs down disappear, isn't it? First of all, to Lee Terry, my apologies to you. That should never have happened. I am going to contact YouTube. It's clear that somebody's smart enough to know how to tweak the internet, and we will get to the bottom of it. And I will be doggone sure, and I have already offered for the very first time my services to Sheriff Robert Chody to do some sort of announcement, spot, commercial, whatever you want to call it, to endorse him for Sheriff Williamson County, because if these guys work for Gleason, the mob rules in Williamson. That's not right. No, you don't let this happen. You don't let that happen. And they've already supported this guy strongly enough that if you don't have a leash on them, then you certainly can't run a county. That's my opinion. This is only the opinion of this show host. But come on. Williamson County, Texas? Don't let that happen. Don't let Williamson County, Texas turn into Portland, Oregon. Don't do it. Folks, we have got 7, count them, 7 guests that have been on this telethon run. 7. Today has been the day 5 came in. This is number 5 today and number 7 overall. Now, this guy here, I want to tell you truthfully, he's my friend. He is. He's been through shows with me where we lost connection multiple times, and he still kept calling because he's that kind of friend. And, okay, truth be told, let me bring him on real quick. Eric Murphy, live from Nye County, Nevada. There he is. Lieutenant Eric Murphy. I'll get that changed so it doesn't say you're Stan Smith from Fort Worth. So, yeah, this guy was so good. Now, this is when he and Cody were on, okay? And yours truly, the story goes like this. Yours truly gave out the wrong phone number. Multiple times. Not just once, because this is for people to call in and talk to him, right? And this guy is so patient that he just kind of rolled with it. And pretty soon it was a joke. It was just a joke between us that, something weird was happening. Well, and then what happened was my aunt, who, bless her heart, she's still alive. I don't know how she's still alive, but she is, thank God. She kept calling, okay? She kept calling, knocked us off the feed. Then this young man right here, he and his son, bless his heart, he just kept calling. He did. Remember that?
I do.
That was the interview from heck. That was the interview from Hades, man. It's like, yeah, okay, how long are they going to stay on before it cuts this time? It's funny. Welcome, Lieutenant Eric Murphy from Nye County, Nevada, LivePD hero right there on your screen. This is my friend right there. And the story goes, I reached out to him yesterday and I said, man, I need somebody so bad. And he said, when do you need me? That's it. And, he came, and bless you. Thanks a lot, Lieutenant Murphy. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for reaching out, Larry. I appreciate it. Here to help.
Absolutely. Well, it means a lot to Deputies Camden and Johnson. I know. I've heard from JJ multiple times today to say thank you to all the folks who've been coming on, because it's meant such a great deal to them. It really has. And they're humbled by it, because it's like, okay, I put myself in their position because that's just the way these guys are. They are there as public servants. They're there to try and make a difference, to help other people. But what they're doing is now they're getting help from other people. That's humbling, right? Because, hey, this is somebody helping you and you don't have any control over it. That's pretty special. First guy to come on the telethon is with us right here from Pennsylvania. This, by the way, this is cool. Detective Vince Butkavich from, I can't say it. Can't say the county name very well still. It's Indian. I can't do it. But he's here. He's right here watching the final interview of Telethon2. All right. Enough of me talking. Talk to you along. Lieutenant Murphy, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Tell me what's going on in your life. You've talked to me about some stuff. You've kind of teased me a lot. What's going on?
Just been working like crazy. It's been crazy out here with the heat and stuff, but it's been going good. One of the big things I kind of teased you about a little announcement is this guy right here is going to be a grandpa. Cody's having a baby.
How about that? Congratulations.
Very excited. We're extremely excited.
Oh my goodness. You'll be a first-time papa.
First time.
First-time papa. Isn't that cool? Oh man, I am so happy for you, Lieutenant Murphy. Congratulations. Congratulations,
Thanks,
man.
Wow. It's exciting. It's truly exciting. His wife's had 3 kids from a previous marriage, so we treat them like our own. But this will be like our first one. So
this will be the first Cody son or daughter. Do you know if it's a boy or girl yet?
Girl. We found out it's a girl.
Oh boy, is she going to be the most spoiled girl in all of Nevada? Seriously.
Yeah. It's exciting. it's exciting. They picked a name for her and everything, so it's good.
Look at this guy right here. I love this guy. He comes on and he tells me, he says, I got news. And I'm like, uh-oh. You always think, uh-oh. And then he's like, no, it's okay. It's good. I'm like,
I told you it was good. It
you
was
are,
good. I
man.
told
That's
you you would
great
like the
news.
apparel I was wearing. I told you you would like the apparel. And then I told you I had good news for you.
And you are 100% right, brother. You did it. Wow. Let's look at the comments already. Since you've come on, look at this. Great. Okay, first of all, I got to scroll up. There's so many. All right. Starts with Lee Terry, Middle Tennessee. Hello, Lieutenant Murphy. Thank you for the surprise patch. I wasn't expecting it. It's pretty cool.
You're very welcome.
Carrie from Ontario, Canada. Hello, Lieutenant Murphy. Judy Strew, who donated $100 today to Deputies Johnson and Camden, says, hello, Lieutenant Murphy. Good to have you back on. Yes, it is.
It's amazing to be back. Thank you so much.
Yep. Jill Bamai, she's glamping in Canada. Hi, Lieutenant. Glad to see you again. Okay. Kate Marshall in upstate. We call her Kate from upstate. Hello. How are you, Lieutenant Murphy?
Doing great, Kate. Doing great. Thank you.
Good. Well, here is, by the way, that's the media share right there. That's where you share. If you click on that, it's so cool. It's so sophisticated. The interweb is so sophisticated. All you got to do is just click on that GoFundMe link and bang, you're on GoFundMe and you don't have to see me anymore. But the cool thing is it'll take you right there and then come back and you'll hear your name announced. Somebody, listen, truthfully, somebody donate $90. Donate $90. If you donate $90, and do me a favor, share that we're live. If you all share we're live right now, share this YouTube link. Here's what you do for folks that are new, okay? You go on YouTube. Here is our link right here, okay? So you're watching it right now. You see where it says share, all right? So you press on that share button. You'll get some choices. Click either Twitter if you're on Twitter or whatever. I just click copy link. If I hit copy link, that lets me go to any social media or email or text message I want to send. I click that and then I just hit paste. I put my finger on the screen, hit paste, and away you go. That's how it works, okay? So please do that. Share, 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 because somebody, I told this guy, this is so appropriate because he was the very last guy to be able to come on because I was like, please, one more. And he said, yes, it would be so appropriate if these guys hit $17,000 while he's here. I mean that. Please, please, please. Okay. I'm going to go off the screen now so we can go full on just him because he's much cooler looking than I am. Okay. Let's get him back on full. Okay. Here we go. Let's just off of me. Oh my gosh, that's double me. Get off me. There we are. Back to thee, not me. All right, back to the questions and the things. Again, there's your link. Jill Bamai, our gold medal glamping moderator, bless her heart. Click on the link, give money. $90 gets them to 17 grand. 90. That's good. That's all we need. 90 to get them to 17 grand, folks. Wanda Bailey says, congratulations, Papa. Same thing with Judy Strew. Same thing with Kate Marshall in upstate. Jill Bamai from Ontario says, said it again, Jill. Manitoba, Jill says. That's like saying I'm from California, although that wouldn't be too bad, I guess. Jill Bamai, congratulations. That is so exciting. I think you mean Cody's wife is having the baby, though, LOL.
That's true. That is true.
Here's
Cody feels the pressure. Cody feels the pressure.
That's right. He holds her hand, right? He holds her hand while she screams at him and says, "You did this to me!" Yeah. Sorry. It's bad. All right. And I want to share this. This is a really good one. This is from Christine Peterson. She's one of the 3 folks, Lieutenant Murphy, that put this GoFundMe together. Check this out. Before I read everything to you. These 3 got together when they found out the Deputy Johnson and Camden's union backed out on them. They literally just left them hanging. No legal representation whatsoever. They had to go out on the open market, find it, 20 grand retainer. They're like, we can't do that. There's too much money. Both of them tried real hard to do it. They couldn't. So what happens? They go and they do all they can to try and figure out what to do. Well, these three, Christine, a person that goes by the name of Blue Blooded, and a person named Jesse Sternett, got together and they formed this GoFundMe. And somehow, now this was two and a half weeks after George Floyd. In 2 weeks, they raised 11 grand. In 2 weeks, 11 grand. How is that possible? It's God.
That's
it's amazing. I know. And so we came on board not too much later, but it had kind of stalled a little bit. And so we've tried to help them the best we can. But this is one of the people that put this GoFundMe together and did such a wonderful job doing this. This is her comment, and I really want you to read it, but I want you to know the backstory. She's one of the people there on the ground, there in Williamson, who put this whole fundraiser together in the first place. She says, Lieutenant Murphy, thank you so much for being on. Williamson County appreciates you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we were talking earlier, Larry, this has really nothing to do with agencies. You know, this has nothing to do with Nye County. This has nothing to do with this or that. It has to do with officers and brotherhood. That's what it has to do with.
Absolutely. And everybody in America deserves, or Canada, because a lot of Canadians have given, they deserve to have legal representation. Period. Not much
And
to
just like
ask.
we talked, it's the same with this shirt I'm wearing. I mean, so many people have come out and supported him.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about. That's why a lot of people in our community walk around wearing this shirt.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about that shirt in just a moment, because we're going to talk about the tragedy and we're going to talk about what that shirt means, because I know what it means, but I want you to be able to share it, okay? Let me read more of these comments, because these people are so excited to see you. Wanda Bailey, being a grandparent is the most rewarding thing in the world. Jill Bamai, truly excited for you. Rebecca Saunders, congratulations from Gallatin, Tennessee. Hope I said that right. And then, yeah, right, to say it wrong, bad. Okay, Jill Greer from Texas is here. Thank you. Yes. And,
yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, and again, Lee Terry just gave $100 in someone else's name, in Jill Bamai's name, to get her dog some dog training. If you have a chance, go on to the YouTube channel here and rewind from this. Not that you're not worth it, but take a look at this, okay? Take a look at the live segment before this. It'll blow your mind. These dog trainers in Texas, oh, dude, it was amazing what they do. Pit Bull, Doberman, Malinois, German Shepherd. It's amazing what they do. Seriously, take a look. It will blow your mind. They're amazing, okay? All right, next, Jill Bamai. So I'm a little bummed out, and we won't get to meet you this year. We have to cancel our Vegas trip for obvious reasons. Next year, we hope. Okay? Okay, let's see. And Karen White says, congratulations, Papa. That's pretty neat. All right, let's talk about Cooper Strong. Tell us about the story and help people understand the importance of what that T-shirt means, would you?
So for me, it's personally important. So it's one of those things that when incidents happen like this, especially with our guys, it hits at home. Because as you and I have talked about, Larry, I was shot in the line of duty in 2008. So anybody that's got to go through that, I really try to just help them understand and try and help them cope with the feelings they have, the anxiety they have afterwards. And I've done that with Cooper. We've had dinner together. We've just done a lot of family activities. But approximately 3 months ago, Deputy Cooper was investigating a stabbing call. I'm sorry, Detective Cooper, he was at the time. He was investigating a stabbing call where an individual had stabbed another individual to try and rob him. So they thought they had a location on the suspect. They went to that house, and when they knocked on the door, the mom opened up the door and said, "Can I help you?" Him and Detective Gibbs advised him that they were there to talk to her son. She then stated that she was going to get her son and she'd be right back and put the dogs away because she had a couple of dogs. Shortly after that, she returns to the door, and as soon as she opens up the door, we release the body camera so you can actually watch it. But shortly after she opens up the door, the individual is behind her and has a shotgun and pulls the shotgun right above her shoulder and fires a round. And the round hits Detective Cooper straight in the chest, and then he tries to retreat and defend himself. And his partner, Detective Gibbs, then engages the suspect in the dark. He then fires several rounds, striking the subject several times, and that's pretty much the end of that part of it. So it's been a long recovery for him.
Oh, it just breaks my heart.
Yeah, he was in UMC for a while, trying to recover. It was pretty hard for him because of the COVID thing. His wife could not go to the hospital, and none of us could go to the hospital and see him. He was pretty much on lockdown, so he's experiencing all this stuff alone. Like when I was shot, we didn't have any of that, so I could coworkers could come in and see me and try to help me feel better, deal with my family and stuff like that. So one of my priorities, unable to do that, was I, along with several of our other officers, just started honing in on his wife and trying to make sure that she had everything she needed. Text him back and forth, tried to stay in contact with him until he could get home. And then when he was released, which is also a video that you can see on YouTube, as you know, we did an amazing escort from Vegas to home with him. Got him home, and day by day, he's getting better. I've talked to him. I've spent some time with him. We've had dinners together. They're starting therapy now, so he seems to be in a very good stage of recovery, and they're taking great care of him. And it's just, unfortunately, as you know, it's one of those tragic things that happen in law enforcement. And thank God he's still here, and and we don't have to deal with that other side of it. We get to deal with him recovering, which is the best option.
I don't know what to say. I'm still speechless at the thought of someone who opens the door. They're doing their job, right? You're there to do a job, and then somebody opens the door. Everything's fine. Door closes. Door opens back up, and you have no it's like exactly what happened to the guys in McAllen. Only, thank God that Deputy Cooper wasn't killed. The guys in McAllen never had a chance. They were gone, just blown away. So, wow.
And there's no doubt. His partner is definitely his partner is definitely a hero. I mean, if he hadn't been there, things could have ended up different. And like I said, thank God they didn't. And he's healing. And it's one of those things that, as you and I've talked, I deal with on a daily basis. And fortunately, he's a strong individual, and he's going to recover from this, and hopefully, in the long run, it'll turn out to be fine.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Amen. Yeah. Wow. All right, folks, we've got some news for yous. Okay, there has been a donation. Thank you to Werner Electric for donating $25 to the fund. Now only 65 left to 17 grand. That's cool. That's $65. That's, hey, 65, just 65. Somebody please donate $65. You'll get them to a huge milestone, $17,000. You donate $65 and they're at 17,000. Folks, now's your time. Go to GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. It's right on the screen. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Here is the link if you'd like to click on it. If somebody donates just $65, now see, that's why those 25s and 5s and 10s, so they make such a difference, because it gets you this close, So now, just $65, 17 grand. It's that simple. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So what have you been up to, man? How have things been going in Nye? Is it a hot summer?
It's a hot summer. We're about 110 today, so it's hot. I'm gonna work a patrol shift tomorrow, so because we're getting a little crazy with this COVID thing. That some officers that are not feeling well and stuff. So we've just been working trying to fill gaps, and it's great where the captains and lieutenants have had to go back out onto the street and answer calls for service and help people out. So we're doing what we can and just doing a big team effort and just trying to, do what our job requires us to do and protect the public and make sure everybody goes home safe.
Yep. Yep. And here's what I loved about this. And I said this earlier today to Lieutenant Luera. The 4 LivePD folks that came on are all supervisors. Did you notice that? Has anyone noticed that? We had Lieutenant Luera come on first. Then we had Captain Bill Burt. Okay. Then we had Inspector Craig Sroka. Now we have Lieutenant Eric Murphy. Supervisors, guys who are in charge, doing basically the heavy lifting. And they're here because they care that much. So please, here's some basic math out of Canada. This is Canadian math, okay? 7 more donations of $5 would be all it takes to get 17 grand. Well, not really. That's not really, maybe in Canadian dollars, Joe. I'm just kidding. 65. We need 65, not 35. 65. That will get us the big money. Jill, would you please go camping or glamping? Would you just take it easy and have fun? We got this.
Just take Jill.
What's that?
Too short. Life's too short, Larry. Go camping, Jill.
Yeah, go camping. See, you have just been ordered by Lieutenant Eric Murphy. Go camping, Jill. Yes.
We got this.
Gold medal moderator. Yeah. You know what? Do you know what ringette is? You know what ringette is?
No.
Most people don't. It's okay. Jill, I'm not making fun of you. This is a game. I'd like to see it, honestly. I guess I've seen it on YouTube. Jill sent me it. It's hockey, and a lot of women play it in Canada, where you're ice skating on full-size rink, and they use sticks without the curvy part, best way to describe it. So without the scoop part thing. Anyway, then they shoot this little ring. It's like a little ring. And that's what they fire at 95 miles an hour at people like Jill who are goalies. Yeah. And I asked her, I said, hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Because I had to ask, do women ever check each other, into the boards? She goes, only the dirty team does, Larry. Oh, gosh. Really? The dirty team. Oh, yeah. They're dirty. So she plays goalie, and last year they won the gold medal game against the dirty team. So we were all rooting for her. Pretty cool. Yeah.
That's nice.
Ringette.
Awesome, yeah.
Ringette. Yeah, Julie Terror says Sergeant Tapp and Detective Butkevich also supervised yesterday. Had a lot of folks come up and do that. Jill says, hey, there's only 35 minutes left. I can do this. Well, if you want to. Carrie 2970 out of the state of Massachusetts. Lieutenant Murphy, one of my favorites. I love hockey. Got Boston, LOL. Okay.
She was referring to a post the other day on Twitter that I posted that showed that hockey was the only professional franchise that hasn't knelt yet. So, and that was my post was, I love hockey. That's why I love hockey.
That's true. That's true. Jill wants to be clear on ringette. So we all know this, all right? They shoot it at me because the ring comes flying at Jill and she stops it. Good, Jill. I couldn't do it. Nope.
I'm good. I passed.
Exactly.
That's all you, Jill.
There you go.
Good.
And Carrie, one of our other producers up in Canada, she's in Ontario. See, Jill's in Manitoba, Carrie's in Ontario. Carrie says, there's nothing wrong with a good body check, LOL. Okay.
You got some dangerous girls there, Larry.
I know, right? I'm thinking, I'm going back to old roller derby days right now in my head. You know? And here goes Sally Simmons over the rail. Look at her fly. Oh, boy.
Oh, that's great.
Geez. Have you seen Alan lately? Lee Terry wants to know if you've seen Alan and how he is. Alan, the guy that was on Nye County, he was in Nye County quite a bit. I'm sorry, Alan. It says Alien. I've done this a few times. Have you seen the Alien Man lately? Excuse me, Alien, Alan. Move an L, make an I. Sorry.
I have not seen the alien guy in a while, and that's actually good. That's actually good because then you know that everything's going well with him.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Did you see the comet, by the way? Did you get a chance to see the comet, Neo-wise? Yeah,
No.
I guess you can still maybe see it if you get into a really dark place. So, you're cruising the desert one night, you're out there rolling and it gets a little bit dark. Take a look. It's right underneath the handle of the Big Dipper. And usually you see it about 90 minutes or so after midnight, but it's in the northwest sky to begin with, so away from city lights. It's really amazing. If you got a pair of binoculars, you'll need to see with binoculars now, but it's really cool. Really has some neat pictures on it.
See that? I bring surprises. You teach me things. See? It's one of the.
I'd rather be you. Right now than that. That's you got the better end of that one, brother. Carrie from Massachusetts. Boston is due for the cup this time. They were close before all this happened.
I'm gonna plead the fifth.
It's already begun. The border war has begun. Jill Bamai from Manitoba. Almost said it wrong again. I caught myself, Jill. You gotta be proud of me. I almost said Montario. Bad. Jill says, sorry, Carrie, it's Winnipeg Jets this year.
Yeah, I'm staying away from that. That like starts arguments, man.
Yeah. The women have begun. Okay, now Carrie's involved. Go Maple Leafs, go. And Lee is in this Nashville Predators. And this just in, the Canadians saw the International Space Station last night. Sorry, wait. wait.
See.
I've been doing this too long. Here's her comment. I gotta get this. I gotta read it. Can't read it. We saw the International Space Station last night out here. My husband says, and Jupiter. That's great. No, it is cool. You know what? That is cool. Actually, I'm not trying to laugh at it. It's just that it was funny because I was thinking, this just in from Canada. They've just found that there's an International Space Station floating up there. No, you guys know that. Jill, by the way, there's a neat free app you can get on your phone. Really can. While you're out there glamping, do this because it's really a great app. It's free. It only gives you the inner plan. It gives you the planets through Saturn. Okay. There's a free app. I use it a lot called Skyview Light. Skyview Light. And you literally open it up, gives you this ethereal music so you can be all comfy. And then you point it anywhere around you, even to the ground. And it will show you stars and planets and the space station and the telescope and all that stuff. It's fascinating. It really is. It's free. Skyview Light. Okay. Let's see. Okay. What's that, buddy?
There's another teaching moment by Larry. See that?
Thank you.
Like I said, I bring you surprises. You teach me things. See?
Yeah.
That again.
Okay. This is in from Massachusetts. The astronauts are coming home tomorrow. Oh, that's good. Okay. Okay. Lieutenant Murphy from Lee Terry in Tennessee. Have you been to Smashville?
I have not.
Yeah.
I have not.
No, there you go. Somebody's got to go. I want to go to the M&M store They're in Vegas. I want to do that. I want to go to the M&M store. Has you been there?
Pretty cool.
Is
It's
it?
pretty cool. Yep. Yeah,
I'd
it's
like to
pretty
see it.
cool.
They got like all the colors there, right?
Colors, yep. Yep. All the colors, and it's like when I was there, I think it was 3 or 5 stories, and you just keep going up. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a cool store. It's been a long time since I've.
Have you been?
It's
I
cool.
got to ask you this because you're close. Have you been to that pawn store that Pawn Stars is on? You ever been to that?
I have not. I have
Okay.
not.
I hear it's very small.
My mom came down from South Carolina one time and wanted to go there, and they went. And I guess it was a big line, and it was kind of tough, So
Okay.
I can't really went in, but yeah, I've heard it's pretty small. I have not been.
So I've heard too. Yeah, I've heard the same thing. So yeah, neat stuff. In fact, our opening announcer, that's Chet Buchanan. He's the morning show host at KLUC. That's his voice doing the opening for the Leo's Coast to Coast show on YouTube with Friends. Good friend.
Yep.
Jill, can Larry teach me math? No. Thanks for asking. You see what you just started here? Now you got me like, what am I, sensei now?
Yeah, you are sensei. Can you help me with my college I just started?
Please.
I'm going into my third semester of college, and I'm like, it's killing me. You're gonna help me with anything? I'm getting ready to start English.
Hey, I aced English in college. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, Jill, I love the M&M store in Vegas. I have the green M&M slippers. You know what
Very
Beverly
nice.
Roth said about the green M&Ms, Jill. Okay. Carrie 2970. Hey, Lieutenant Murphy, got any stops on the way to Vegas lately?
I have not got any stops on the way to Vegas lately. Haven't been doing too much of that because of the whole shorthanded. Lately we've been running call to call, but it looks like people are starting to get their groove back and starting to come back to work. So, hopefully it'll level itself out.
Cool. Got a great question from Wanda Bailey. This is a good one. Wanda, thanks for asking this. I like this. How do I get a Cooper Strong shirt?
So we have a couple of places here making them. One of them is called Hubster, and a lot of people just making them local. But if you reach out to me, go on Twitter and reach out to me privately, I can get you her number, and she'd be probably more than happy to send you a Cooper Strong.
Okay, I'm sorry. Would you repeat? You cut out there at the end, and I want to make sure that her question's answered because it's important.
Yeah, I think if they hit me up on Twitter and send me a private message, I can get them the contact info. The girl that made these, she's doing some big things for the community, and she's basically I think they're like $20, and she's giving half of that back to the family of whatever she did, so to help her out. And so I think it's amazing, and a lot of us are supporting it. Yeah, if they hit me up on Twitter, private message me, then get her contact info, and I think she'd be more than happy to send you a shirt.
Great. Well, I want to make sure and get that covered, and the reason why is because Wanda Bailey just went to GoFundMe and donated, are you ready? $75. They're at $17,010.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
It just sounds so much better. Doesn't it? 17. Sounds so much better than 16 and a lot better than 11. Tell you.
That's true.
Wanda Bailey, bless your heart. Another big applause for Wanda. That's great. Wanda, we've been waiting all afternoon. You did it. You did it.
Awesome.
What a difference that makes. What a difference. Chris Peterson in here. Oh, there. Yep. See, I got to break that news, though, because I said it first. Just kidding, Chris. Congratulations. It's your fundraiser. Hey, you did good. It's good. You did really good. Okay. Wanda says, gotcha. Thank you on the t-shirt. Tina C. Neat. Tina says, Lieutenant Murphy, have you heard anything from that family who had the fire? How are they doing? That was a terrible fire. Wow.
Terrible one. Yeah. I have not heard anything about them. Last I heard that they were being helped out. I don't know anything more than that. I know there were some people stepping up to try and help them out, though.
That was scary. I mean, that was a scary fire. If you remember from LivePD, it was, it's typically sunny there. I mean, they don't get much rain in Nye County, but remember is this 2-story house, and it just, I mean, it was loaded on fire. It was so sad. And
that was a bad fire, yeah.
Oh, buddy, from a person who's had a house fire, it brought back. So I had to walk away. I did. I told my family, I said, that's it. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. Because you can, if you haven't ever been through a house fire or been close to a fire, like a house fire, there is a roar. It is a distinct wind-like roar that comes from a house fire. And it's indescribable. It is a scary, scary feeling. Yep.
It is. Most definitely is.
Yeah. Lee Terry, great Chris, or should I say Lee Peterson? Yep, they were combined as a troll earlier. Yep. But, those are the Gleason people. Okay, Tina, that was very scary. 15 minutes and it was gone. Yes, it was a very terrible fire. Lee Terry, Middle Tennessee asks, do you have any pets, Lieutenant Murphy?
I do. I have 2 dogs.
Two little doggies. What are their names?
Yep. One is Izzy, and the other one's Charlie.
Oh, those are great names.
Yeah.
Did you name
so
them?
Izzy?
Who got to name?
Izzy was she's kind of like a German Shepherd mix, and then Charlie is a little dog that we rescued from the pound.
Oh, hey man, thanks for doing that. Bless you. It makes all the difference in the world for those little pups when you do so. I mean, and you feel great because you know that you gave that puppy comfort. What a cool thing. Okay, Kate says, can you repeat that, Larry? Every time you mention how much closer to the goal we are, I get notification and you get cut off. Kate, it's on the screen right there. I'll move it around for you so you can see it. Look, see that? There it is right there. And there's a lot of stuff on the screen. I'm spinning it for you, okay? Okay, I'll put it up on the top left corner so it's off by itself, okay? $17,010 raised, $2,909, and my wife is home early. My gosh!
Look at that!
California, here we come. They won't see it. Only he'll see it. Come here. This is my friend. Please. Carrie, don't do this. We're live. Don't do this. This is Lieutenant Eric Murphy. There's my wife, Karen, right there, okay? She's very, very, I don't know. She's just not doing it. Like, come on, Karen. This is not a test. Anyway, so you can tell we've done this too long now. What do you want to do? All right, what do you say? Well, let's just start telling jokes. You be the straight guy. I don't know. $17,010. Now, folks, that means $2,990 is left, and we're going to get there. Look, nobody, well, I don't think so. I didn't expect we'd finish this weekend. I didn't. It's too much money in this environment. Folks, when you're talking about the anti-police environment in our country right now, this is a lot of money to get, and it's hard to get it. It's like, I'll tell you what I did this year. You'll like this. Well, no, you won't. You'll think I'm a scrounge, but here we go. I started doing something because I've always wondered if, because I find quarters on the ground sometimes, dimes, pennies, all that stuff, right? I thought, okay, if for 1 year I grabbed every coin I found on the ground, how much would I have at the end of the year? And I've been keeping track. Well, I'm about $3.50 now, which doesn't seem like much. That's $3.50 I didn't have, and maybe it'll buy 2 gallons of gas. Who knows? Scrounge. I guess I'm a scrounge. Yeah, there's a virus going on and picking up coins off the ground, okay? What the heck?
Larry, good job.
Larry's a scrounge. This just in from Oregon. Larry's a scrounge. Jill Bamai, everyone did a great job. Police still have a lot of support out there. Yeah, they do. They do have a lot of support. The problem is it's silent. It's way too silent. In my mind, it's way too silent. I don't like how quiet it is in the States. I think it needs to be much more, especially from elected officials. It needs to be out there. It needs to be strong, and it needs to be enforced. Period. I live in Oregon. I see it firsthand every single day. Kathy Salazar, mom of Zach Camden, says, this number's going up. What a great day. And you're right. You're right, Kathy. You know, think about it. We're going to end this here in a few minutes. Okay? And we're grateful to have, I'm so glad I ended with this guy because he's my friend. This is my buddy. We just can sit on the phone for an hour and laugh.
We've been through some stuff.
As we do. Yeah, we've got some stories. We can share some stories. But, you know, what's funny is that, you know, he is, you know, he's a friend. And it's a great way to end because when I got on the phone with him, when we finally got Skype to work, Skype. I should call it something else.
Seven hang-up times again.
I know. It's like, it never works right. I don't, you know, we made this call 4 months ago and it like, he said, I'm picking it up. It keeps hanging up on you.
It did every time. Button, it hung up. Every time. That's what it did last time, too.
The phone. Oh, jeez. So here he is. We're going back and forth. I'm calling him. Did you get it? Yeah, it's hanging up on you. He's calling me. It's not ringing. I'm like, I hate Skype. He's like, well, hang on. And he keeps trying. And then finally he got through. Bless his heart. That's pretty cool. Tina says, hey, look, I'm not a scrouge. Tina's my new best friend now, okay? No, you can be second. Tina says, Larry, they say finding money from heaven is supposed to be lucky. Tina, I'll take that. Thank you. I'm very grateful and blessed. Courtney's thinking about that statement, I think. Kathy Salazar says, thank you, Lieutenant. I haven't been here much lately today, but I've been in a lot of prayer. She's praying a lot for her son, and JJ's her son, too. They're both her kids. I don't know if you know this. They came from another sheriff's office to Williamson County together. They came like as a package deal, right? And then this all happened, and it's almost like it was God's perfect will that they would be in it together. If they had, one had to be, the other one did too. So, yeah. Great lawyers, working hard, and they took the case on when they had 15 grand. And from what I understand, Lieutenant Murphy, they're once they saw it at 15, they said, yep, we'll cover the case. They said, well, we don't have enough money. And the attorney said, look, we're watching the GoFundMe. We believe in good faith. The rest of the money's coming. So please, you know, don't worry about that. We'll just take care of it. And they went to work like that right away. So look at this. Attorneys, if you're watching this on replay, or if maybe you're not watching it live. Anyway, so if you watch this on replay, attorneys working on Saturdays, right? Telling my clients. $17,010. We're getting there. Okay. So now we're close. Now we can smell it. The next milestone's 18. Then that number goes to 1,000 something, right? That's doable now. Now we're at a point where we're getting close to doable. Really close. That one person can come in and go, you know what? I've got the ability. Why don't I help them out? It'll happen. Don't give up. Okay. Okay, what we got? Okay, still, okay, Marshall, I still have to see if my dad can donate tonight like he said yesterday. That would be great.
That would be great.
Yeah, Kathy says, this is Zach's mom again. They are most definitely watching, though, meaning that the attorneys are watching. We are not giving legal advice here, attorneys. We are doing the very best we can to just keep our mouths shut. As you know, we're both mimes. And we're just, think of us as Penn and Teller, okay? We are Penn and Teller. We have a show on YouTube.
Don't forget the technical difficulty part.
Yeah, and every now and then the screen will go black, and then we'll recall each other, and then it'll happen over and over again. And I'll say, darn it, stop it! These guys will be laughing at me. It's the way Cody was last time. Poor Cody. He's his first time on. First time. He got to be thinking, Dad, this guy's a jackass. What's up with this guy? Sorry to use that word. I'm sorry. But it was serious. Like, what in the heck? Yeah.
Dude,
it was
he doesn't think that. You know why? He's got the last name of Murphy. It's Murphy's Law.
That's right. Yes. Murphy's Law. Exactly right. That's right. Murphy's Law. I love it. I got to say this real quick. I want to thank you guys all for giving. I haven't done that. Thank you guys all for giving, because you guys all have given, and you've given from your heart. Because you've done that, look at that number up there in the top left. Look at that number. That's what you've created. $17,010. Only $29.90 left, folks. $29.90 is left. That's just such a gift. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and from Lieutenant Murphy's heart and everything else. Lee Terry, I've got something on my shoulder? What's wrong there? Got something on my shoulder there? You looking at something on my shoulder? What's wrong? I'm looking at my shoulder here. Well, you look. It's funny. It's for a second there. You're looking at the screen like that. I'm going, what's wrong with my shoulder? Like you're looking at my shoulder. Never mind. Okay.
I'm looking at this.
I know. I get it. Okay. Lee Terry says, I know. I'm thinking I got something on my shoulder. You're peering at something, going, what's wrong with my shoulder? All right. Lee Terry asks, what's your favorite vacation spot? She also wants to know if you used to be a canine handler. I forgot to ask you that.
I was a canine handler. I spent 6 years in the division. Half and half, kind of. I spent half of the years working a dope dog, and then I finished out my time in canine with a bomb dog. So yeah, I worked canine for 6.5 years, I believe it was. Wow. I was actually to add, I was actually a canine officer when I got shot.
Wow.
So
I'm going to ask, how did the dog react when that happened? Was the dog in your vehicle?
Yeah, I left her in the car because I just didn't feel comfortable with deploying her. She might have been able to find him, but with rounds flying and stuff, it probably wouldn't have been a good idea. So I left her in the vehicle. So we kind of, healing and stuff, kind of experienced that together. But I love my time in canine. Working with dogs was awesome. Really awesome.
That's great. Thanks for the question, Lee. Okay, she got another question here too. What's your favorite place to go on vacation?
The wife and I love Penguins Lake. It's a lake area up in the middle of Utah. It's about 6 hours from us. So we just took up to our camper and we go up there, and it's a huge lake, and we just do fishing and and the best part about the whole thing, the real reason we really like it, is cell phones don't work up there. So then nobody can talk to you, nobody can get a hold of you, and your phone's off and you just fish.
There is something just special about that, isn't there? When you can't be reached, it's like, no, I'm not right now on the planet. I'm going to spend this time with this person or doing this, and I'm not going to let anything distract me. Right?
Yep.
It's a good feeling. Yeah, it's a great feeling.
Some places we go, like we go to Hawaii every couple of years. Your phone still works. Your phone still works. You go over there, your phone.
Yeah. What? Now I got to ask you this, because I love Hawaii. I want to retire there someday, but not sure I'll ever be able to afford to. I'd love to. What's your favorite island? You're right. Yeah, I'd be on like the island that they bombed. I'd be on Kahualave. I hear land's really cheap. Sorry. I'm not trying to mess you, Hawaii. I love you. You know I do. My gosh, I love you guys. I can speak Hawaiian a little bit, but I'd love to live there. I really would. That'd be a dream place to live. But gosh, when a 650 square foot condo costs you $400,000, I mean, you got to think, really? Okay, maybe I'll stay in the house in Oregon and just fly there.
Yeah, we love it. We have a timeshare there, so we try to go. We go every other year for 2 weeks, and we love it. We love it. If it wasn't,
which island?
The Big Island. We have a on the Big Island.
Are you a Kona side?
Kona side.
Yeah,
Yep.
Good. That's good. Kona's great. Oh yeah, Kona's great. Love
We
Kona.
Called Waikolola Village. So it's like up in the hills. So we love it.
Say it again. I want to hear you say it again.
It's Waikolola Village.
Isn't that great? Listen to how it sounds. It sounds so cool. Waikolola Village. Sounds cool. I like that. Waikolola Village. That's neat because, it's a place that when you go to Hawaii, there's something about the islands that just is, it's like, I know this person who said I used to know this person that said this great comment. He said, Do you think that if the Garden of Eden still exists on the earth, that it's here? I said, man, that's a good point. Yeah, I think it is. Because Hawaii is just so perfect. It is.
It's
And
amazing.
there's no snakes. No snakes there. That's my favorite part.
It's amazing.
It is.
There.
You go snorkeling? Do you ever do snorkeling?
Yep, we do.
Isn't
We
that
do.
fun?
We like it.
I love snorkeling, man. Oh,
Love it. Love
you
it.
snorkel in Hawaii. There's things you see, and my wife Karen, she's really scared of swimming. She doesn't like to swim so much, and some people are that way. It's okay. She's a
Yep.
vegetarian. I don't care. I'll eat steak in front of her. No, I'm just sorry. She's not near me. She can't hear me talk. Okay. I'm not eating broccoli. Give me a top sirloin. So anyway, my wife, she doesn't like to swim, and I was telling her, you know what? I'd really love for you to at least go to Hawaii and swim. Go at least to your knees, because on some places and some beaches, the fish will come in that close, and they'll swim around you. It's fascinating. It's just so beautiful in Hawaii. So cool.
It is.
Kona Coast is just beautiful. Here's a little I will teach you one thing, L student O. Hawaii is the most isolated population center in the world.
Yep.
Yep. The most
Did not know that.
isolated because there's nothing near it. It's just nothing near it. That's why gas is $6 a gallon. Anyway. All right. So this is why they only get 14 letters in their alphabet. I'm just joking. Couldn't get any more in there. Sorry. Okay, never mind. Just it's the Murphy and Larry show. Hey, it's Terry. There you go.
You'll see it all when you come here.
Yeah.
Even the technical difficulties.
My wife has me. It's so true. It's so true. It's true. It's really true. That's my wife's really she's mentioned this a couple times. She said, I really want to give you the opportunity to go and see Lieutenant Murphy. I want you to go down there to see him. Because for us, that's a maybe 15-hour drive. 16, maybe 16, okay, to get to Tonopah. And I thought about it because it's a beautiful area. It's just gorgeous. I don't know if I want to go in August, like your tires are melting to the sidewalk. But I'd love to be able to do that. And like I told my wife, I said, that would just be a joy to spend some time with you. Just hang out, just laugh. The thing that's cool about when you and I get together, we just laugh. That's what
we just laugh.
Yeah, we just laugh.
We
don't make a dang bit of sense. We laugh.
I think I think that's totally true. I mean, I remember when we had Cody on here with us, and we spent the whole time just laughing with the failures and all that. Yeah. I don't think I've laughed that hard in a long time.
That was 7 resets of the show. 7.
We had a good time.
What I love about him is he never said, hey, look, you don't know what you're doing here, obviously, so why don't we just leave? He never did. He just was like, hey, it's okay.
So this is the plan. This is what we always do. Like you said, we show up 20 minutes early because we know we're going to have failures for 20 minutes, and it's going to take us.
Right. Check your messages. What do your messages say?
Holy crap. My day. You know that, Larry. That's how my day goes all the time.
I know. All right. Well,
yeah.
I'll do one more check here. And then what I'd like to do, if you wouldn't mind, could you share your LivePD experience with some folks? You're on the show many seasons. You're one of the few people who can share multiple season experience because there was such a rotation of departments. And Nye was on for 3 seasons. Talk about that, if you would, about what it was like, have the camera crew in the car, do all that. And do you miss it? And also, do you think it's coming back? I personally do. I think it's going to go to Fox. I don't think anyone's going to leave a number one show laying on the trash heap. I don't think it happens.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a sticky situation all the way around. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things that it's so frustrating. There's, it's one of those, like you and I talked before, there's so many emotions with guys and, what they want to do. And, it's hard. And I mean, I think it'll come back. I don't know in what form. I don't know how many people would support it coming back to A&E.
Oh, they'd be dead. They'd be dead. Did you hear what happened to A&E Network, man? Their viewership, 51% decrease. Great job, A&E. We're so proud of you guys. Well done. Yeah.
It's one of those things like you and I talked, Larry. It's one of those things, you and I have talked about it a lot. I've had a lot of fun with it. Cody had a lot of fun with it. We enjoyed, to this day, I still tweet with people and talk to people. And, it's been a great experience. And I do truly wish that it would come back. I think they're losing the people want to see that show.
Yes.
And I think there's more people that want to see it than the less people that want to see it.
Yes.
So
agreed.
I hope it comes in some kind of form, but what kind of form and where, I guess we'll just have to, like you said, the suspense will have to stay there. We'll have to see how it works out.
You don't leave a number one show just laying there. It's too much money there. They pay too much money to find number one shows. Good question from Wanda Bailey. Were you ever on the show Cops?
I was.
Bad boy, bad boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when Murph comes for you?
I did quite a few shows with them, and their group was a great group of guys. I got to know a couple of the sound guy and the camera guy. I got to know them personally, and I keep, we text each other and talk on Facebook every once in a while. But I've done quite a few shows with them, and I think it's one of those important things where people get to see what we experience every day. And, like I said, I hope it comes back, and I think a lot of people, not just in our community, but a lot of people, like you said, worldwide, hope it comes back at some point.
Oh, yeah. What I don't get, okay, I understand you want to make a political statement because that's really all it was. There's no logical reason to do it other than you're trying to make a political statement, that stand for something or fall for nothing, right? Everything. Okay. So, what I didn't get was that this is such a minor minority of an age group, meaning it is a portion of the millennial generation who is doing this, and you have 2.2 to 2.4 mil strong every weekend. Which side do you choose? Not hard, but because somebody made up a word called defund the police, everything went crazy. So it's too bad. It really is. But I do want to say that, I do believe it will be back. What was your experience like on both shows?
I liked it. I had put some Twitter posts out of pictures of the crews and stuff, and I've developed a personal relationship with guys like the one beat producer. We're great friends. We stay in touch all the time. All the times I truly 100% miss them dearly, and I miss their friendship. I really do. You understand they're trying to do a job, and they understand you're trying to do a job. But when you're together every Friday and Saturday night for 3, 4, it ended up being like with the pre-programming and the meeting up and making sure everything's good. It was like a 6-hour shift. So when you're spending 6 hours with guys every Friday and Saturday night, and they're living in your community, and you just get a friendship that no matter what, like I've told them a bunch of times, is no matter what LivePD plans to do, no matter what any of that, we'll always be friends, and nothing will come between them. And we developed a relationship and a friendship that will never die. There's guys out there, he's been over in France doing some documentaries and stuff, and he texts me all the time. And he wants to see how my wife's doing, see how I'm doing. So you develop that, and that bond can't be broken.
That's true.
So
I
think it's important, and if you pay attention to like Twitter and Facebook, you see it. I mean, all the officers are posting pictures of their crews and, you know, how much they miss them. And so we developed that friendship that will never be lost.
Yeah.
Never.
Tina says, forgot what season you were on in Cops. Do you know what season you were on?
I think I was in 30 and 32, I think.
There you go. Carrie 2970, Massachusetts. Murph is still one of my faves. Like that he likes my posts. How your son doing, boy? How's your son? So how's Cody?
He's doing great. We talked about it earlier for the people that were on. He's going to be a dad. I'm going to be a grandpa. So it doesn't get any better than that. It doesn't get any better than that.
Pretty cool.
It's amazing.
Lee Terry says, Investigation Discovery said on Twitter they'd love to have LivePD. Be interesting to see how that works out. You know, Kenda retired. But they made their own police cancellation shows too. They canceled their own cop shows. So, you know, it's weird. Kate says I watched cop shows. I watched cop shows.
That's a lot, buddy. That's a lot of P's and S's and S's and O's. And
I know, right? I know. It's my first day using this stuff. Okay. So I watched cop shows. That's my childhood, but I don't remember seeing you on there. Can you tell me what year you were on if you can remember? That's terrible, Kate. If you can remember. Wait a minute. Just kidding. Just kidding, upstate, Kate. Just playing. I'm tired now, Kate. Okay, Jill's going to make salad. She's glamping. We're tired and laughing at bad jokes. For goodness sakes. Sorry. Do you remember how long ago it was you were on Cops?
Oh man, it's probably 2015, and well, the last time we filmed, I was on with them. I filmed it 19 with them, I think.
Okay.
And then it was probably 17 or 18. I think it was 17.
Gotcha. Okay. Lisa says, I don't know if Murphy will remember the episode where no one was answering their door. House was dark and silent, but you had a gut feeling to break down the door. You rescued a woman being battered and her child. Do you remember that?
I do.
Hard to forget. And yeah, and she said even too, she said, this is what she says. Nice. This is good for you here. I will never forget that. True hero, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Greatly appreciate.
Yeah.
Greatly appreciate.
That's good.
There are calls like that no matter how far you get, they just stick.
Yeah. What's your most memorable call? Before I let you go, before I cut you loose here, what's your most memorable call you can remember that's either funny or funny?
Wow, there's so many.
That's really sad. That's really sad. So many people make me laugh out here.
I got 17 years. I mean, there's so many.
Exactly right. Yeah, exactly.
I think the one that will always touch me and I'll never forget, one of the big ones is, and people ask me about it all the time, is the alien guy. You know, that's just one of the things that in life it teaches you. You know, you don't know what other people's crisis is, so don't judge people. Don't be so quick to judge.
Yes. Thank you for saying that, man.
You don't know what they're dealing through that day, that night, that month.
Thank you for saying that. Yes, because I was telling my brother at that exact moment the same thing. I know it created a lot of stuff because I saw the stuff on social media, but I was like, well, hold on now. You don't know what may be wrong with that person. You don't know if there's something wrong, and maybe they did see something and they're serious. You just don't know because you're not them. Yes. Right. All right. Okay, 2 more questions. Was Cops more intense? Sorry?
I said he truly thought something was wrong. He truly thought this was happening.
Yeah.
And you just don't know what crisis they're dealing with. And to them, it's true.
Yes.
You know,
exactly.
so you have to be human. You have to be human.
Exactly. Yep. Tina, 2 more questions, Murph. Was cops more intense than LivePD, or were they basically the same, just different calls?
They were basically the same. I think dealing with LivePD was a little bit more, I guess you could use intentful, but because you knew that the entire world is watching you at this moment. You know, cops is not. They're pre-recorded. So I think that made it a little bit different, a little bit more amped up for us that you know, like you always say, if you look like a baboon on TV, you're going to look like a baboon.
Sure. Yeah.
So I think that was a little bit more stressful, knowing that the entire country, the entire world is watching you.
Yes.
So I think that's the difference.
Yeah. True.
Me, I just tried to always do my job. I just tried to pretend they weren't there and just do my thing.
Yeah. I got you. Kathy, she says, how y'all ever going to part ways like summer camp? Make sure you have his address, Larry. LOL. Y'all can write letters. This is my friend. Kathy, this is my friend. You know that? We're truly friends. This was a favor I asked calling in to try and help raise money. That's what it's about. And I'm grateful he came on, because when he came on, we hit 17 grand. And that, to me, is poetic justice. That's cool.
It is.
All right, brother, I'm going to let you go because I got to drive a long ways now. Okay? So, thanks, brother.
Appreciate your time. Once again, always respect.
Thanks. I respect you too. You know that. Let's get together soon. We'll talk. When's the baby due?
October. Halloween babies.
Oh, very cool. We'll be in touch. I want to talk to you about that. My mom's birthday is right around then. Let's talk. It'd be cool if she was born on her birthday. That'd make me smile. All right. Well, guys, we have been with a lot of folks. We started out with Vince Butkevich, with town in Pennsylvania. I can't quite the county, mention because I can't say it. It's an Indian name and it just blows me apart every time. He's in the Scranton area, bless his heart. And then we were blessed to have Sergeant Mark Tappan with Canine Rigs. That was just a joy, just an absolute joy to have him. We were blessed this morning to have Lieutenant Mark Luera, followed by Captain Bill Burt, followed by Inspector Craig Sroka and his family, followed by Butch and Stan Smith and their wonderful group of people who train dogs so amazingly in Fort Worth. And we finished out with my friend, Lieutenant Eric Murphy from Nye County, Nevada. And truly, this has been a joy. Telethon2, we're done. We're gonna put a little. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. I'll get back to you in a second, brother, okay? It's been a joy, my friends, my brothers, you know what? Here's the deal. Okay. If they don't get funded this week, I'll come back from California. I know I'm a little high here. I was standing up during the interview. I couldn't sit any longer because I like spending time with Murph. Anyway, if they're not funded, then we'll be back on Friday. Friday is the 7th. We'll come back around 3 p.m. East. We'll hit it again. We'll see what we can do to try and get this thing funded. All right? Until then, be good people. Thank you for donating. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your kindness. Give the glory to God, please. Thanks to Carrie, Mary, Lee, Jill, Samantha. Happy birthday, Sam. You guys have a great week, and thanks for being here. Telethon 3, if necessary, Friday start at 3 p.m. Eastern. God bless you guys. Thank you for watching. Long drive ahead. See you, everybody. God bless you. Bye-bye.